Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challengers Cup. This is going to be number 2, and I would like to introduce you guys to the casters right amongst me. I'm going to be Veli. We also have my man I Hold Shift and the one and only Chance. Fellas, how you doing?
Oh, it's been a good day. It's a great couple of weeks of online COD for these Challengers teams. It's been a couple of weeks since we've seen them fight for this much of a stake. But of course, we'll be digging through every single region to see what the best across the world have to offer. Couldn't be more happy.
I think for me, we're starting with the APAC region. The first thing I did when I woke up this morning, I opened up the subreddit and saw the score for the match, and I was like, I thought I was casting that. What's up? And then I started asking questions. I wasn't supposed to see the score. I didn't know it was gonna be I thought we were doing it live. It makes no sense. It was 4 a.m. in Australia, so my day is great.
And this is just so different. The fact that we're even casting from home. I'm gonna let you guys know now. I came so comfortable. I'm wearing the slippers. I'm dressed well. I'm wearing my shorts. Listen, we have some great things going on today, but I mean, how excited are you guys for the games that are going to go down today's shift? You follow the AM scene heavily, so what's on your mind?
I mean, for first and foremost, the APAC region has been heavily dominated by 2 teams, and those, go figure, are the 2 that we're going to see in the grand finals. It's been Renegades and Mindfreak all the way through, pretty much throughout the entirety of the year. It's just been strange, and for APAC, it's a region that I feel like, sometimes doesn't get the love it deserves. Usually it's top 2 APAC teams that are coming out of Australia and New Zealand, and then you've got 2 teams out of Japan by the names of Libelant, Vertex, and Rush Gaming that usually kind of sit in the mix. But this year's a different year, mostly because that team that we knew last year of Mindfreak, they dominated through the open. They mostly got picked up into the CDL on sub or starting rosters this year. So APAC is a little bit of a hodgepodge right now, and it sometimes feels like it's anybody's game out there.
Well said, and for those of you guys that are at home that are just tuning in, welcome to the broadcast, and this is what's happening today. We're going to have our APAC Finals. Also after that, the EU Finals. And last but not least, we're going to see what the boys from NA are going to have in store for us today. And already there's been some big games going on. But the format, let's run down the lines, is all single elimination until we reach the top 8. And then after that, it's a double elimination bracket. And these guys are also playing remotely due to the times. Yes, it's extremely weird, but they take great pride in winning these championship games. But also, it's not just a competition we're talking about and looking at today. These guys are winning a lot of money, Chance.
A lot of money indeed. You get 10K just for that first place, and that is not a bad, not even weekend necessarily, a bad couple of days. You pull off whatever that is divided by 5 players. What is that, $2.5 grand? I would love to make that much money from just playing Call of Duty. It sounds like a delightful time.
Yes, and also European money that's going to be thrown on the line. $8,000 for first place. And even if you come in second, you're going to walk away with $6 grand. This is great money. So you're able to walk away with a good amount of money and also a chance to be looked at by some of the top teams and players in all the scene. And last but not least, this will be the prize pool for our ANZ APAC region.
And I think a lot of the scaling as well, it's about the competition level, right? So Shift was already talking about it earlier. There are 2 dominant teams in the APAC region. That's always been the case, right? At least for the past 3 or 4 years, because before that there was only 1 good Australian team, but eventually they evolved to 2. So it's the slow climb, and obviously you go over to European, and now you have maybe 5 or 6 teams that can be contenders. Then you go to NA, and now there's 9 or 10 teams that can be contenders. So definitely a bit of a scaled sort of competition level you got between the regions.
Yeah, speaking about storylines, I mean, this today is going to be full of them. Shift, you've been following these APAC guys for a long time. And looking at the top 2 teams, you have Renegade and Mindfreak. What can you tell us about them?
Simply, but again, for Renegades, it felt like at the offseason, once they realized that what was that former Mindfreak squad that did so well last year got essentially dismantled and hit up in the rosters, they said, all right, who are the best 5 players at APAC? Yeah, let's go ahead and pick up those guys. So you still got Sexy and Swifty, and those are names that are going to be familiar. And after the pick last year, Tainted Mind kind of fell apart, and Mindfreak absorbed some of the better players from that. Those 3 are still the familiar names. But Crimza, that's the guy I'm mostly looking at. This is first year playing an official kind of CL type of event with the APAC region. He plays main for Renegades, and he has been absolutely
that's
lights
APAC.
out.
Let's look at NA.
NA,
you have a lot of big teams coming up. And also, these are the winners for the last home series that we have for Chicago. Singularity, they came to NA, dominated, went back home to EU. In Europe, Team War, they were able to win. And Renegades ran rampant in the APAC region. But when it comes to NA, Singularity, they were dominant. They beat WestR. But now, Singularity, they're going to be back home in their own region. So who are the real top teams to look at?
And that's an interesting point as well, just the fact that Singularity is going back, because we were watching a bit on broadcast earlier, because some of these teams are playing as we speak. War actually took Singularity down. So as long as like NA has been the dominant one, Singularity comes over to NA, wins the entire thing, and now they're going back to the EU scene and actually taking L. So of course they're just in the losers bracket. They're looking to bounce back, but there might be a bit of an interesting switch potentially. This might be the year where the EU AMs take over.
Yes, and let's take a look at the bracket. The NA bracket, we have Carnage Gaming facing off against WestR, and then after that, Triumph Challengers versus It Is What It Is. And there's a funny storyline going on. WestR have recently made a team change. Parasite, he's going to be on the lower end of the bracket, and there's a chance that they can meet in the winners finals shift.
Well, 100% the case. That's been the drama storyline throughout the entire last week kind of host Chicago home series. I'm actually more looking for this Hard game team, the Triumph Challengers team, mostly because Hard Game Squad is one of the only teams over the last handful of weeks that's stuck together. And with that, they have their eyes being just top 32 team, with a top 16 team, with a top 18, and now all of a sudden they've got potentially in the winners finals. That's an extreme amount of growth. And then the other side for this Triumph squad, this was the team that came out of the online tournament swing, had the first win complete for them, and then they went to a top 3. But then last it was only a top 16 finish for them, and took into Elbow. He was saying that, hey, we got a little cocky. We're not gonna lie. We did not work.
Yes.
So let's
take a look at the other sides of the brackets as well. Chance, and just last bits for the NA bracket. You see a lot of ex-pro players here now. What does this mean for them and the rest of the scene if they're successful?
I mean, a big part of this is honestly, it's really just nice to get some of the extra money in the back pocket, right? It just keeps that motivation going, because there's been quite a bit of chatter, right? You even got guys like Siblings who are on Twitter talking about like potentially retiring because they're not quite there. But this is one of those tournaments that you come out, have a really great showing, and even get the win, if not just like a top 3 placing. It could help reinvigorate you, light that fire again, and just solidify in your mind that this is the type of progression you want to see.
Yes, in the European side of the bracket, if you guys didn't catch the streams earlier from bids, Team Singularity, they actually lost against War. They're going to be on the bottom side. Also, yeah, the plugs against Trainsoft X. Shift, what's the storyline here?
I mean, up until Singularity came back to the EU, it's been Team War and it's been the Plugs. It was the former Royal Ravens Academy team. They went as the Connects the last couple of weeks. Those were the two that were battling it back and forth. And now that Singularity's back into the mix, of course, they're feeling confident. They just won 2 North American Cups in a row. But to lose a game number 5 versus Team War, who admittedly said that, hey, we're excited that Singularity's back. I'm not going to say that we've been bored over the last couple of weeks, but it's good to have that extra kind of monkey wrench in the system to try to work out the kinks. But on the other side of things, you know, that Train Hard team, they did, like you mentioned, play up against the Plugs. I believe those scores were reported. And that is the mostly, again, that French team with Whalers and those guys that is coming together and making a more international roster this year. And they're just, again, just on the outside looking in once again, as they still cannot crack that top 3 place. But again, it's Team War, Team Singularity. I feel like just storylines alone, this is what you want to see. These guys have been battling up against each other all year long in Europe, and that continues to be the case as we kind of flesh out the rest of this bracket.
Yes, as we wait for the APAC bracket to be thrown up, we know the 2 teams that are already in the finals. So let's already talk about it. Renegades, they've been dominating APAC for just way too long. They've been so consistent. You take a look at the records the past few tournaments, you always see first place, first place, first place. Is there a chance that Mindfreak can unseat the Kings in this region?
When I take a look at that, again, I just look at historically the APAC region. Ordinarily, it's Mindfreak that was that top team. But when they would go against whoever the number 2 team in the APAC region was, 95% of the time, whoever that top dog is going to get that win. So if Renegades has been the new team that the APAC has let rise to the top of the ranks. That would just be my expectation going into the series. It's always been a very consistent region. Whatever you get as that first result, really from the start of the year, 90% of the time that's going to stick throughout the entire year. It's just the way Australia does it.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and kick things off for the first game of the day here in the Challengers Cup number 2. This is going to be the APAC Finals. You're going to have Mindfreak facing off against Renegades. You're going to have the Kings of APAC versus the guys trying to dethrone them. But chances we head into this game, I mean, this is going to be big. This is a big momentum shift. If Renegades for some reason falls against his opposition, I mean, we can see a shakeup in this region. But already on board, we're going to be in Fighter's point of view. And you see him heading towards Nimble right now. But heading into this first hill is all about securing the spawns. You're going to have Renegades in red. They're going to have the good side. And Mindfreak, they're going to be in blue.
And just to like even pull out and step back just for a second, obviously all that I do for the most part is cast like the pro league, but anytime you get to cast some of the amateur like teams, it's always incredibly interesting because obviously 98% of the time there's going to be direct overlap. They're going to be doing the exact same things, but the amateur scene has a little bit more wiggle room just to be creative, just to throw out some like key strats. And this isn't a map that I necessarily think is going to lean towards that, but interesting things already. Number 7 on the mini map, restalling. He's already gotten around and snuck through the back, just trying to lock down the spawns for his team.
And the one thing we're going to have to focus on this map is going to be consistency and pressure. And speaking of pressure, take a look at the mini-map. Number 7, that's going to be restalling. He's trying to flip the spawns, but he's playing extremely passive, not yet aggressive. And with the score at 28-12, Renegades, I mean, they're starting off well, and you see already 2 players are starting to rotate over to P2.
Yeah, Renegades figured out as soon as they got the spawn out, but too little, too late. 4 seconds left on the hill, and when it pops, it is going to be Mindfreak on, I won't even say the perfect rotation, because it's not like they really had to rotate, right? It was restalling, go hide in the back of the map. Eventually we'll end up just getting the spawn, but they'll take what they can get, and now they're just trying to rack up as much time as they possibly can, and maybe more importantly, get Zeppin restalling a kill or 2.
Yeah, and this is looking like a mess already. Renegades, they all run in, and all you see on the minimap are nothing but red skulls. Mindfreak, they're doing so well in the slaying department. Yes, Zeppin restalling. They're having such a slow start right now, but the rest of Mindfreak, you get the SMGs up front to knock them out. You want to make sure you contain them away from the hill. As long as they can do that here in Hardpoint, I mean, they can look pretty good, but Renegades, they're just swarming them.
Yeah, and realistically, all that is just a mistake on the Renegades part, right? They were very slow to recognize when the player got through because he was in the back restalling for what? 10, 15, 20 seconds before the spawn out occurred. And that's one of those things that when you're commuting as players, if you don't see someone on the map, someone on the team has to recognize that we haven't seen restalling in so long. We know he's not in the hill. He's got to be behind us. Let's hunt him down. But the small mistake, obviously costly, 40-point lead for Mindfreak.
And somehow restalling is just a sneaky little beaver. He keeps crossing enemy lines to get that rotation out early, and then also he's trying to get the kill. But unfortunately, he's not able to win his 1Vs. If he's able to do that, this team is going to be extremely dangerous. But still, right now, Renegades, they're sitting just so comfy inside of the hill, they're not getting pressure at all from Mindfreak. Now, Mindfreak and P2, they had complete dominance. They're extremely late on the rotation.
Extremely late on the rotation, but 30 seconds still left on the hill, and they're at least able to make it a little bit messy because, yes, Mindfreak technically have the closed spawns, but it is not easy to get inside this hill. Finally, Zet is able to make his way, and really his job these next 20 seconds, you don't even need to take a gunfight, just stay alive and try to rack up as much time as possible. But either way, Renegades, fantastic job of getting right back in the game.
Yeah, Nimble on top for his team. You see Damage getting knocked out already, and these guys are just swarming nonstop. Gunfight being won by Pred. He's walking around this warehouse. He's trying to see if he can find someone else. And a little bit of patience. Yes, he saw a foot. A little bit of pre-fire came out, unable to connect. But he's going to win the gunfight. Great job by him. And Renegades, they're going to jump out by over 10 points in the lead. But Fred with a 5-kill spree. That's exactly what they needed to move forward.
Good news for Mindfreak. I would say potentially at least. I was going to say they could get a little bit of pressure over towards the hill, but then you look at the feed and Crimson, the guy that whole shift wanted to watch, well, he's in there picking up the double kill, and it looks like Mindfreak, they have nothing going for them. No pressure towards the hill. The smokes might make it a little bit interesting, but Swifty hanging out in a corner, no one for him to even shoot. His teammates have flipped the switch on this hard point so far, and it's just been a back and forth game where Renegades for the past, 50 seconds, all of the time has gone their way.
And it seems like Mindfreak, they're banking on Hill 5. They want to make sure that they have everything set up for just to stop Renegades. Nimble with a nice 1v1 win against Swifty. That's exactly what they needed. But 2 players are currently rotating on the top left side of your minimap. And also, Crimson, he tried to do the same at the bottom. He gets shut down immediately And Mindfreak, they're looking good right now. Even though they are down by a lot of points, I see them setting up extremely early, which is something that Renegades, they're quite frankly not doing.
Well, of course, Renegades, though, this would be an important break. Obviously, they have the cushion of a 50-point lead, but really it's been a struggle of both teams so far. Just inability to break the hill at all. And you see the pressure that Mindfreak has across the map. Zeppa, as aggressive as you could possibly be, he's just going to get free and easy kills. And with 30 seconds left, you had, what, maybe 3 members, if not 4 members of Renegades, just to hunt one guy down. They can't even cross, what, the 10-yard line? Sets is the only guy on his team to get anywhere near the hill, and, well, he doesn't even want the hill. He wants to go for some kills instead, and not agreeing with that decision because he just threw away potentially 20 seconds of time he might have been able to get for his team.
Yeah, I see that. And Renegades, you have to wonder what's going through their mind right now. They had top map control. They're slowly heading towards the bottom. Yes, Zeppa is starting off extremely slow for this Mindfreaks team, but they're top heavy when it comes to fragging. Nimble and the rest of the folks are doing extremely well, but with the hill starting to be reset back to P1, this is going to be all Renegade dominance.
Operation Find Restalling on the map. He's number 7. He was just staring at, I think, what was that, Pred for so long. And Pred ends up getting cleaned up. But I mean, those players are next to each other on the minimap. And still, the second time in a row, Restalling finds a way to get behind him. There is 0 recognition from the Renegades. Of course, though, the good news is you have a little bit more time to break. And yeah, it's still just Restalling by himself. The spawn's actually coming for Renegades right on top of him. And they drop him. So yeah, they might not sniff him out immediately, but the spawns help him out just a little bit.
And being down 50 points, Mindfreak, I mean, most people in this situation, they would sit back and they'll start being desperate, but no, this team, cool, calm, and collected. You see, they made the comeback and now they're in the lead. This team are cool, calm, and collected, and that's what you need under pressure. But just their area of just effect around this hill, they're making sure Renegades are fighting fights way outside of the hill before they move in. The fighter moving in, unable to see anybody just yet, but gonna rotate back into a little bit of safety. And Renegades, they have a lot of work to do. This doesn't look like the Renegades team that I know.
Either way, they are inside the hill for the moment. Quite a bit of time left on the clock. And again, if one theme has been consistent, whoever's been winning the rotation has been locking down the majority of time in the hill. Neither team really having any love, honestly, just breaking the hill at all. Obviously, P1 and P3, the one that's out in the open, it's been a little bit scrappy. But other than that, it has been money hill after money hill. And the Renegades, it looks like so far so good at Mindfreak. They have no one that's able to cross inside.
Yeah, and taking the lead once again. This is a seesaw battle, always going back and forth. But the one thing I want to see from Renegades, great win coming in there from Fighter. Not sure how he survived that one, even though he's going to fall. Okay, everybody on Renegades are able to win these gunfights. Look at their stats. It's just about even across the board. But it's not about getting the kill. It's all about what you do after the kill. And what I want to see from this team in particular, your retakes. They're going to have to be better. We've yet to see that in full effect so far.
I mean, realistically, again, just neither team having any success breaking on a hill, which it just adds to that importance of you need to make sure you win the rotations. If you're not going to have the slaying power or just kind of craftiness to break through, and that was the moment when Restalling the second time around got his team his spawns for a brief moment, did not capitalize, threw it away. Now they're down by 20, but still working on the comeback. Still plenty of time left in this game. Mindfreak gonna fight tooth and nail.
Yeah, and the X factor for this now is just consistency, push, make sure you win these 1Vs. The Beast, playing pretty passive, working his way around, making sure the rotation comes smooth, but he's not seeing anybody come towards the middle part of the map. The smokes are coming out for cover, and there you have it. Beast's patience is finally going to pay off. He's able to pick up just 1 kill for now. He's going to run into more, but unfortunately, he's not going to win that one.
Still though, good time for Renegades. The final 15 seconds on this hill will give them a fairly comfortable lead, and that is going to put a ton of pressure on Mindfreak. This is their win condition. This next hill, they're going to have to hold it just about perfectly. Even if they're going to have to rotate to another hill, that's fine, but they have to do everything they can just to make sure that they keep Renegades out. They have the early rotation, and they actually have a player already on the left side of the minimap who's got a really important cut. That's going to be Nimble. This is your key man. If he can pick up 1 or 2 kills, this might be huge. Just trying to keep him at bay. There's number 1. You see his teammates in the kill feed going crazy. Yes, he gets dropped, but his job is done. He bought his team quite a bit of time, and Mindfreak almost to the point where they've tied the game up.
And it's pretty much a tale of two tales. You have Mindfreak that's solely trying to secure the hill area, but all of Renegades, they want to secure the spawn. They're thinking 2 steps ahead because realistically, if they're able to capture the hill at the beginning and hold it down, that's going to be game. But with it now being tied, things get a little bit more scarier. Mindfreak, they need less than 20 points in order to secure the victory. But now it's getting close. Frag going out by Nimble, unable to connect. Zeppa's going to get the kill on Sets, and it's just war zone. It's chaos inside this entire hill.
This is it, though. This is it. You got to rotate, right? Neither team can win here. Mindfreak, they have nobody towards the next hill, and you already see the setup from Renegades, right? You got Swifty on the bottom side of the minimap. He's got all of mid-map on lock. You have, what, 20 seconds to make this break. Mindfreak, they have one good push. They need to get all the kills right here, and that is the worst possible start. Renegades slaying out.
That's just unfortunate because now Renegades, they have the upper hand, and they can win. Realistically, all it takes is about 5 more seconds. Mindfreak, they're going to have to swarm. They're going to have to win every gunfight from this point on. 249 in. Is that going to be it? Yeah, there you have it. Renegades are going to win map number 1, Hardpoint. And they're going to be up 1-0.
As great as Renegades was, I think the biggest story of that game to me, like the overarching storyline, it was purely just neither team really able to break a hill. And obviously, there are some hills, especially P2, that are incredibly difficult to break, but wasn't enough slaying power from either side, not a lot of crazy strats, no good smokes of finding that wiggle room. So I think, honestly, the biggest moment of the game was probably second set of rotations on the P2. Reselling does get behind enemy lines, and I think he had one teammate maybe that spawned on top of him, but they didn't pick up enough kills or get enough map pressure to actually secure those spawns. And as soon as you lose that, that was basically a free 60 to Renegades, and it's just, what, a 6-point game in the end. Little moments like that go a long way.
And to me, it was a tale of two different philosophies, okay? You have Renegades who just focus solely on slaying into the last hill. But Mindfreak, they were able to get their early rotations, their early cuts. Restalling did a fantastic job at that. But the only problem was Mindfreak, they couldn't win the gunfights. And also Renegades, they went and rotate early. I have no idea why, but heading into Search and Destroy, we're going to see a change of pace come in. It's going to be all about which team can really set the tone. I'm really excited to see that.
And I will say, just to kind of backtrack and talk about something that's a little bit extra, is we are super quick to go into game number 2. I know it's pre-recorded, but that is delightful for me to see. But I realized like halfway through that the observer can't hear me. So some of my normal calls were saying like, hey, this guy in the minimap, he would actually like pop up on camera. So whoever did the observing for APAC, like that dude was killing it. I was like, yo, like Zetz is in this like corner, check him out real quick, camera switch, picks up the kill, switch to the next guy. I was like, this, like it felt like we were doing it live, though. It felt good. That's all I'm saying.
It felt great, but there's two things that I love: gameplay and dragons, and are giving us both really fast. So jumping right into the second map, let's go. Search and Destroy, but on board with Fighter. Throwing out a nade, stun, making sure there's going to be anybody in that vicinity. But you see a large group of red arrows heading south towards B, so it's going to be all about gathering intel. What information can they get before they can get a pick and make a move?
I mean, this is just a heavy mid-stack, right? Restalling in the smoke. He's actually going to drop one of his own. He wants to make this as messy as possible. Actually gets tagged up on the cross, but frankly, now restalling in the perfect spot. He's got a handful of players that are underneath him or in the building across from him, and he's got a perfect line of sight on bomb. He is the man that the Renegades need to sniff out and drop.
Yeah, with the bomb right by B. Surrounded by blue players. Oh, there you go. Fighter's able to pick up a kill on Nimble. Was one of the hottest hands in that last map that we saw in Hardpoint. Taking him out is going to be good for his team, but still, 34 seconds left to go. No need to rush. Take your time, get picks in advance. And Crimson also getting a great pick for his team.
This is just great stuff so far, and then restalling the one man that could have been the thorn in the side of Renegade. Crimson drops him immediately, and Beeson does what he can with the deagle, but gets dropped, and just a great opening round from the Renegades, right? You get that mid-stack, you get complete control, but the issue is, hey, we're all in the middle of the map. This is great. Unfortunately, bombs all the way over there. You get a couple smokes out, you get control of the building that's right next to the site, and as soon as you get that control, as long as you make sure you don't let restalling go crazy, you're in a good spot, and Renegades perfectly executed.
And I'm going to be honest, I expect a really tight game here in Search and Destroy, and the fact that that first round really didn't look that competitive, I wouldn't mind Freak to wake up and be the Mindfreak that I'm used to seeing on a daily basis, okay? This team, they have the firepower to go all out, but they need their guns to warm up. But on board with sets now, the second round, your Simtex is going off, and Nimble playing patient around this door, slowly opening it up, but he's not going to find anybody inside yet, and it's all about, once again, finding intel.
And a cheeky spot from Damage. This is sometimes I love the stuff you see from the amateur players because they get nerdy with it. But either way, nerdy spots or not, Pred just going to get that clean first blood. And that pressure up top, Pred just going to go crazy. He's able to find two in Mindfreak. Now you have mid control, and now you're all stuck.
Yeah, Renegades looking good so far. Pred on the aggression. But going prone, yes, he's going to catch the kill. Damage thought he was one up from him. Going prone, thinking that he wasn't going to expect that. But no, Pred, He's here and ready. 3-1 already in this game. But he's going to fall there, unable to pick up the second kill this round. But great play by him nonetheless.
Now door's gonna get opened and sets with the advantage, but Nimble with the gunny, but still leave that man in a 1 versus 3, and he gets cut down immediately. I will say, you know, obviously it is only a map in 2 rounds of Search and Destroy I've seen, but Nimble so far has been the shining star that I've seen from Mindfreak. I think he dropped 30 some odd kills in the Hardpoint, led the lobby in slang, and well, he's at least watching his teammates die and picking up some of the scraps in the Search and Destroy.
I think it was a 40 bomb because my man has
40,
been.
okay.
Yeah, I think it hit 40 because he was getting loose on Hardpoint. But I really feel like that's going to be Mindfreak's downfall. I mean, this team, yes, they can always win these fights, but they're not right now. Yeah, players that are 3-0 gradually getting better when it comes to the stat line every round. So if Mindfreak, they're able to warm their guns up, this is going to be such a closer fight. Benay's going out in beast. He's trying to find just somebody, peek out and make the wrong play. But they know where he is. The call out has been made, and the first blood is there. Zeppa able to strike first on Pred.
And that is a massive first blood because you actually see the triple stack from Mindfreak on defense over towards the B site. That's where Renegades leaned towards last time. So it was Zeppa by himself over by A, and now he's found 2 picks back to back. He is single-handedly stuffing the Renegades and stopping them from getting to the A site.
And this is such a great rotation coming in from Renegades. They all go toward Bridge. And the slow rotation from Mindfreak. You still see players down at the bottom. And yeah, Mindfreak, they locked down the entire map. They didn't have to all push over to help. And they were able to get the kill. So this is it. Mindfreak, if they're able to get this momentum going, so to say. I mean, I think these APAC boys could really pick it up now. But switching sides, let's see if Mindfreak can just simply catch up. 1 round at a time. When you go down in games like this, Chance, you're going to have short-term memory. Forget about the losses, but learn about them at the same time and try to win 1 round at a time. And, you know, 1 round away from tying things up against Renegades, I would say they're in a really good spot.
Hey, being down 2-1 is no big deal. Anyone that's played Search has been in this spot thousands of times at this point. But Mindfreak, they needed a little bit of love. Restalling gives them exactly that. Semtex coming in for the first blood, and now Crimza. He's going to be the lone man thus far over towards the A site. And Mindfreak, big opportunity to get the bomb down over Day.
Oh, restalling, getting a nice hatch on fire, giving that man a haircut. The Crimza, damage in the sights. The aim is not on. He was shooting like the bad guys in movies. I don't understand, but he's going to drop immediately. Renegades. Sets is going to be able to get the double kill on the round, but Crimza falls as well. But Sets, he knows he's being hunted. Restalling on the other side of this right here. Oh, but it's going to be a 2v1. He's going to get on out of here. This man wants to try to clutch it up, but the rotation was unable to be made, and Mindfreak finally ties it up.
That's the old, what is it, the Stormtrooper effect? The Stormtrooper that just can't hit anything ever, despite the fact that they're supposed to be expert marksmen. One of those old shots, one of the old windmills we got.
I mean, they close their eyes and pray for the best. So, I mean, hopefully next time he's able to land those.
Just got to take the helmet off. But either way, tied up 2-2. And I'm actually fairly interested to see what Renegades are going to pull out of the bag, right? They get a lot of mid-map pressure over on offense the very first round they saw it. They lean towards B, secure the round, win it, no problem. Next time on offense, they send their entire team towards A. Zeppa shuts them down. Now it looks like we got a bit of more of a map spread, and Nimble again, the nades from Mindfreak coming in effect for the first blood.
Yeah, Nimble starting off so hot this round, and this is important because Mindfreak, they've been able to set the tone. They've slowed down Renegades so much so far in Search and Destroy. The fighter, he's going to get the refrag on restalling after his teammate Pred falls, and Swifty, oh no, Swifty, he can make the best flank ever, but no, he's going to get caught out, but turning around, he's going to get the kill on damage, unable to finish that kill. That's going to be big, but what can you do after that? Nimble getting 2 straight kills as well. That's beautiful, Chance.
Beautiful and aggressive, and now fighting. He's got a couple players in front of him, and it does not last very long. A very nice round again for Mindfreak. You were saying it earlier. It's not fun being down 2-1, but at the same time, you're not in a terrible spot. Forget the past, ignore the first map Hardpoint, just bounce back for the Search and Destroy. And well, they pulled off a couple rounds in a row, still just 3, and still a long way to go. Got to make sure to try to not throw away another lead against Renegades.
But it's all about composure right now. We're seeing that from Mindfreak. I mean, Renegades started off hot, winning the last series, winning the first 2 rounds, and now they've fallen flat 3 rounds in a row. And it's all about, okay, establishing your dominance, especially if you're one of the top 2 teams in the region. It's just so important. And not only have that experience going against a team that's as well versed as Renegade, but also beating them to where everybody can see what you're made of. For Zeppa, you know what he's made of. Getting a double kill to start off the game. Beast is going to be right behind him, taking out Fighter. But Fighter, the only one getting a kill for Renegades so far, and you're wondering what's happening to these hot guns now.
What's happened to the hot guns, and also wondering about the spot that Damage played. Again, just an annoying little spot in there, and there's so many corners you have to check, and eventually Damage gets fed a free kill, but a nice and aggressive round from Zeppa. I guess you talked about the guns being hot. He trusted the gun skill. They had a very aggressive strat, and pretty much a standard one as well, right? You get the smokes out in front tunnel, you just jump out, you know you got to take a gunfight from top window, you know a guy's going to be around the bomb site, and Zeppa didn't even need to wait for his teammates. Just went and did it himself. Stormed through, picked up 2 big kills, and just an opening like that effectively secures you the round, rather.
Yep. Beast. Sniper rifle up top. Looking straight down, waiting for somebody to crawl, so unable to get that first pick. But he's going to drop down and gain some traction. Oh, blind firing through the smoke. Little does he know the action's going to come in way fast. Fighter running right in, but that is not the right play. Beast is going to get a drop on him, but Crimson is going to be right behind him, picking up a kill. 1 down each for each team. But what can you do now? The gameplay slowing down just a little bit, even though they are all in the same vicinity.
And just patient plays from Zetz, of course. After the patience, sprint straight into an incredibly difficult gunfight, so he'll make sure he gets himself traded out. But either way, 45 seconds left on the clock, and a true 3 versus 3. Waiting for Crimza to meet up with his teammates before they go for the surge. And obviously Damage up top. Key player, Pred, takes him down immediately.
Yeah, call it a 2v2. Now the odds are tied. Zeppa has been going off lately. Somebody stop him. But going prone. 28 seconds left to go. You heard the sound. But restalling. That's going to be the play. Zeppa's going to be calling the fight, but in a 1v2, he's not going to be able to get the best of him. It's going to be all up to restalling. Can he clutch it out? Still enough time left, but he's going to act swiftly, but getting shot from the top, that's not what he needed. But you know what, Chance? I really like the aggression that we saw from Renegades, but it didn't pay off. Fighter, he ran in immediately through the smoke, and I mean, it was a well-calculated play, but my man was bad at math. He thought he had the kill secured against the sniper, unable to get that. The call was made, and Renegades, hey, that wasn't good. But still, they're starting to pick things up, and Mindfreak still not trying to give it the lead, and that's the lead that they need. Just keep on winning. Do not allow them to come back, and let them know you guys are daddy of APAC.
Daddy of APAC. That's the real goal here. It's not about the money. It's not about the number 1 spot. You just want to be the daddy of APAC. And
I mean, the money is nice, Chance. The money's nice.
It doesn't hurt. I'd rather have the money than to be someone's daddy. But either way, Brett, by the way, first blood and the second, the double kill, making it look easy. You'd have to imagine, and already how the cookie crumbles. You think about being the daddy of APAC and Mindfreak. Not about that life. They're like, all right, Renegades be the parents. We will happily be, I don't know, hopefully the winners for them.
Yep. Well, Bora Crimson, one of the best stat lines on this team so far, currently 7-4. Unable to say the same about Swifty and Sets, but Renegades, doesn't matter what the stat lines say, because as long as you win the round, that's the only stat that matters. Now tying things up against Mindfreak. But still, no team jumping out ahead. The first map was extremely close. I don't care what the score was. What we saw was, it was sloppy, but it was still closer than what the score showed. And right now, it's neck and neck. You really don't know who's going to come out on top unless you read the tweets or the Reddit posts about what happened last night.
I did just actually get word from our stats guy. 7 out of 8 first bloods have been converted into a round win. There's only been 1 time where the first blood wasn't good enough to make the switch, so it goes to show the importance of the first bloods in these situations. Now we got Beeson or Nimble, whoever it's going to be up top, looking to get that first strike.
Yeah, Nimble tossing out some utility, unable to get a hit marker. We know that area is empty just about now, but Swifty trying to go up the stairs, and he's going to get shot right back down. Great job coming in from Mindfreak. The Fighter able to win the 1v1. That's what they needed. Whoa! What just restalling? What if the stairs didn't see Fighter right there? Fighter was able to get the 2K, knocking out Damage and restalling. Great play coming in from him. A little bit fortunate that restalling was running around with his eyes closed. but Fida's hiding in the corner.
A little bit fortunate. What the hell was Restalling doing?
I have no idea.
Like your teammate literally just died. But either way, hey, we got a 2v2. Bomb is down, and it looks like Fida and Crimza have the advantage. It is Zeppa by himself, last alive, and there is not a lot of time on the clock.
All right, Zeppa trying to make a play. A little bit of aggression coming in, and it's working now. Fida is going to get dropped immediately, but the second kill didn't come through on Renegades. They're going to reclaim their lead, now going up 5-4.
And I respect the attempt from Zeppa at the end. Makes a good read, uses the door sounds to get the bait, but Crimza on top of it. But again, just to backtrack, how does Fida get a kill on the steps and a half second later, Restalling just walks straight in front? Like, that must have been some of the worst Call of Duty timing. I don't know if he dropped in from above. I don't know what happened. But either way, if they're watching that back, there's going to be 4 angry Mindfreak players just staring. Well, I guess staring at the monitors now since they're not next to each other, but pretty much not happy.
Helen Keller with an SMG, but hopefully does better this time around. But here was the aggression. Zeppa running through a smoke cloud and able to get noticed right now. But Crimza, he's in a great place to rack up a few kills. Effie's patient, but offering out some pre-fires unable to connect. But Nimble definitely does that. Pred is able to make a nice flank if he advances forward. He's around the entire opposing team. It's going to be all about if he can make this play. He's going to get called out. Shots are fired around his way. Crimson's going to get a drop on Restalling as well. So still, 2 downs from Renegade, 2 down from Mindfreak. Close game so far.
And Pred got dealt with on the flank as well, so this is a fantastic round shaping up for Mindfreak, but still have to make sure you convert, and it looks like they are going to be hyper successful. Complete control of construction. Swifty, the last man alive, does not last for very long. And Veli, you said you expected the S&D to be a close one. It does not get closer than around 11.
I mean, this is what you need, though, man. We've had this saying in Call of Duty for so long, S&D wins championships, S&D wins championships. And in order to really step up when you lose Hardpoint like that, Mindfreak, yeah, they start off cold. They're waking up now. Things are tied up, but I really want to see Mindfreak pull ahead. I personally don't like to see lopsided series. So to have this game really go down to the wire is going to be important for me. And also it's going to be important for Mindfreak and their fans to see how they're going to fare as they still battle it out to try to reach the big leagues.
This is it for Mindfreak. Big moment to try to tie up the series. Obviously being down 2-0 is not a great situation. And Zeppa with the clean and easy first blood on Zetz. He feels the pressure though as Fida is going hunting.
Yeah. But Fida, unable to see another. But if he just goes downstairs and turns right, there's a chance he could pick up yet another kill. But going back up top, he's not going to expect that. Looking towards the A site. You see Zeppa currently prone. But Fida, he has no idea. This can turn out to be really good or extremely bad for him.
Yeah, Fida can feel the pressure. He doesn't want to get caught planting the bomb, but senses that there's no one challenging straight away. Gets the plan off, but still 4v5 that the Renegades are attempting to hold on to. Mindfreak, you got what? 1 player potentially Restalling, going on a bit of a half flank, and everyone just trying to converge on site. Fida with the strike, though, to even up the odds, 4 versus 4.
All right. Quick grenade, going to toss it out and able to connect just now. Fida's going to drop Zeppa, and Swifty's going to join the graveyard after him, and immediately just a flurry of kills are coming through for both sides. It's going to be a 2v3, and Mindfreak on top. 3 players left alive versus 1. Crimson's going to fall, and the objective is going to get defused. Great job on Mindfreak.
And Nimble, the god among men right now. 12 kills, you know, not the craziest we've seen, but a very respectful game that he just had. Zeppa, of course, I think, just a kill behind at 11, but he put up numbers in the hardpoint. I think you said he cracked the old 40 bomb margin.
All right.
And put up 12 and got a couple kills in the final round to even up the odds. Some great things right now, Valley. Some great things.
Yeah, but what's the APAC version of Wheaties? Because my man woke up and ate all of it because he's been going off. First map, 40 bombs. Second map, he's on top. He's doing so well. But ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are tuning in, or even if you're new to Challengers, you have a profile for Mindfreak. So, take a look at the roster. You're going to have decent damage.
I thought it was a video. I was like, we got a video coming out. I look at the screen. I'm like, that is definitely a graphic. And the weaknesses, by the way.
I'm sorry, Chance. Yeah, but take a look at the roster. You guys know, and if you don't, beast in damage. Nimble, Restalling, and Zeppa, they're going to come from the APAC region. But their weaknesses are going to be Renegades. Their strengths above everyone else in the region. And what does that mean when you're just that much better than everyone except one team? How much would that irritate you, Chance?
How much would that, what you said?
Irritate you.
Irritate you? I don't know. I will say the graphic just in general is hysterical. I do appreciate that humor. Even if the humor isn't even attempting to be humorous and it's just deadly accurate. But
yeah,
I don't know. I think it would be more frustrating if there was really only one team that really gave you a run for the money. I haven't seen the other APAC teams, but the story that I'm being sold so far is it is really those two top dogs, and it would definitely be annoying if you're just consistently losing to the top team, because that's the only way you can really get better. You just need more. They need more players, and I think more are starting to come up. I think you said, what was it? Beaston was one of those players, recently turned 18. He came up on the scene. Maybe there's a couple more of those guys waiting in the wings to join these rosters to kind of add a little bit more depth, but it can be just infuriating if you keep losing to the same team over and over again, and then you play somebody else, and then you just beat the crap out of it, and you feel like it's trickier to get better. You have to practice in a different way, because the ordinary style is you lose to a team, you learn from it, you make those improvements. But if it's the only one team that you're taking L's to, it does make your job a lot more difficult. So I don't know if the coaching staff is going to be able to help them out, or if they even have a coaching staff. But that just means the VOD review has to be on point. That means you have to study and learn from all the other teams that are the best in the world, which I'm sure all of these guys do. But it is genuinely a difficult hill to climb when there's only, again, one or two other teams that you really get to have that good quality practice against.
But ultimately, if you want to be great, it doesn't matter how much VOD review you do now. Still, take it to the next level. But as you jump into the next game, Chance, last time I casted Call of Duty, it was when Asim, Celium, and Simp played together for FC Black. And that was their last event in Challengers before they made it to the big leagues. And the point that I'm trying to get to is that when you play in tournaments like this, brackets where you have the best of the best there, have fun and go all out, because you never know who's watching. You never know what's next for you in life.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well, because again, sometimes it's just people come out of nowhere. The shining example of this by a mile is going to be Kleenex, right?
Yeah.
It was the first time really anyone, at least in the NA scene, myself included, had heard of this guy was at Champ. And literally after 3 days of watching him play, we were like, I need to see this guy everywhere. CDL team picks him up, and now this kid moves from, I think, Denmark all the way over to Toronto. So life-changing, potentially. Things can happen like that. So you got to go balls to the wall, Veli. Balls to the wall.
And these Kangaroo boys definitely love Hackney Yard, because once again, we're going to be playing here for Domination. And already, Renegades, they're going to be on top. 10-5 so far. The A and B hills currently captured. But you see most of the action currently happening on the bottom side of your minimap at the neutral hill.
I don't know about you, Veli, but the only thing I'm doing is staring at the minimap, and anytime someone dies, I'm counting to 5. I am double-checking everyone from now on, because I don't know what the hell is going on. No, completely kidding. I will say, though, Renegades, again, the expected team to come out on top of this series, had a very nice start so far here in the Domination. A minute in, you got a 10-point lead on Hackney. That is not too shabby. Of course, though, Mindfreak, you talk about a fairly quick bounce back, control of B. It looks like it's going to go their way, and a fair bit of map pressure as well.
Yeah, and stats, they really tell half the story, because take a look at Swifty. Even though he's 2-3, he's had some very important plays so far. You saw Zepper rotating around the map, trying to get a good flank. But you know what Swifty does? He does exactly what his role requires him to do. He stops the rotation, he gets the kills, wins the 1v1s. And you know what? As long as you go negative, I don't care. Do your job right, and that's all we need. But still, Mindfreak, they're going to have to pick it up and make sure they don't get caught out on those counter rotations and try to make a comeback, because the trip cap is here, and they're still trying to capture their own flag.
This is already a horrible spot right now for Mindfreak to be in. The great news is they found Zet, who's really left as the lone man to guard the A flag. So the Renegades, a bit slow to kind of protect their home flag, and now Restalling is going to throw in a couple body shots to let him know, hey, you should have rotated back quite a bit quicker.
No, he doesn't deserve to do that from what we saw last map. Okay, Restalling, get a few more kills like that, and then we will allow you to slowly start to shoot bodies. But Beast, oh boy. Rough shots right there. Missed out on one, then the second came and shot him from the back. That's not what you want to see, but Restalling still wants to make a play. Running down towards the A hill, able to get one kill running in. He wants to secure this point, but first he's going to put it in neutral. Oh no, but the turnaround, I thought my man, no. Restalling, yes, he was able to get the double kill. It's going to be Fighter first and then Pred. Great start coming in from him.
Great start coming in from him, but of course, Mindfreak, they're going to need a lot more than greatness for at least a couple moments, right? Down by about 24 points. You have Renegades. Doubled up your score already, and really the biggest mistake we've seen in this game, in my opinion, has been from the side of Renegades, right?
Yep.
They should have had more pressure over towards the A flag and really secured the triple cap for even longer. So the worst news about the lobby is the team that's winning should be winning by more. very rough spot for Mindfreak to be in. They are getting obliterated at the moment.
I really don't understand. You look at a mini-map, and you always see blue arrows running above the top side, but they're not really contesting B. They're trying to get both of the home flags, but, you know, it's still Renegades running back with the retakes, winning the 1v1s like we saw just now. That can't happen. The kill feed is all red. Mindfreak, they're not winning a gunfight, and that has to change soon because now the score is getting out of control. They're up by almost double what Mindfreak has currently.
Yeah, the Hardpoint was what, like a 10-point game, something like that, 10 to 15, fairly close, like tooth and nail. This is not shaping up in the same way at all. This is Renegades doing almost everything about as well as you could possibly ask him to do, right? You got the CB cap. As soon as Mindfreak spawns out at C, they are instantaneously all on top of the A flag, and they get the AB set up. Now we got Mindfreak pouring the pressure over towards the B flag, and what do we have? Pred, he's going on the flank. He's got a teammate with him. You take the time, you get the kills, and Renegades, again, just on point. Every single time they're coming off spawn, they know what they need to do.
And there's only one thing that's really stopping Mindfreak. That last push going to B, they had a group of people, I believe it was 3 or 4, but the moment they run in, you see restalling, he sits back, and just immediately that what could have been a team fight, a 3v3, essentially turned into a 1v3 versus everybody on Renegades. Take together, there's power in numbers. I mean, it's all about execution at this point in Mindfreak. They're not doing a great job at it. I love their strategy, I love their setups and rotations, but it's just something just isn't clicking by the time they get to their destination.
And it's a bit of a rough spot as well. It looks like they might be able to go in and get a little bit of a flip for the AB cap that is for Mindfreak, but you can see they didn't have enough kills going their way when pushing for A to really clear out the enemy's base. The Renegades, yes, they lose the A flag, but they get the spawn out at C. They're back on top of that B flag immediately. And again, it is just a ton of situations of anytime Renegade gets dealt a tough hand, they execute exactly as they need to. Mindfreak, they're always like a kill or two behind, and they just need a little bit more production because the idea is mostly there, but right now they're just getting outclassed.
Yeah, being up by over 30 points already. I mean, come on now. Renegades, slow it down. Give Mindfreak a chance to catch their breath or something. We saw a really good S&D. Hardpoint got out of control. But it really seems like Mindfreak, they seem to stumble when it comes to respawn. And yeah, you know what? We saw their guns wake up in S&D. They're not doing too bad right now when it comes to their stat lines. It can be better, of course. But I mean, it's all about just execution, though. Renegades, on the other hand, they're just a ball of fire that just continuously gets bigger after every single round. But already, the first 2 kills are gonna go straight to the APAC Kings Renegades. Make it first 3, Chance.
In Renegades already, it's perfect. You already got a player that's already on the A flag, right? Or at least he's in the enemy base. You got someone neutralizing the B flag, so you get dealt the worst spawn off the rip and off the opening break. You're already at least causing a little bit of chaos. Now, I will say, great job by Damage and Zeppa. They sniffed the guy out on the A flag, and they still have plenty of pressure over towards B, so job well done, despite the good opening break from Renegades.
Yeah, take a look at Pred so far. 16 and 11. Swiftly picking up a kill, picking up 2 kills, shoot a body, but a 3rd comes. He should have saved those shots for the next guy coming in, but still, great job nonetheless from him. A lot of chaos happening towards the B hill right now, but it seems like Renegades, they're going to be the janitors. They're going to clean it up because Mindfreak, yes, the pressure was there, but just not that good coming in from him. But Pred, the SMG, doing exactly what he has to do, able to win a few gunfights, but unfortunately, Mindfreak, they were able to rack up 4 kills in a row to win that out.
And I will say, I really do enjoy watching the Australian guys play. They're never going to shy away from trash talk. They are never going to shy away from shooting bodies. They have all the flavor in the world. Of course, though, it is not fun to be on the receiving end of Swifty, you know, picking up 3-piece, shooting your bodies, and still having a 30-point lead. But I will say, you know, you come down into the second half, you're down by 30, 40 points. Mindfreak has done a pretty good job of stabilizing. Pred, though, has something to say about that.
Yeah, I really wonder what the what the attitude is like between both teams. I wonder if it's just, you know, friendly competition banter, if these teams are really gunning for each other for this top spot, and, you know, there's some kind of bad blood in between the missing out rivalry. But still, 119-87, 2 hills still on the side of Renegades, and it doesn't seem like Mindfreak they're going to catch up at all. We haven't seen any type of breath of life coming in for him. You have Damage jumping out a window and getting shot midair. Pred patrolling that entire middle area, picking up kills. And as an SMG player, it really has been an answer for him so far, him and Swifty.
Not a lot of answers, and of course, Mindfreak, without the answers, they're also running out of time. You got about, what, 2:40 on the clock. You're down by 40. You're at exactly where you were coming into the half, and now it looks like the Renegades have done a really great job of just stabilizing. You got Fred. He's left on the back of the map until his teammate spawns up just to sit there and watch the OE, and as soon as that player comes up on spawn, whoever it is for the Renegades rotates over to B and keeps the foot on the gas. They are just, right now, running Mindfreak over.
Yeah, we see a lot of team pushes coming up from Mindfreak, and it just bugs my mind how they're losing these team fights when they have numbers on their side. But running into B, this is going to be another big chaotic fight, and already Sets is going to lay him down. Make that 4 kills in a row for Renegades right now, and Mindfreak. Listen, you're going to have to go in there guns blazing, damage and able to win that fight as well. It seems like Renegades, they're just essentially outclassing him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the slaying category, right, you got Pred, 26 kills. The next high in the lobby, or next highest in the lobby is 23. That's his teammate. The next highest in the lobby is 20. That's their next teammate. And then finally, someone from Mindfreak makes a guest appearance on the top kills list. It's just one team, again, you can only say it so many different ways. At least on this map, Renegades, they've just been outclassing their opponent.
Yep, Renegades showing their dominance and just so well. Fighter, Crimson, Sets, and Swifty just all on the kill feed. They're not letting loose. They have their foots on their necks at the moment. And you know what? We're going to need to see what Mindfreak has in store. You know, a minute and 14 seconds left. There's really not much you can do but just fight for pride at this point. And restalling, his team needed kills. So what does he do? He team kills his teammate Beast right there. It's all falling down right now. Is this how the cookie crumbles, Chance?
Yeah, I mean, it's been mathematically impossible for, I don't know, a minute and a half or something like that. So you're exactly right. Just keeping the guns warm, fighting for a little bit of pride and some sort of momentum going into the hard point. But obviously the Renegades will be happy and comfortable with their 2-map-to-1 advantage so far. But 40 seconds left, Veli. These are the moments where the casters have to figure out, what the hell do we talk about?
You know what? Let's guessing game, man. I don't know about you, but if I was a betting man, I'll say Renegades wins this match, man.
I'm fairly confident in that.
No, you know what it is? Like, I'm starting to see a consistency within their dominance right now. Renegades, on Search and Destroy, when they were losing, they really slowed it down, which was really unlike them, especially from what we saw in the first map. Once they start to speed things up and fly at Mindfreak, they don't have the gun skill to really slow them down. So, you know what? These last 30, 40 seconds of this match right here, Mindfreak, they should have used this time to just talk strats to head into the next map to see, you know, how can we really stop their dominance, how we stop their aggression. Is it utility play? Is it just line of sight? So what needs to happen? But Renegades, you're going to win Domination 188 to 127, and it wasn't close at all.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. One of the biggest themes of like just what Hackney Dom in general is, the general goal is you want to hold the AB flag, right? But even if you're holding the AB flag, at some point the other team is going to put enough pressure through the B flag to spawn you out over towards C. So the real question is how do you deal with it when that C spawn out happens out for either team? The team that does not have the AB flag, obviously, capturing B is into the first goal, right? You want to try to break through, get the spawns for A, and then try to capture both flags at roughly the same time. Anytime Renegades was in that position, it was a very quick outslay everyone on Mindfreak, get the free clearance, and you cap A in the blink of an eye, and you held B the entire time because that's where you're putting the pressure through to begin with. Anytime Mindfreak was attempting the same thing, the kills just weren't coming through. They're always just, again, 1 or 2 slight kills behind. So the gun skill, might be neck and neck, but that slight bump that way of Renegades, at least for slaying power, was enough to result in what? The 60-point game I think we just saw.
It is all coming down to the up-close SMG play. Every time we watch somebody and just the objective, the hill, the points, whatever it may be, SMG plays coming in non-stop. The ARs were able to slow down Renegades, but you know, when you're up close trying to win these fights, you're gonna have that type of confidence. You can't be scared of Fighter. You can't be scared of Swift and everyone else on this roster. You're gonna have to believe that you're the best. So go in there with your head up high and your guns blazing and try to win those essential fights to help your AR players slow things down when it comes to these rotations. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the next map now coming up soon. I cannot wait for it. Chance, what are you expecting?
Well, I mean, so far what we've seen in the respawn at the very least is Renegades come out for a squeaker of a game. Number one, I will say it was very close, but the domination was a bit of a blowout. But Either way, this is the finals, right? This is pressure on, back against the wall, prize pool, first spot, bragging rights, just the ability to shoot bodies a little bit more. Obviously for Mindfreak, they need the bounce back. They need to figure something out for the respawn. Renegades, they probably don't want to see that game number 5, right? They lost in game number 2, granted a close one, but this is do or die for the boys on Mindfreak.
And this is the start that you wanted from Mindfreak. They collected the first 3 kills on this map, and Beast is going to pick up 1 as well. You see Zeppa waking up. So Mindfreak seem to be looking like new guys right now. Seth's running in with the aggression, and Beast, is he going to be able to pick up the kill? No. He's going to die out, but the refrag is going to be there. And Mindfreak, they start off extremely well. But take a look at the mini-map. 30 seconds left in P1, but heading towards P2, who's going to secure the spawns and secure the dominance when it comes to this next one.
I don't know, and I will say sometimes it's like these guys are almost playing in slow motion, but either way, Mindfreak, fantastic job on hill number 1, right? It's really about you want to mitigate and chip away at as much time that the opponent gets, and they not only do that, they actually get more time than their opponent, and they are well and far in advance of rotating for the next hill. And again, that was the theme of the first Hardpoint we saw, is whoever won that early rotation dominated the hill. We have Mindfreak, a clean look over to P2. They're not quite the first ones there, but they do have those close spawns. They need a good chunk of time.
Right, and P2 is now here. Now, when it comes to P2 control of far right, it's all about maintaining spawns and now allowing flanks. You can heavily contest the first hill by guarding the spawns for the second, which is what they've done extremely well at. But now, Renegades, they're coming back. They were able to tie things up and take the lead. But now, Mindfreak, what are you going to do? The retake is going to have to be swift, and you're going to need a team push. You saw 2 separate 1v1s, and it's going to be Red on Renegades is going to shut that down. And, when everything was going right for them, it just seemed to fall apart. Why? They split up once more when they didn't have to.
And this is not a good look for Mindfreak as well. You got Fida going a little bit crazy in the hill. He's on a 4 spree, and this is a hill where, again, Mindfreak, they were there first by a mile. Renegades say thank you very much, and they just got, 45 seconds on this hill. They took the lead, and then you look at the rotation anew. Again, the Codcaster guy in the past who was observing on point, and you just have Renegades free and clear on that side of the map. They're going to get the first 30 seconds maybe before Mindfreak even can contest, and that's if even Mindfreak can break through. They're still going to be in a bad spot.
And when it comes to setting up for P3, it's pretty much a give and take. Great job by Brad, almost picking up a 3K, but it's pretty much a give and take, Okay, if you're losing out on P2, what do you have to do? Rotate early and get the spawns necessary and cut off rotations in the middle. But still, how are Renegades allowed to hold on to P2, rotate all the way across the map, and still maintain a lead? Currently, 90-35. Mindfreak, we're going to need an answer fast.
And this is going to be interesting as well, because Nimble for Mindfreak goes pretty hard to try to block those spawns and get the kills. But now you have a situation where, yes, you're fighting for those final 30 seconds of scrap time. And yes, that actually is a genuinely good break. But now you have to think about the next rotation, the never-ending game mode. You get those back spawns for Mindfreak, and they literally have to go all the way across the map to get to pool tables. So, yes, you get the final 30 seconds, but you end up giving your team the bad spawn. We have, a 40-point game on our hands now. And this is the type of hill that I just don't think I trust Mindfreak at this point to be able to break through.
Oh, no, not at all. And if you have P4, and especially if you collect the back spawns, you can heavily contest them in the middle, which is exactly what they're doing now. You see those blue skulls in the middle of the map. And it's going to be all about containing them if you're on Renegades. You do not want to allow them to continue swarming that hill if you're able to set up a perimeter outside towards the middle of the map. But now, a bunch of blue arrows working their way up the middle, but still, Sets is going to come out on top against Nimble. 2 straight kills for Renegades, and they don't care how many numbers you throw at them, because either way, Crimson and the rest of the boys, they're going to frag out, and that's all you see on the left side of the screen.
Yeah, it's just, again, completely outslaying their opponent. That is going to be, I think, a perfect hold. I don't know if there was any real contest time that even popped up on Pool Hall, and it's really that, not even the rotation. It was the break on the hill before this, and again, Nimble does a great job of going and blocking those spawns, picking up a couple kills to fight for that 30 seconds of scrap. And that's what the good teams do. The great teams, though, while that's going on, someone else on the team will make you that rotation over to Pool Hall. You execute 2 things at once. And again, Mindfreak, at least in that moment, it was a singular focus. And, well, now they're down by 80 points.
Yeah, I'm going to be quite 80 points. Wow. I mean, I'm going to be quite honest. Renegades, I mean, they're just way too dominant at the moment. And Damage picking up a 2K with a nice turnaround. It's going to be all about Pred right now. When the star SMG player so far in this match, he picks up one kill and he immediately runs out for another. The refrags are there, but not too much when every single player on your roster is picking up kills. But Pred is going to push out towards the middle side of the map. He sees rotations currently coming through, and Mindfreak clumped down at the bottom. They're not trying to contest at all. This is a perimeter that they're trying to set. Now, can they execute it correctly?
And this is really, again, just Renegades being bullies, right? You're asking if they can execute correctly. My full expectation is that just, yes, they can. Like, I'm a full believer right now. Like, Pred, never heard of this guy until today, right? 23 and 14 is just feasting. And then he got Crimza, what? He's got his feet up. He's chilling. He's got 1 minute and 41 seconds in the hills, what it looks like. He's just hanging out as his teammates run a rampage over Mindfreak.
Yeah, and it seems like every single hill is a money hill for Renegades right now. Because these boys are running wild. Crimson shooting out windows. He's doing exactly whatever he wants to do. But Crimson picking up yet another kill, and he's working up a streak right now. It's 2 so far. But looking at the stat line from this team, you're still going to have to give a lot of the credit to the SMG stars, including Pred. But Swifty able to pick up one mid-map, and these two, they're not being stopped at the moment, and that just shows Swifty's confidence. He gets shot, ran into cover, ran back out when he was half health, just to challenge. Those are the type of gunfights he expects to win every single time.
And I will say, though, this is a big moment for Mindfreak as well, right? You just got all that time on P1, and yes, you're down by about 70 points. Is not a great spot, but you had all the time in the world to get that set up and get that rotation over towards New. We saw Renegades, they took full advantage, bullied out Mindfreak, even though Mindfreak had the back spawns, and now it looks like Mindfreak cannot respond in kind. Yes, they have a lot of bodies up and around the hill, but they have nothing in the feed and sets. You can tell, pretty confident, happy to trade out his life to get a couple extra body shots in there.
Yeah, now, Chance, I want to pick your brains a little bit. You cover a lot of professional gameplay, and if you're Mindfreak and you're down by this much, almost 100 points, and Renegade's looking to run away with this. Now, if you're losing a hill, at what point do you start to rotate and set up? I mean, is there such thing as rotating too early just to guarantee that you make that next hill your money hill, just capture all the points possible to make it come back?
It's all situational. I mean, you're down by 110 points. Again, it's about there's good and there's great teams. Great teams accomplish more than one thing. That is what Mindfreak has to do and then some. They have to fight for every bit of scrap time as well as going for the early rotation. So their communication would have to be on point. They would have to win so many gunfights. I mean, again, it's too far and away gone. It's pretty much impossible if the other team is 245 on the board and you got 125. But there's just, on any given hill, there's maybe 3 or 4 things you really have to accomplish to have success. One of those 3 or 4 things is the rotation. The other is watching whatever lane it's going to be. It seemed like Mindfreak is a team that always has the core thing down, but that little bit of extra, at least on St. Petro, it just wasn't there.
Yep, and still, with 3 points left to go, Renegades, they can win off of this hill. One more point, and no, it's going to be heavily contested. Crimson's able to win the 1v1, able to get the 2K, almost the 3K, and that's going to be it. Renegades, they're going to win this hard point, and they're going to tuck Mindfreak to bed, and it's going to be a little good night coming in from there.
Yeah, a little bit of flash, a little bit of style towards the end there from Crimza, but again, I think the expectation, that was what you and Hold Shift were telling me from the get-go of Renegades. They were the #1 team in the APAC region. They proved it right there. And again, yes, the S&D was down to the wire. Yes, that first hard point was down to the wire. But those final 2 hard points, in my mind, sealed the deal, rather. Renegades, right now, just the better team.
Yeah, the one thing I want to say to Mindfreak, keep your heads up because of the fact that you guys are so much better than everyone else out there right now. But all you have to really topple is just one more team. And that one team, yes, they're going to be annoying now, but this isn't a race, it's a marathon. It's all about doing it at your own pace. If you're able to really study the VOD and pick out the weaknesses that you have against Renegades, you guys might come out on top because from what I've seen so far, I'm going to say that this wasn't essentially a blowout. You guys had a lot of chances. Yes, you blew it. Yes, rotations could have been better. Yeah, you could have won a lot more gunfights. But at the end of the day, it didn't happen. Learn from it. We hope to see you guys Challenger Cup #3 to hopefully dethrone the current kings of APAC.
I mean, hey, losing is learning, right? So the good news is if you lose a lot, eventually you'll learn so much you'll be the best team in the game. That's like, we see this in the Pro League, right? The big brain players from like your Optic LA, let's just lose all the time so we learn so much that we'll be beasts by the end of it. Mindfreak, at least in comparison to the Renegades, obviously they're that #2 team in the region, but at some point they're going to really start closing the gap if they haven't already begun to do so.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for the APAC side of things. Taking a look at the overview of the bracket, you can see how Renegades fought their way all the way towards the end to ultimately win 3-1 against Mindfreak. And the standings, obviously, Renegade, they're going to be the champions. Mindfreak coming in second after that, and then LV in third place, picking up $1,000. But listen, if I'm the boys on Renegades, I'm picking up some of that money. I'm investing in my streaming equipment, buying some good food on Grubhub, and just, keep it moving.
And something I'm actually very curious about, and this is probably just maybe a broader conversation you and Holdshift would have to have throughout the day, but I really want to know how good these top AM teams would be in comparison to the teams we have in the Pro League. Because some of these guys on Renegades have danced in the Pro League before, and they've been very clean. And I just wish we had answers. I don't know if you have a great evaluation on the comparison. I don't even know how you could possibly make those, but that's just something I would want to see of the top team from APAC. Same thing for the EU and NA of amateur scenes. I just want to know where they stack up. I'm curious, Felly. I want to know.
No, I'm going to let you know now, okay? So Shift is going to come in, and Shift knows more than everybody else out there. Some of these teams are the real deal, okay?
Yeah.
Now, this Renegades roster, I personally believe they can compete at a professional level. But now, coming up next, we may have teams such as Singularity and the rest of them that can really dominate when it comes to, setting a tone and showing everybody that they can compete with the best of the best.
And that'll be a great thing for me to see, Velly. But either way, I appreciate the cast. I appreciate you having me on, and I enjoy some good Australian Call of Duty.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challengers Cup number 2. You guys know who I am. I'm going to be Veli. Right next to me, we have the man in the amateur scene. You guys know exactly who he is. Shift, tell the beautiful people out there hi.
You're gassing me up too much here, Veli. I mean, the only thing I can say, I tried to channel. We didn't even plan this. We're both rocking the black V-necks coming through. I didn't realize we both got ourselves some quarantine haircuts, although yours took about 3.5 hours longer than mine did. But as we're going to EU, this is where things get really interesting. It's been back and forth, team war, the connects or the plugs, whatever they want to go as from week to week. But now Singularity's back in the mix. But as you see on our bracket here, Veli, a little bit of a surprise, I think. It was a Game 5 versus the Train Hard team that we know as the mostly global squad from France and the UK. But then a Game 5 surprise as Team War was able to inch them out. It was actually a very close series, back and forth all the way through until Team War could take the Arklov Peak Search and destroy it a total of 6-2. But the bigger storyline here, Veli, is we're dropping to the losers finals, where currently not only are the plugs up 2-1, but it wasn't until that Hackney Yard domination that was recently played for Singularity to where they essentially have to set themselves up for a reverse sweep. They only won the Hackney Yard Hardpoint, or pardon me, the Hackney Yard Dom by only 11 points. This has been a tight series.
You're right, but ladies and gentlemen, you saw it right. Team Singularity currently down 1-2 right now, and this isn't something that a lot of people, expected or predicted at all. But jumping right in the hard point, St. Petrograd, let's see if WestR in the spawn really turn things up and knock Singularity out of the bracket.
Now, WestR has been one of those guys that has really kind of turned up and made this team what it is. Of course, Nasty, he's anticipated to be joining the Royal Ravens team, but of course some visa and obviously coronavirus things keeping him from doing that. So this plugs team right now, a lot of strength based on who they currently have on their roster, but Singularity, of course, no strangers to the adversity as they're coming out of a very tight NA region. First time back, though, in Europe, and Bids will open up this first hard point from the unfavored side with a 3 kill to get the hard point in their favor.
Yeah, my man Jar Jar Biz, one of the best names in the game, and also picking up that 3K. He's a guy you want to keep your sights on. Also, Chain, currently 2-1 right now. Both of these players are really big fraggers on this roster. But Siggy, picking up a 3K of his own, and this is just a back-and-forth battle. And even though Singularity, they're getting the best of the plugs currently, still, it's going to be all about rotations heading into the next hill, because we have about 15
28
seconds
is a good amount of time. If you're looking for a barometric test as you're coming from Singularity side of the map, 20+ seconds is great, considering that not only are you looking for hardpoint time, but like you mentioned, you got to cut across the map and make your way to the backside to try to swing these second hardpoint spawns, which are going to be, again, favored bottom right-hand side of your mini-map. Singularity, though, they will spawn right in the middle of blue square. They have numbers. They're setting up for their first initial break, and the plugs, well, it just comes down to can they find the kills as they bunker up on the cafe.
And it doesn't look like you see a lot of respawns coming in from the bottom right side of the map. And Singularity, they're doing a great job so far. But Nasty and Nosen picking things up, but still back and forth seesaw battle. 2K for one team, 2K for another. And right here in this courtyard, Chain tried to go big, unable to do so. That's going to be a big blow. But still, 6-3 is doing well so far. But the SMG play isn't there. Why? The crossfire from the plugs.
And now you take a look, just the last 20 seconds of the hill. Number 1 is WestR. He's already making the stretch to go backside Hazmat. And Maple is sitting here. He's the one responsible for making sure nobody gets through. So you say job not quite done yet. And now he's got to go all the way back to the left-hand side of your minimap, which is where you want those P3 spawns to be. And Maple's got no idea that WestR snuck through. So yes, Singularity, you're going to get the scrap time. You're dealing with a 30-point lead. But Maple's got to hold off not just 1, but 2, maybe even a 3rd, because WestR is still blocking the spawns. And with that, the plugs will spawn technically in.
And Maple is showing out, getting a knife kill, getting a 2K, making a 3K. Nobody can stop her right now, but run through the smoke. Looking like John Wick a little bit, just gunning out of control. This man is picking up such a big streak. Working on his 5th kill in a row. No, he runs outside to look for him, and Maple picking up yet another kill. And finally, somebody stops him, but unfortunately, it was his teammate Insight.
Heroes don't always have to wear capes there, Veli's. Maple goes on a huge tear now, 12-3. We're in the contest, last 20 seconds for potential scrap. And now things go from bad to potentially worse for the plugs as they're going to be spawn trapped behind P3. Plus the fact that they're not actually getting that much time at the moment. They will get gifted the final 15. But look at the middle of the map. All of it being controlled by green arrows. Yep. And as you go from P3 to P4, the plugs are going to have to find a number of rotation-based kills if they want to even have a look at this 4th hardpoint.
Right, noticing the Mad Cat, we're working together to go towards the bottom side of the map, but Mad Cat is going to split away and roll solo. But little does he know, he's going to go through a crossfire that D-Tain is currently looking at. Is he going to make it? No, D-Tain is going to be able to wrap up that kill. So that is going to be a missed opportunity from that flank. But make it to D-Tain doing exactly what he has to do. Amazing cutoffs and insight, picking up, which could have been D-Tain's third. And that just shows that Singularity, their guns are aimed out all over the map.
Singularity, again, this is one of the strategies that we did not see from them earlier on when they were playing in Europe, and they've adapted since North America. They're zoning the map so much better. But that said, the Plugs are able to put themselves in a good position to try to break this hill apart. Final 20 seconds to fight for. Detain says, we don't want to give this up. Let's grow this lead and potentially snowball it. And now Detain, he's found himself too, looking for a third. Will be taken down, but he does get a stun off before he falls. That's going to lead to one more potential push for Singularity to contest the scrap, and now it comes down to the P5 rotation. Another 50-50 gunfight about to break through in the restaurant.
But you know, one thing that we always hear about when it comes to Singularity shift is, okay, Chain, Biz, they're so well. But right now, we see Maple and D-Tain doing really all of the dirty work, and Maple, he's on top, 16-8 right now. What makes Maple so special on the road?
Simply put, the fact that he switched the roles around. It was Insight who was kind of stealing the show, and EU as being the potential best AR, not just in the amateur scene, but potentially a major contender for a CDL spot. But things were not going well in the respawn for Singularity. They felt like their engagements were not high enough. They were not moving around the map fast enough to contest against the North American squads. That was what led to this role swap, now putting Maple on the main AR and Insight as a flex player. And you can see, look at the two KDs back and forth with one another. 30 total kills between the two of them. A very good total. And with that, we're going to come to the conclusion of our first rotation of hills with a relatively significant Singularity lead.
Yeah, you saw IIWII Man on early rotation. He was able to secure the spawns for his team because they want to make sure that they reset things extremely well when it comes to P1. But Nasty, on board his point of view, currently 14-6, not the best stat line if you're going to be an SMG player, but he could definitely pad it right there with a missed opportunity. He was able to get he was unable to get the 2K, but he was still able to pick up one.
This moment right here is massive for the Plugs. They've got the P2 spawns. They're getting a significant amount of time on P1. If you are to start making a comeback happen in the middle of the map, it has to be right now. But here comes Singularity, trying to break from the backside. IIWII Man, a very important role to play, will eventually fall, and now it falls onto Madcat. He's number 5 in the hill, still soaking up a significant amount of time because, simply put, Singularity doesn't know if they want to go for spawns or they want to go for the hill. They're a little bit disjointed. They will get detained in the backside, but again, that's a lot of time given up as the Plugs are not going to give away these final 23 seconds.
Okay, D-Tain, he was set up. He's running back and forth right now. He's unsure if he should contest in the current hill or to set up for the next one. But he wants to secure this back spawn, but heading towards him is going to be Nosen. Oh, that spawn just screwed him big time. That's going to be it for him. And, you know, part of me wishes that he stayed in the same spot to set up for
Simply put, Singularity 5-man wiped at the worst possible moment. You had 15 seconds worth of scrap time. You had one guy trying to fight for spawns. Everybody drops, and now the Plugs are again zoning in front of the second hard point. Singularity is going to stage things up in the blue square for one good hit here early, but if they don't break on this hit, not only are we going to be looking at a tie game here, Valley, the Plugs will have a chance to retake the lead. Big moment in front of Nolson as he's not able to beat the gunfight initially, but the rest of his teammates, again, off the respawn, they're here so quickly, they're going to keep trying to 50-50 this battle, and it's going to get really scrappy these next 15 seconds.
That was such a huge fight. Maple and Cheney both running together, able to pick up 2 kills. And, you know, now that opened things up for Singularity. But still, 24 seconds left in his hard point. Chain is going to run in. Still stunned a little bit. Tossing out a bit of utility on his own. He was unable to pick up that kill. D-Tain is going to pick up that one. But still, 2 kills for the Plugs. And now it is time to work their way around the left side of the map, which is where you see Lin all alone.
Textbook rotation for the Plugs. They get out of the hard point spawns as soon as the 30-second mark passes on P2, so that way they spawn closer to P3. Now you can zone the middle of the map. IIWII Man and Nolson combining for 4.
Nice.
That's going to do a significant job as, again, the third hard point's open. 10 seconds have already passed, and look where Singularity is spawning. They're spawning so far away. So 143, 163 the score, and Singularity, they'll surely see this lead at least come down to a tie if they can't find a way to break on this initial hit.
Yeah, running towards this hard point right now. There's Singularity there in victory formation. All 4 players are running into the hill, and then immediately 3 are going to drop, make that 4. Still, the team fight did not go in their favor. Insight tried his best, picking up 2 kills and cleaning it up with a melee on IIWII Man. Oh, Nosen still going big, getting the 2K, and that's exactly what he needed. but still.
Almost 5 members over 20 kills, Veli.
Yeah.
I mean, this early on, this is insane. Actually, almost everybody in the lobby is almost over 20 kills, but the Plugs will retake the lead. A beautiful spawn trap once again put into place by our team in red. Singularity still not even fully getting the scrap time, and now you've got Lenny, who's actually just going to watch the Riverwalk, forcing this entire rotation to come down Main Street. And, well, it's quarantine hours. Everything's going to be shut down as the Plugs are going to be watching this from one direction. WII Man's AR, it's going to start singing a tune here as Byron Lenny will continue to lock things down in the middle of the map, and the Plugs are right about to eclipse the 200-point mark.
I love this, but take a look at the mini-map on the right side. That green narrow, number 6, is going to be Jar Jar Biz. He's looking to make a nice flank rotation, but the question is, can he be aggressive enough to do so? Because he has to be the playmaker that his team needs. 4 straight kills for Singularity, still down by about 40 points, and Biz is finally going to fall.
Hell of a break, though, from Singularity, mostly on the backhand of Biz, just zoning out the reinforcements from the respawn of the hotel room. 15 seconds. It looks like most of this will likely be conceded from the side of the Plugs, although 2 members will make their way to essentially take some orders at the bar. Lenny will actually find a double, so the scrap time will go the way of the Plugs, but because 2 members hit that hill late, that's going to give an opportunity for Singularity to zone out the map and get themselves established in this 5th hardpoint. Insight's going to have a massive role to play here as he gets the trophy down. He's able to find himself 2 kills initially, but he's got more coming from the back door. Fortunately, though, everybody else in green is here to help support now that they've gotten off their spots.
Oh yeah, pretty unfortunate and unlucky there for Maple. There was a 4-man mission amongst the top side of the map, and Insight is doing his best to hold him back. A little bit of pre-fires, unable to connect, but still, ring around the rosy. He's going to stay safe for now. Reload, make sure his gun is ready for this next fight, and now we're just waiting for the Plugs to make the play that they want to do. The first one was not a success, but the second, they definitely have numbers, and once again, Maple holding it down at a 1v3, still able to stay alive as Insight.
It's decision time, Veli. No one can win on this hill, but how much scrap time do you want to fight for? And do you try to win off this first hard point, or do you try to extend it to go to a second? A lot of decisions have to come into the mix, but Singularity, look at how they're setting up this eventual fortress of an apartment complex. Everybody's sitting in hallways and behind doors looking for an opportunity just to zone off this Plug squad so that way they could just win the game potentially here. And so far, the 50-50 trades will lend to potentially seeing that come to fruition. Keep your eye on number 8 as Insight is floating around the backside of this map as he's trying to find a way into support from the back. No pinch to be dealt with, so he's going to go straight to the hill. Ooh. He'll find one. There's a second one to potentially contest, but Maple, he'll do the better part of a double kill, and now all of a sudden Singularity about to retake the lead late.
All right, it's tied. This is exactly what we needed. Singularity looking in the face of defeat. But until that recent tie, they're able to get control of the hill, but now there's going to swarm. 3 players coming out from the right side of the alley. If they're able to win this, it's going to be big. If they lose this, then they are out of the loser bracket finals. They have to win to continue moving on. But right now, it's still neck and neck for Plugs. I mean, the champions that won the NA side of things during the first Challenger Cup.
It's a 50-50 for P2. Nobody could win off the P1 hardpoint. The Singularity squad has the spawns for the cafe, but look at the kills. The Plugs, they're coming through. Bids finds a massive double right on the front side of the hill. Nasty needs to break through, but it's all green to the kill feed. 247, 248. Can anyone touch in time? No, they cannot. Singularity's hopes still alive as they take 2 maps straight and now lead us to a map number 5.
Shift, this isn't good for my heart, man. Okay, so we have undoubtedly one of the best teams in all of Challenger League amongst all regions in Singularity. I mean, being down 2-1 and really the Plugs was giving it to them in the first part of this hard point. There was a part of me that thought that they were going to be out of it, but fortunately this team, they were able to come back, play together, and now things are tied up. We're going to map 5.
And, you know, there's something to be said. I know a lot of people are going to look at the Singularity squad and say they just went through the gauntlet the last couple of weeks, playing in NA, not having the greatest start, but correcting some of their mistakes and winning 2 back-to-back. They shouldn't have a problem with Europe. It's a totally different ballgame. It's a totally different ballgame. All of these players and these rosters in Europe have stayed consistent over the last handful of weeks. That's different from North America for the first point. The second is the fact that these Singularity guys are no longer daisy-chained. They're playing from across the country, and I know for a fact Chain has been having some connection problems today, and Maple lives in a town of about 5 people by Bids' words. So there are extra issues that come into the mix when you go from staying together so consistently in North America, you're vibing, you're ordering from the same Grubhub spots, so now you're in different parts of the country having to play remotely to one another. The vibes are going to be very different.
And there's one thing is, so if you think that you're legitimately the best, and you lose when you have you can win the series and go to the grand finals. Okay, you lose and go to the losers bracket. That's gonna hit you hard. But then when you're down 2-1 in maps, you're like, how good are we actually? Do we have what it takes to beat this team and make it back to beat Team War? I don't know. I don't know if they know right now, but with a comeback like that, a comeback win like that, it's such a tight game, it's gonna be insane. But map 5, this is how we're gonna know which team is the better one coming out. The winner goes to the finals, and this could be it. Here we go.
Last time these two teams played in map number 2 on Search and Destroy, it was Ramaza, and well, the Plugs dominated 6-0. So again, not only does it need to be a reverse sweep, but you got to correct some of your mistakes on Search early. Nolson will just hide the sniper rifle initially, and Maple says, thanks for playing the patient game. I'll take the long peek and get the first play.
Maple, why are you so good at getting those first blood kills to help out your team? And Fitz is going to be right behind him, taking out WeeMan. Nasty's going to find 2 players in front of him, and yes, 2 easy kills. With the nade in hand, he's going to bring his gun right back out. Explosions all around him, and he's going to hope for a Kobe, and is it going to connect? No, but he is going to get the hit.
He gets the information. That's almost more valuable than the kill in some instances. As the EOD is, of course, a major impact. Nice shots from Nasty right over the top of the windowsill into chain, but keep your eye on number 7. Insight's going to try to make a flank happen through the middle of the map, and this is going to be a desperate play. It's going to lead to a couple isolated 1v1s. He'll see his compadre and Maple fall, and now it's a 1v3 for Insight, and times are looking pretty desperate as there's only 35 seconds left, and surely Nasty will get this bomb down soon.
Oh, Insight able to pick up first of 3. Lynn is going to fall. It's going to be all about this retake. Can he be perfect from this point on? This is a clutchable situation, but both players from the Plugs are playing close together, so the refrag is going to be imminent. But how sneaky and nasty can Insight
The
be?
dead silence, and the smoke was just used as the distraction play. It just comes down to, do you correctly guess the corner? He'll see one up top, but he actually does win the gunfight. I thought for sure Mad Cat had the jump on him, and now a 1v1. Nasty playing from the apartment complex would need to pick up 4 kills in the round to clutch up for his squad, and he'll do just that. Plugs take round number 1.
So close. He looked the wrong way. He walked around into that truck, and unfortunately, he wasn't able to see Nasty. And Nasty was able to jump down with the SMG and pick up the easy kill. He did what was right, and his team was rewarded with the win right there. But also, I'd like to give a shout out to these guys. You saw the London Road Ravens tag. I mean, the banner. So, you know, supporting their own region. You got it.
Yeah, again, you got Nasty, who's on the bench. Mad Cat technically on the bench for that Royal Ravens team, at least at the moment. Of course, in case you haven't really realized, since Nasty was picked up from the Royal Ravens after Team War essentially let his contract go. Well, not voluntarily, it was taken away, let's be candid. He's had a hard time getting kind of in the mix and joining the rest of the Royal Ravens squad in North Carolina. Here, they're actually nearby me in Charlotte at the moment, but getting into this round, Detain has already found himself 2 and a 3rd, just slipping and sliding through these boxes of this shipping area. And with that, that's going to be a free bomb site at A for them to get the bomb planted.
Yeah, it's going to be all up to WeeMan, and it's not looking pretty at all. 1v2, and he's in such a bad spot. We're going to just way down the middle of the map. Exactly. He's going to walk into Detain's line of sight. He sees him a second too late, throwing out some utility, and the stun that's going to be there, and that's going to give him enough time to run away. But still, he wants to challenge. He knows he has to win this 1v1 before it turns into eventually a 2v1, and WeeMan is looking for the clutch.
Timing is going to be everything, and he just goes quickly, tries to kind of catch last player of Singularity off guard, but again, holding a long angle here was Chain, just watching over the top of the destroyed blue car. That's a gunfight that he wins 9 times out of 10. Realistically, more, it's like 99 out of 100 that he wins that gunfight. But we stay 1-1, and again, it's been a lot of aggression through the A site so far, most in the back end of these SMGs, Valley, and if Maple continues to try to pull out the sniper rifle, you wonder if there's a certain point that if he doesn't continue to find at least information, let alone picks, that you try to switch that up to try to meet the play style that the Plugs want to play at.
Right. Wondering if there's going to be an early pick just now, and it's going to be all quad on all fronts. You see a great majority of players from the Plugs rotating towards the middle top side of map. Mad Cat is going to be victim of the first blood, and that's going to be good. D-Tape picking up yet a second Singularity, starting off the game extremely hot, and have a 5v3 lead. That's going to be big.
I can't remember the last time I saw Detain play this confidently in Search and Destroy. He is all over the map. Last round, it was all over the warehouse shipping areas. This time, it's all through the middle apartment complex and the top side of the bar. And, well, it looks like that aggression will finally be his demise as he does get traded away. So we do have a relatively level number situation. Bomb still in hand is what the more important thing is here for Byron Linney, as he's trying to make the rotation to B. And it looks like Maple, again, who is sniping, will be the only player here defensively for Singularity to try to read this.
All right, Nosen trying to practice parkour, but unfortunately you can't jump that high. So my man with the fellowship is going to run across the street. Thank God for the smoke cloud. And by turning around, he's going to get the drop on Maple. Great kill against a great player. But still, time running down. And it's always these 1v3, 1v2 situations that they're trying to clutch, like every single time.
This is going to feel like a 1v3 because you got 10 seconds to play. Just over 5 seconds to get the bomb planted, and Olsen is going to have to read this kill. He will find it, but there's not enough time to plant now, so he's got to find the second pick, and Shane very wisely will just go explore the back of the map, and Singularity will let the clock be their biggest ally in this round number 3 as they go up 2-1.
And little did he know that both of these players were split on both sides, so if he ran in there aggressively and pretty much dominated that win much earlier, he could have got the plan off with enough time to run away and hide and see if he could pick off the retake. But unfortunately, that didn't come by. And I'm going to have to ask you, so the players on the plugs, what is this going to mean to them when they beat a Titan such as Singularity?
If they beat a Titan like Singularity, right? I mean,
if they beat
you're in the situation where you might get reverse swept. You think you're cruising through the first 2 maps, and then you lose the Hackney Dom, and then you have a tight one on Petro, and now you're here down in the Surge. You're going to hope that the experience and veteranship will just, all right, calm down, hit the regain button. Nolson will help that effort by finding first blood on the bids. And now with that, that's the bomb carrier down in the middle of the map. It just comes down to, can the trades come in through Singularity? Insight will say yes for the first. And Maple, again, finding value with the sniper. He's not being contested. This is going to feel like a Century 21 real estate sale with how much free area he's got to play around with.
All right, Chainsaw the legs. Oh, my God, nasty. Why you have to do him like that? Jumping down and with the challenge. He's able to win the fight. Chain gets dominated. And we're going to stay on this point of view so you can really think about what he did wrong there. But Insight picking up a kill, a wee man right behind him. So a nice a trade coming out between both teams. And the plugs are going to be ahead with just one extra player left alive.
The bad news here for Maple is not only is the clock draining, but his dead silence has completely expired. So he's going to be making a lot of noise. And the only play available is just hope you can get the bomb planted and find yourself in a post-plant setup where you can find 2 individual 1v1s. The first one will be right around the corner, and Weeman takes the drop shot for the easy kill. And with that, now it's going to be again leveled up, 2 rounds apiece.
Weeman looking like a big man right now, making big plays. Currently 5-3. You love to see it, but under 25 seconds left to go. They're just waiting. They're gonna get this defuse and yeah, they're waiting for, I'm guessing, extra trophies or whatnot.
Dead silence charges, things like that,
There we go.
But you gotta...
So that's gonna be a win for them.
You gotta remember, you mentioned Weeman stepping up into the big man. You gotta remember that Nolson and Weeman together played in champs last year on units and finished top 6. That was something that I think caught a lot of people off guard. You might call it a blessed bracket if you so want to, but simply put, Nolson and Weeman coming into the CDL late in the midway part of the season and then finishing top 6 at the end of the year. Again, that is just so much confidence you feel going from Black Ops 4 to Modern Warfare, and now that they find themselves in the mix with Nasty and Mad Cat from, of course, the Royal Ravens sub-roster at the moment, and then Lenny, who had a very special champs performance as well as he ended up top 12 at champs. This roster's got a lot of potential, I think, to really explode. And like you mentioned, the confidence that could come through of taking down Singularity after having back-to-back wins in North America would be astronomical for this Plugs team.
You're right. You know, we don't want to take any type of credit away from this team. You know, blessed bracket, whatever you may have it, these guys deserve every type of success that they get as they work their way up to the big leagues from challengers, and that's exactly what we're here for.
Yeah.
But the objective currently went down. 38 seconds left to go, and Chain's going to get a headshot on Lin. Great start, and a retake is going to have to happen now. Insight picked up a kill as well. It's looking really good for Singularity, but Nasty, he's going to jump in the mix. Weeman getting a kill as well, but Singularity, they just cannot be stopped.
Olsen would have to have a special moment here in this technical 1v3. Now down to a 1v2, nearly gets the gunfight win versus Chain. But all of that was successfully done from the defensive Singularity on the backhand of a long flank that developed through the Riverwalk all the way past the blue square and then from behind, essentially bottling up this plug squad in the A site specifically. And, you know, you saw Nasty for a second. He took a challenge right outside what people are seemingly calling the useless building, that little small room on the backside of the shipping area. That's the right play. He just has to win a second gunfight, and unfortunately you've got 2 Singularity members looking at you. That's going to be, again, not likely a situation you come on top of. So now 3-2, Singularity back on top.
Okay. You know what? I'm always one to root for the underdog shift. But right now, my boys on Bugs are going to have to pick it up because Singularity, they're looking way too strong now. It's like the moment they get the momentum off of picking up 2 kills, they never hold back. It's like they constantly choke you out and just take your breath away by just flying at you. They know they have the numbers. They know they have the confidence. And, speaking about that, Chain, he's going to get the first blood on Nasty. So that's exactly what you need.
Now we're staying on board with Bids. He plays a really tough role for Singularity. Being an objective SMG on search is no easy feat. But when you've got ARs like Maple and Insight doing a lot of the opening work for you, it's going to be down to this potential pitches. WeeMan, he's not just going to find one, he'll find two. Nearly had a chance for a third, and that would have not just kept the numbers even, but it would have opened up big gaps in Singularity. Fortunately, they're able to correct some of those holes and find a way to bounce back and keep a 3-2 numbers advantage. But the Plugs are still putting out a lot of pressure. You see Mad Cat has slipped through the billiards room, and this is going to result into a potential flank on the backside of this bomb hit over to A, and he's going to read this properly.
If Mad Cat plays as well, Shift, this is going to be big. Checking this right before he heads left. There's going to be two players in front of him, Inside and Chain. Extremely unaware of what's about to happen with both players in his sight. No, he missed Chain, but still running around the truck. Mad Cat still, he can redeem it. No, he saw him. He saw Chain prone on the ground, was unable to see him and get the kill, and that was such a botched play coming up from him. He could have clutched it. He could have clutched it.
That's a moment that you're going to have to remember, all of you at home, not only because the Mad Cat C2 was essentially what you would think to be easy kills go, but he's not having a good search right now. And no kills yet to Toad, and you thought he was going to have the opening two. Lenny did his job. He won his 1v1 over towards the opposite bomb site, and oh boy, that's a tough one right there. And now we go 4-2. I mean, the difference between a 3-3 and a 4-2, yeah, okay, Shift, nice John Madden commentary. Of course, the difference is even versus 2 rounds. But as we're going later into this map, and as Singularity continues to look as good as they have on defense, that provides an extra obstacle for the Plugs to hurdle.
All right. On the right side in red, the Plugs moving in towards the top side of the map. It looks like they're going to go towards B. We're trying to gather some intel. It hasn't been first blood just yet, as you see. Singularity sending the majority of their members down to the bottom of the map, and they're unable to see anybody just yet, with Nosen creeping slowly towards A.
Really got to find a way to get this offense going if you're the Plugs. They have not found a lot of success through the middle over towards B at all yet on their attacking approaches. Nasty going to have a little bit of fun with doors here, but not able to really bait out any shots, which is really what he was looking for. And now Nolson is actually going to bring the boomstick to the map as he takes down his counterpart into Maple. That's something that we haven't seen at all from the Plugs, and now maybe Singularity will kind of put themselves in the back foot a touch, knowing that there's a sniper rifle in play. Insight will fortunately track down WeeMan before he hits the low ground, so we will stay 4v4 for a time, but Bids and Chain clean up 2 more. And now all of a sudden, not only is the bomb down, but the only player left alive is Nasty, and he's completely up a creek without a paddle on the opposite side. He will find 1 kill plus the bomb to work with, but this would be an incredible 1v4 with 20 seconds to play.
Yeah, Nasty found himself behind enemy lines, but unfortunately he was the last one alive on his team. His Singularity, they're now going to be up 5-2 against Plugs, and now Plugs in a position to close out the series and work their way to the finals. They're looking at throwing it all away against Singularity.
In reverse sweep fashion. I know we missed the first handful of maps from this one, but again, at least the respawns were very tight, and the first search and destroy was not the case at all, as the Plugs rolled through Ramaza with a 6-0 victory in tow. But things looking very different. You can call it shoe on the other foot, tables have turned, whatever it happens to be. And Maple says, you want to try to snipe up against me? I'm equal to the task, as he finds the first once again.
Oh, and another snipe coming in from Nasty, dropping to Tane like a bad habit. Insight's going to fall as well. Great shot coming in from Nosen, but Jar Jar Bids gonna have an answer back along with his buddy Chain, and now things are starting to slow down. 2v3 already with just about a minute left in the game, and Chain is on fire at the moment. 11-3, Shift. 11-3.
Insane total. WeeMan will find the exit after the post plant was coming through. This is a 1v3 situation for everything. Chain laying prone. Singularity take the map 6-2. They complete the reverse sweep. And well, someone can call up Mad Cat and say that his casting call for the next James Bond movie is through, as he finishes 0-7.
0-7. Hey, I'm gonna be honest, Shiv. I feel bad. I feel like we somehow inadvertently cast or cursed it, the Plugs. I mean, being up 2-1 against Singularity, I know they were, you know, happy. They're like, okay, we're gonna knock these guys out and work our way towards the finals and hopefully win that big prize pool. We come on, we start casting these guys. It just wasn't competitive, man. What happened? What went wrong?
I mean, simply put, when you've got a sniper that can find so much value on a map like St. Petro, you will have an upper hand 9 times out of 10, especially if you're not being countered at all. and you're still allowing Maple to find lines of sight on you, whether it's through a cross or just holding down a long angle through the middle of the map, doesn't make a difference where it is. The fact of the matter is the sniper rifle still exists, and you have to pay respect to that. And it wasn't until too late in the map that we saw Nolson bring out his sniper rifle of his own. He was able to find 2 picks. Flat out. That's not bad. I mean, you're bringing it to the mix, you're bringing it to the table, but simply put, it was just a little bit too late, and it just felt like the adaptation came a little bit too post-haste as, again, Singularity just kept the pacing and tempo in lock, mostly on the back end of Maple sniper rifle.
And outside of the botch plays coming in from the plugs, I mean, we saw everything go well on the side of Singularity, and let's see how they made it all the way to the end. Let's take a look at the European winners bracket. Team War, I mean, they were amazing on their way to the finals. They were able to knock out Singularity 3-2. Tightly contested game me and Shift had. We were fortunate enough to watch it before we started the stream, but now they're going to face off against them again. Now, Singularity against War, this is the battle of the Titans, you know, arguably the 2 best teams in Europe right now. If you had to make a prediction, Shift.
Oh, no way.
Who's coming out on top, baby?
You cannot do this to me, Veli. I'm just going to go and just give you the history so you at home can make your own informed decisions. At Minnesota, the first time these 2 teams met, it was a loss from Team War to Singularity right in the middle of the winners bracket as they were getting to the championship series. At London, they somehow avoided each other, but then at Paris, they met up once again in the grand finals where Team War were able to beat the Singularity 3-2 in the first best of 5, 3-0 in the second. So, I mean, let's be honest. This is a back-and-forth battle. You could go through and just put as many chips as you want on the table for either team, and I would think that that's a smart choice.
Thank you so much, Chip. Ladies and gentlemen, stick tight because coming up next, after this short break, we're going to have the European Finals Team War against Singularity, and we'll see you guys soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Challengers Cup number 2. I'm going to be Veli, right next to my man, Ship. That was a great cast that you did so far, Ship. I really love working with you, but we have a treat. Now, I know I said before the break we're going to jump right into the EU Finals, but while we get that set up, we're going to see what's happening on the NA side of things. And Ship, can you tell us about the bracket and everything that's been happening so far?
Simply put, first of all, it was not my cast. It was our cast that we just absolutely handled, my man. Let's be honest. Okay. And now as you take a look at our North American bracket, again, you know, one of those two teams you talked about, Triumph and Carnage, two teams that have been sticking together and putting in the man hours and the work to try to get through. But let's be honest, the Galaxy has spoken, Destiny is coming through. It's WestR 2.0, Parasite's former team, post-drama, going up against the most real-hitting team name that you could possibly have. It is what it is. This was destined to happen in one way or another. I'm just so glad that we did it in the winners finals.
Listen, I'm just letting you know now, I've been waiting for this thing to happen for a long time. So, just some context. Parasite was on WestR, and they were arguably a top 2 team in NA.
Absolutely.
Parasite ran into some drama. He's on the new team, and both of these guys are battling it out to see who goes to the finals. And talking about Parasite, I've been following Call of Duty for such a long time. I remember seeing Parasite on Frico Impact. Can you tell us more about him?
I mean, simply put, this guy has been forced to do it all this year, and he's done just that. Simply put, as you take a look at this, it is what it is team. This is a squad that has been mostly recently formed. Willet, Stamina, they've been playing together since the 6th Gear team that was kind of running through the initial online brackets, but this is a brand new squad for all intents and purposes. Parasite himself admitted they've only had 4 true days of practice. Granted, those days were 12 plus hours long, so they've been putting in the man hour. But when you take a look at what's going to be happening with this WestR squad, this is a 1-for-1 trade essentially. Jintroid takes Parasite's spot, Parasite takes Jintroid's spot. Both teams have players that played together on 6th Gear, so for a lot of reasons, this is literally the collision course of everything North America. Former 6th Gear squads playing up against each other. Parasite playing versus his own team. There are scores to settle, I would say, on more personal level with some of these guys. So this is going to be more than just a game. It's going to feel like the miracle game of 1980 between the USSR and the United States of America in hockey. This is more than just a Call of Duty game for some of these guys coming through.
And there's so much bragging rights behind this, right? Okay. So actually, the day after Parasite was removed from this team, left the team, whatever you want to call it, and he was on his new team. And the game is coming up now, but just a little insight. They scrim, and I watched this scrim, and I'm gonna tell you now, WestR slapped him up. They destroyed him. It wasn't close, Ship. But you know what? Day after day, I saw some progression coming in from Parasite's new team, and you see his calm, collective nature, you know, helping his teammates out, putting in his, you know, professional input when it comes to how to play the games, taking your time and setting the tone. And they look better now than they did the first time, you know, we saw these two teams play each other. So, listen, all the cookies are on the table, 0-0. Let's see how it's going to be. WestR against It Is What It Is.
And for their team in blue, it is what it is. They will be spawning on the unpreferred side, so the task is not just to make sure you're not giving up a lot of time here in the center platform, but you also have to work through for those P2 spawns, which will be on the right side of your minimap. Charles, again, he's one of those guys that had a great finish to Black Ops 4, and he's been having a good year so far in Modern Warfare. He's going to be playing a very important role, locking down the cargo containers, and once his team finds enough kills, he'll be the first person to try to stretch this over towards that back munitions depot.
Ryan kills coming out left and right, but this first hill right, great kill right there. Okay, working on the 2K. I see you, young man. It's extremely hard to defend this first site, only for the fact that it's so exposed, and you can be shot from a lot of different areas. Now, the biggest part of map control right now that you can get ready for is setting up for P2. And already, take a look at your mini-map. The spawns are already set for WestR, and they're trying to secure this right side of the map. But it's going to be all about if it is what it is, if they can break this and maintain dominance so far.
Here's a stat, or at least a trait that cannot be quantified, that you're going to essentially feel if you really pay attention to the chemistry. It's the trust factor. WestR has been working together so well, even when Parasite was in that roster, and they're trusting Spoof to do things like that. Just hit the pinch, make these rogue plays, and come away with 2-3 kills. So now he's 6-3. He's going to be pinching things up from the flank. He'll take down 2 more. Now 8-4, and Spoof does an incredible job zoning out the hill and making sure that WestR can find a free 20 seconds worth of time here on P2.
But look at at Awakening. My man Awakening, he woke up and he's letting loose right now. My man is getting kills left and right, and currently, I mean, he's on top for his team, 10-4. Now, you take a look at what it is. Stat-wise, they're not doing so well, but Gen Troy able to get a pick from up top, and it's going to be players all around. It's going to be all about if he could be the playmaker that his team needs, and he was unable to win that up.
Now we take a look at this potential last hit, and it's going to be just abbreviated. WestR just wants to keep the pressure on P2 to delay the time that it is what it is. Could rotate to our third hard point, which will be top left-hand side in the mine entrance. Zaptius will be trusted to watch this coal side essentially by himself, but you also see two members on your minimap watching the middle of the map. This is a focal rotation point, not just from 2 to 3, but eventually from 3 to 4. Glow Frosty, main AR for WestR, trying to lock things down, does not find the shots. You mentioned the Space Trooper aim came into play a little bit there, as it looks like it is what it is. We'll find their initial break into P3.
Right here in P3 right now, it is what it is. They regain dominance, and now the game is tied. Glow Frosty and the rest of WestR, can they get this break? They have the numbers, but this team push is going to be vital. But all in front of Willet, they're going to have to get this kill and more. There's going to be only 2 protecting this hill, and fortunately, they're able to rack up a ton of kills, but still, it is what it is. They're winning these gunfights. It's going to be up to Spoof. He's able to win these fights over near these mine cars, but still regaining his health. A little bit of time. His teammate runs in front of him, but they don't see the guy in the back of the cart. And yeah, Spoof was able to pick up that kill, and his teammate's going to be alive as well. But 5 seconds left in the hill. They're going to have to rotate and continue on.
Textbook rotation from the coal side spawns over to P4, though, for it is what it is. They're able to zone the middle of the map, get themselves in a position to influence the wood side. You're taking a look at that player moving through the woods right now. That's Stamino. He's one of those guys that will do whatever he has to make sure his team is coming up on top of the rotation. He does the job relatively well, but unfortunately, again, it's the SMG power of WestR coming into play. Spoof finds 4 kills, and that'll open up the back door and essentially let the floodgates come through for WestR to get right into P4 immediately.
Yeah, and this is such a close game. And speaking about P4, this hill that has so many consistent spawns, they're pretty predictable. Now, Cole Control has line of sight behind the green, which can help you control the map, and you're definitely gonna have to pay attention to Cole ultimately, but still, the spawns are being set in WestR with the rack of kills. They're trying to make this comeback happen, and Parasite is gonna be in a lot of trouble right now. You see all those X-rays so far coming up in front right now. Parasite gets bodied, and yeah, he's not gonna be able to hold it down.
Spoof is having the game of his life right now. I don't remember the last time I saw Spoof put on a performance like this. He's absolutely doing whatever he wants on the map thus far, as he's sitting already at 20 kills. We're not even to P5 yet. We're not even through the first rotation of hills. If this game stays close, not only is he looking to break 40, but he could reach the 50 mark if this stays true.
Here in P5, all in WestR's control. Spoof is running wild, 21 so far. He was shut down momentarily, but Gen Troy, the latest pickup for this team. Nice little wall bang coming in, and also he turns around and gets another kill, but can he get yet another? No, that's not going to be it. His stamina was going to be the one to shut him down, but still, WestR, their chemistry isn't all the way up to par just yet due to this recent team change, but so far, the chemistry throughout the majority of these members, I mean, it looks well. They're playing extremely well.
And now Big Wake is going to be the second player in the lobby to hit 20 on the kill mark. It's just so much slate potential coming out from this team as we look at 109 to what'll be about 95. So it's still an even game, but now we turn our attention on the minimap to what's happening on what I call just past the 50-yard line. On the right-hand side of the map, you're looking to fight for these P2 spawns. Yeah, the center platform is going to be our next hard point, but what's most important is setting yourself up for that big money hill in the munitions depot. And it looks like so far WestR has won those rotation engagements, giving themselves a slight upper hand as we will eventually get to this next big P2.
Yeah, and Parasite struggling so far, 12 and 21. He's not able to catch heat just yet, but that could also be due to the fact that WestR, they know his playstyle. They know how this man runs around the map with his SMG, and if he's not able to pick it up, I mean, it is what it is, even though this is a close game. Can you imagine if Parasite was at least 16 and 16? The score was looking drastically different, but Glow Frosty is putting on a clinic right now, getting a 2K, and yep, that was a nice one from Zappius. He's able to shut another player down.
I'll be honest, someone did their Hail Marys this morning, because the fact of the matter is, you've got 2 members that are stretching to 30 kills this soon. It's only a 15-point game. Color me surprised on this. It is what it is. They're actually staying even in hardpoint time. So you talk about turning kills into efficient moments of the map. Maybe WestR's is not doing it as well as you think they would based on the KDs alone. So now we take a look at this big second hill. This is where things could be blown out of the water. If WestR can continue to slay like they have throughout this entire map, this could turn into the majority 40, if not a full 60. And so far, that's a 5-man, 6-man kill straight spree for WestR as they lock off the first push from It Is What It Is.
Yeah, you gotta love what WestR's currently doing. Now, once you have control of P2, just be aware of defending rails, controlling bathrooms, the AR. You're gonna have to sit back and really watch out from outside of warehouse as the SMGs really put in the majority of the work. But now, the time is clicking down from P2, and P3 is going to be all about the setup. You see the rotations. All you have is Appius rotating around, and he's going to be in a pickle. Oh, yeah, he's going to get shut down immediately. So it is what it is. They're going to have control moving forward.
Now, you have to respond here if It Is What It Is. You cannot allow an early break from WestR. You need to control the middle of the map. Even better if you can stop them from getting around the back. Awakening, able to do just that, though, as we call it into the universe, so it exists. And now it's going to open up an opportunity and an avenue for WestR to hit the gas pedal to move through what is the A Dom side up this little cargo truck. Awakening, another big kill right in front of his face. He's got the HP to try to contest this. There's also a pinch being set up. A beautiful textbook break from WestR. It's going to be It Is What It Is, trying to fight desperately from behind in boxes. And, well, look at the position that Zap is in. He will not let anybody pass for free.
Yeah, Zap is putting out laser beams right now, destroying players one by one. And, going for yet another. But Stamino is going to have his head on lock. But Gentroid pulls out a pistol, and he's still able to get the clock on him. Oh, McGlow Frosty with the team kill. That's not what you need in a game like this. But look at the lead, man. They're up by just about 80 points, and it is what it is. They don't have an answer. But, you know, Parasite going double negative. You have other players, I don't know. Like, you see two players drastically falling behind on this roster. You can only imagine if these SMG players really picked it up, what the score would actually be.
This is such a heads-up play from Spoof. Again, he's just here to lock off to make sure nobody rotates early to P4. And if he finds the strings of kills, great. Not only do you get the kills and stop the rotation, but likely you can push to potentially flip the spawns around to get you closer to that P5 warehouse. The hill will stay 50-50 for now. It is what it is. They're going to be feeling the pressure, though, as they're going to desperately have to get some significant time here on the cargo containers. And, well, again, look at the kill feed. Red, red, red all the way through as WestR, not only are they taking a significant lead, but just take a look at the kill values. So many members just absolutely outslaying Spoof, right on track to break 40 kills.
36 and 24, 35 and 20. Awakening and Spoof, they're getting loose right now. There's nothing that It Is What It Is can do to stop them. And if you want to make this comeback happen, you got to bring the gunplay. You're going to have to really start to outwit them and outgun them because, hey, they're looking unstoppable. But Gentroid gets hit with a bit of utility, still challenges, still wins, and that's exactly why WestR is on top by, okay, I was going to say just about 100 points up. But it looks like it is what it is. They still have a fighting chance, and it's not really over to the fat lady side.
But they're getting contested everywhere. They have not had a solid moment in this second rotation of hills where they have looked like they're set up, they're controlled, they can execute off of where they're positioned. It's been a lot of desperate plays and getting hit in positions that you don't normally think that you would be. So maybe some lack of discipline or communication when it comes to picking up things like the pinch. But will it? He's a special player in his own right. He'll find a couple of kills in tandem with Stamino, who's still on 3 straight, holding this very cheeky angle on top of the doorway. And again, if you can find a full 60 here for It Is What It Is, you will be in a position to make this at least somewhat of a tight game. Okay, bud. 3K able to put this one in effect. And now with 10 seconds left, we'll be coming to a conclusion of our second rotation of hills, looking at a 236 to right around 180.
Stamino, someone give Daddy his juice. He went loose on that 3K, and that was just great timing, great patience, and just great map awareness. But WestR, it started to look like just aim training right now. It seems like they're breezing by in this match. 9 points away from shutting down this hardpoint map, and it is what it is. Still fighting back. They can make this comeback happen slowly but surely, and racking up the last 3 kills as they're on pace to do that. But bat nades coming in from It Is What It Is, and that's not really how you do it.
And again, this is such a difficult spot for It Is What It Is. Not only do you have to hold off on a very contested first hardpoint, but you also have to fight for the P2 spawns. And if you can't tell by the connotation in my voice, it's not going to be probable that either, let alone both of those things will happen. 247 to 186, a clean kill feed coming through for WestR. All they have to do is just get the last pick up, and, well, I say that, and you think that it should be no problem with numbers, but Stamina makes things at least a little bit interesting at the end. But surely we'll see 250, if not here, definitely on the first second of P2, as once again, you take a look at your mini-map, WestR already in the munitions depot.
And but Awakening picking up yet another 2K, and this man is stat padding right now, 45 kills, and WestR, they collected that last point, and they're going to be victorious here in Hardpoint. But Shift, that was extremely hard to watch. And the best way to describe it, in my opinion, is that it was simply a domino effect. When your SMG players aren't able to rack up kills, they're going 20 and 38, 20 and 39. What are AR players supposed to do? They're supposed to be your backline. They're supposed to be able to set the tone for you as you run in and clean up the easy kills. But if your SMG players such as Parasite are really struggling, what do you need to change up with your game plan?
It's one of those things that there's not something definitively that you could sit here and say, just do this forehead, you'll win. It's just so difficult when Parasite and Glowfrosty, they really did build a nice synergy together, watching them play either as double ARs on some maps or as kind of an SMG AR duo. That's a totally different vibe now that you're looking at Zyro holding the main AR. Again, a new addition to this team, by the way. They didn't play together last week. That's a difficult energy to kind of rebuild so quickly. With only 4 days of practice, it's difficult. And that's why you see things like the pinch not being covered all the time, and Spoof is able to do Spoof things. You say you want to play a game of dominoes. Well, he's like that angry 5th grader that's like, I want to play 2 and you're not letting me. So he just wipes the board clear and says, this is my game now. This is my table now. So those are the moments that really become difficult to respond to so quickly. But if you're looking at this from the perspective of Parasite and company, you just take a breath. You just kind of say, okay, here were the big gaps. Let's fix that the next time through for the respawn. But let's control ourselves, jump into the search and destroy, and play like we know we can.
Well, at this point, it is what it is for that team. You just have to call it for it is what it is. I mean, no one expects you to really beat this team, but the fact that you had such a close game against one of the best teams in all of NA Challengers, I mean, still, that says a lot for you. You guys have to work out that chemistry and move on forward. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at what's to come as we get ready for map number 2, the schedule Shift. How excited are you to see this right now?
Oh, I mean, if you are an avid fan of Call of Duty, just wipe your schedule clean and through July. You've got Call of Duty happening every single weekend through the spring and summer. Oh man, I feel like a kid in a candy shop. And of course, we're sitting here in May the 2nd with our second Challengers Cup. But like you see, during our CDL Pro weekends, the Challengers scene can participate in their home series for each of the regions. And if you're someone who's out there saying, these guys don't look so good, I could definitely beat them, put your money where your mouth is. You can sign up for open entries. I want to see you on this main stage. Challengers Cup number 3 will be happening in a couple of weeks on May the 16th and the 17th, as we have Florida in between, and the May 9th and the 10th. It's an exciting time to be a competitive amateur Call of Duty player right now. Simply put, there's going to be a lot of eyes on this scene, and more importantly, I think for some of these guys, there's a lot of money exchanging hands between now and the end of July.
Well, let's call it what it is, okay? Let's put the cheese on the cracker, man. Everybody out there wants to be a professional gamer, and how do you do it? Step 1, enter these tournaments, be the best you can be, even if you don't win it all. Okay, let's say you lose round 1, round 2. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Think bigger picture. Watch the VODs, get better. Watch the pros, especially during CDL, and just get better. Try to work your way to the top, because let's be honest, Celium, Stamp, and the rest of these guys, they all came from right here in Challengers. But ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for the next map, we'll see you guys shortly after this break. What's going on? And welcome back to all you beautiful people watching out there on YouTube. I'm Veli and I'm here with my man Shift, who's been doing a phenomenal job so far. But what we've just seen, if you guys missed it, we saw Parasite go against WestR, and it was such a fun game to watch. Yeah, it was a little lopsided, but still, it's drama we wanted and we loved. But let's jump into the bracket, man. The NA bracket has been crazy so far. You have top teams just about everywhere. But who made it towards the end? I don't know. Shift, what's your expectation so far in this bracket?
It's hard to pin an expectation on anybody right now in North America. Singularity would have been your favorites initially, but now that they're gone, it's opened up the field. We still haven't seen Atlanta FaZe Academy make a top 8 in the last couple of weeks. Who knows what's going on in Minnesota with their Academy roster? We haven't seen them break through even the top 16 in the last couple of weeks. It's been kind of tough scenes in North America, and I really do mean it when I say that there could potentially be 13, 14 squads that could potentially be in your top 8 every single week, let alone who's beating each other at the top end. So as we jump into the Search and Destroy, we'll be treated once again to a Petro, as WestR will be on the attack first.
Yeah, and I know I said we're going to jump into the bracket, but forget that. We're jumping right into the games, baby. Let's get things started, but on board with Gentroid. Quiet on all fronts. You see a rotation. It was from top B, and it seems like they're heading over to A. I don't know if they got some type of intel or whatnot, but all players are currently left alive. It's going to be all about this first pick.
Irel's able to find that first blood. That's actually over the middle of the map, so it won't really dissuade WestR from necessarily fully approaching this A site, but they're going to have to flood in while Charles is watching it very mindfully. He takes down Big Wake for the second kill, and so now Zap carrying the bomb is going to be forced to make a play happen just to open up an even opportunity to get towards this A bomb site.
And 3v5, WestR is going to be all about if they can do it. Backs against the wall currently, right now, still. The first round of this Search and Destroy, and Glow Frosty with a nice headshot. Charles is going to pick up a kill right after that, and Parasite's going to wake up as well. Not the greatest hardpoint game, but it is what it is. They're going to set the tone by winning the very first round here, Search and Destroy.
And, you know, they're sitting here and they've been saying that their raw slaying power is a little bit of a weakness right now, but when I was talking to Parasite last night, Chris was saying that their biggest strength is the teamwork and composure that they have. You expect that to really kind of showcase itself in a Search and Destroy, where you have a little bit more freedom to talk to each other, get those comms online, and really set up something that you could work with, whether it is defensively or here on their first offensive attempt as they run out of spawn, looking to make a play potentially once again towards A. That was exactly where the bomb is leaning towards at the moment.
Yeah, you see a group of bodies head towards the middle of the map, and it's going to be a really aggressive push. Look at a flank coming through. Parasite, can he make the play? No, he doesn't look left. He's going to get dropped immediately. Great play by Zap. And now that push is going to be all for nothing unless Stamina has something to say. And a great hold by WestR as they don't allow that at all.
Incredible hold. I mean, again, that's a lot of just good reaction time from WestR. It's a full flood coming through the middle of the map. It's going to be hard to read that when there was a smoke kind of embellishing over the mid tracks, and to be able to turn that quickly and win not just one but two big gunfights, it's going to leave Willet and Zyral wondering how do they going to manipulate this 2v4 situation. At least they have the bomb to work with, but they're lacking information with the exception of Gentroid, who has peeked his head over the top side of this window, but Willet doesn't exactly know where he's positioned, and now we're just down to 30 seconds here, Veli, and times are looking pretty dire here for the it is what it is on their offensive attempt.
Yeah, man. If my man Will was trying to be sneaky, he wasn't that pre-firing through doorways, and they know exactly where he is. But in a 1v1, Will was able to get the win. Spoof is going to get dropped immediately, and Will 2-0 currently as he drops and picks up his first death as WestR ties it up.
You figure that, you know, defensively, these teams are probably going to be able to find more strength simply because, to be honest, in most of the Search and Destroy maps across Modern Warfare, they are leaning towards the defensive side. This one in particular, though, is extra tricky from the attack when you don't necessarily have the trust and familiarity with one another, simply due to the fact that that A bomb site is chaos. Simply put, there's boxes, there's trucks that blow up, there's windows you have to worry about. It's a very difficult site to take if you don't have some familiarity and trust, knowing just subconsciously what your teammates are going to do without having to look at the mini-map or even turn around and just look at where they are on the map as a whole through their name tags. So that's one of those things that we're going to see how they kind of progress. Well, that's a good way to start things off as Glow Frosty finds two through the A site with his AR, and now an open bomb site for WestR to hit.
So the play style currently working off, running in, SMG's blazing. They were to pick up 2 kills so far, 5v3. The plant currently going down. It is what it is. Let's see if the retake is going to be crispy with 3 players still. The numbers are against him, but they're going to have to win these gunfights. Zap in the right place at the right time. Parasite gets destroyed, and Zap is gonna let him know, shoot in the body. And that's exactly what they wanted. As Stamina was the last player alive, and he's trying to make magic happen.
And this is more than magic. This was something that would make Houdini blush if he pulls off this 1v5, and he will not be able to do it. Needed to defuse as well. WestR will once again be able to find themselves a second round, but it comes in the back end, like you mentioned, of Zap. I didn't want to speak it into the universe. I was just waiting for the moment that Zap gets an opportunity to throw some extra shots into Parasite's body.
I gave Parasite the benefit of the doubt, and he said, Veli, nah, I'm just going to die. I expected him to clean that up and make a play, and the refrag just wasn't there. That was ugly. That was ugly like my ex, and I expect better from this roster. So, still, down by 1 round. It's not a lot. No panic yet, but I wonder what the game plan is going to be. Let's see if that aggression is going to pay off this time around, because pace has been set. But now, like I said, it's starting to change, slowing down just a tad bit.
The blatant shots on your ex on stream is just getting me weak at the moment, but Cyril will find first blood onto his counterpart made AR into Glow Frosty. Opportunity to again swing this bomb to A, but watch your flank here. Awakening is in a cheeky position to really pinch this up. All he's going to do is wait for his teammates to start exchanging some gunfire, and now he's going to make the play. Sure, there's a couple of kills here for it is what it is, but Awakening's going to be figured out. He goes for a Semtex, doesn't trust the gun skill, but still slides over to take care of Cyril. And Parasite, he'll collect the bomb, but we're dealing with pretty even numbers here to 3v2 that barely favors our squad in blue.
Okay, Parasite putting down the objective. Will is able to pick up a kill on Spoof, and Spoof hasn't been doing too hot lately. 0-3 so far here in the 3rd round. But still, Awakening looking to make a play. Parasite right underneath him, and if he's careful, he can possibly get this kill. It's going to be a sound cue from him blasting through that doorway and shot from all different angles. It is what it is, tying it up.
This is a scrappy search and destroy. This is simply just our guns versus your guns. Let's see what happens. And well, this time through, it just turned up in favor.
Yeah, no chance.
Of it is what it is. Yeah, no chance there. You saw a 1v3 situation, everybody looking at you. But you talk about this, the presence that the ARs have had so far. Cyril and Awakening, and Glow Frosty for that matter, really having a solid game thus far. And it, again, puts a lot of pressure on them. And in a new team, you figure and you hope that your ARs are the ones that can really lock things down and give you that opening pressure in.
Yeah.
What's gone on here? It's random nade.
All right, and for those of you that are just tuning in, the EU Finals have not taken place yet. We're waiting for that to go underway, and in the meantime, we're watching the NA bracket shape out as it's going to be WestR against their old teammate, Parasite, on It Is What It Is.
Looks like our HUD has completely left us for a moment, but we'll try to catch the action best as we can. As you see on the X-ray, a number of members for It Is What It Is holding onto this A bomb site, but here comes the push through, and it's actually turned up pretty well, but I say that, and the bomb will be relinquished. Zaptia still trying to exist on the point for as long as possible, but you also see from this perspective that Zyro's actually making a long play through the opposite side of the map, and well, I'm not sure what exactly has happened in this case, but we'll do our best to call the action as we can see it. The information is obviously very limited, and well, we get the information here that WestR has been fully eliminated, so with that, It Is What It Is. We'll take their 3rd round.
All right, heading into the round, we can see how Stamina ended it. Zap popped up out of nowhere and just great reflexes and awareness from Stamina. Able to turn around, able to get the kill, and able to shut the round down. That's exactly what I like to see. But heading into this next round, let's see what they have under their sleeve. Still neck and neck so far. Taking a look at the stats right now, you see some of the top players, and one of them is going to be Spoof, and it's pretty shocking to see because he's been doing so well this series until we head to this map.
He plays a tough role, and again, the SMG entry on this map, specifically with a different squad than you played with previously, it's going to be a little bit more taxing on a player like him, but unfortunately, the rest of his teammates are doing a nice job holding things down for this first attempt towards B. Will find a kill, but he's going to have to find 3 more. At least the good news is he's got 60 seconds and the bomb to work with, so he's got all the tools he needs to potentially make a technical 1v4 occur, but that said, this is still not a situation that you're going to feel at all comfortable in.
No. Will is definitely not comfortable. They know exactly where he is. The intel is out. WestR, they know, and it looks like they're just going to sit back, and they want Willett to make the bad play. They want him to be the aggressor here. And it makes a lot of sense. You don't want to run around and risk a clutch, and they're going to catch him in WestR. Able to pull it off again. But one thing I will say, it is what it is. They're looking like a pretty good Call of Duty team compared to their Respawn maps.
Yeah, and again, that's one of the things that I think that, looking at this roster of 5, the simple fact of the matter is, this is, again, just to hit it one more time, a new team for all intents and purposes. Everyone's learning to play with each other for an actual competitive environment. You figured they've played together in the past with things like tens and things of that nature.
I think so.
But this would be one of the first good opportunities where they've really put in the rehearsal time to try to grind things out. And even the fact that this It Is What It Is team so recently formed is able to get to the winners final is already something pretty special. But this time through, they're gonna have to respond to Jintroid, who's popped the dead silence, moves through the smoke, and is looking for an initial peek over towards the A side arches. But keep your eye on Parasite. He's gonna be the one to deal with this initially, as he's playing from the backside of the treehouse. And well, this is gonna be just really poorly timed as Willet and Stamina find the first 2. Jintroid feels like he has to make a play, and he's just not able to get the entrance.
And with 2 immediate kills coming in for It Is What It Is, Zap is gonna have a little combo breaker. Will is going to go to the graveyard. Slow gameplay all around. Stamina peeking outside that window, but Go Frosty has no idea. Charles is going to get hit from that nade, and the hitmarker is going to let him know that he's there. And Jintroid still looking around for a pick. Go Frosty, he wants that static. Putting in shots towards Stamina and able to get the kill. But Zap, he's been on the road so far.
This mid-round adaptation is incredible for WestR. Getting first blooded like that, and now all of a sudden you're turning the numbers in your favor. All of it happens through the middle of the map, which again, we saw Jintroid was playing through the mid, but that's an incredible mid-round adaptation for WestR. Again, just showcasing that there is a little bit more experience with one another, kind of built into the mix of this roster, but heck of an effort to battle back against the numbers in this round.
Yeah, but I have to give credit where credit's due. I mean, take a look at it. Jintroid, he's played with Awakening. Putting him on that roster wasn't really that much of a tough task, but you take a look at Parasite's new team, having him adopt their philosophy and the way that they play, and just being down by 1 round right now, albeit they did have a lot of mistakes in Hardpoint. This team, with a lot of meshing, a lot of chemistry being built, and just time under their belt, this game could look entirely different a week from now.
Oh, and it will, too, depending on everyone stays on the roster, depending on how the vibes are. But how about this? As we get into our 8th round, the vibes looking pretty strong here for It Is What It Is as they find the first 3 kills. Charles with the potential to find a 4th, but does get tagged up and is shrugged off of his angle. But how about this? It is what it is. They say we've got a lot of kills over the middle of the map. Let's just go ahead and stretch this bomb over to B. Just keep being a distraction here at A. Glow Frosty, sure, good for you. You found the trade, but now he's going to realize that, well, this obstacle course just became much harder as he's got to find 3 kills and a defuse on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Glow Frosty gonna get hit with that stun, and still 1v3. We haven't really seen a big clutch, and it's not gonna happen now. Great gunplay coming in from the AR player, and It Is What It Is ties it up again. And no team is really showing dominance. It doesn't look like luck either. This team is just really neck and neck when it comes to this S&D. And does Parasite really contribute to any of that for this new roster?
It's kind of hard to get a full read on that, again, because we are so early on, but the role that Parasite has kind of adapted to, again, he was a main AR player forever, essentially, before this game, and he gets onto a team where there's just a better main AR, and he sits there and says, all right, well, time to bring out Sub Haggy to final form, and he looks really good with an MP5, so now that he's kind of playing this flex role, again, the relationship that I'm mostly interested is the one between Parasite and Zyro, who's the main AR for It Is What It Is. He just recently took over Kaiser's spot with this previous roster, so again, there is some learning to be done here, but as Parasite, again, you see him finding first blood by way of an AR. They're able to keep things essentially evened up here 4-4 on this 9th round defense.
Sorry, I caught a bit of lag right there, but Zyro able to take out Jintroid. 3v4, and yet getting another kill, dropping Glow Frosty. That was exactly what they needed, and 2v3, and Charles taking down Awakening. Yeah, gunfights are happening all around the map, and it looks like it is what it is. They're going to run away with this unless Spoof really goes in big, but being 3-6 so far, you really can't expect much from him.
Oh.
If he gets this, though, it's going to be a big momentum change.
He's played this correctly. He's now found himself behind It Is What It Is. He's got a smoke to work with, but keep your eye on the bottom right-hand side of the UI. That little hood is his dead silence. As soon as it becomes fairly all white, he's gonna have an opportunity to get it. Now with the kill, he's got it, but the bomb's being defused. He's not gonna check this in time, or will he? It's gonna be an elimination. Spoof clutches things up. 1v3 post plant. An incredible play from the Spoofmeister.
And is that the first clutch that we've seen in Search and Destroy so far with those odds?
At least with those
'Cause
numbers
every time
we have, yeah.
Right, because every time it's like, okay, they get 2 kills and die against, the last person in a 1v1. This time around, my man, he just smacked him up, and that was beautiful to see. Maybe the tides are going to change now. Maybe that's what his team needed to really pick things up and run away with it, because right now, no team is moving out ahead of the other. Even though Zap is having such an outstanding game so far, it's really not meaning much because they're only up by 1 round.
It's a big round, though. Again, you think that was going to go the other way. Now, all of a sudden, you've got 2 rounds to play with, and Zaptius has found himself first blood, giving a numbers advantage to WestR on the defense. And look how they're playing this. They're going to play for a retake. They're playing this super passive at A. It's going to open up an opportunity based on where it is, what it is, positions, to essentially cut through the middle of the map and just play with your numbers. I love the call here from WestR. They have not done this yet, and you can see Willett has no idea where to look, and Spoof with the pistol will whip him down, and now all of a sudden a 5v3, the bomb planted, but watch this retake come through his Jin. One, a second from behind. He knows where the third is. Do it to him. Give him the defuse as well. WestR take the map 6-4.
That was amazing. Jin at the right place at the right time, able to get the 3K and help his team win. Wow. A little bit of a paint job on the floor to let him know. They're victorious. WestR, they're going to win 6-4 in Search and Destroy. Currently up 2-0 in maps. It is what it is. It's not looking good, man.
Oh, Buddy Valley, we've got a long day of good COD to watch, and it doesn't stop there. We're going straight into the EU Grand Finals. Team War Singularity set up what looks to be a Ramaza Hardpoint. And now, the last time these guys played in the Winners Finals, they did play this map. It was a 250 to 243 in comeback fashion for Singularity. And it looks like so far they are setting up on this P1 hill nicely, but more importantly, again, they're looking to string P1 to P2. That'll be the bottom left-hand side of your minimap as the electronic shop will open next.
Yep, you see big fights coming down to gain control of the hill right now, and the hard point is heavily contested inside, able to pick up a double kill, Detain right behind him. So 4 of the last 5 kills, 5 of the last 6 kills gonna go straight to Singularity, and these guys are on fire. Chain is going all 4-1 with Insight 3-1. That's how you want to start off the game.
And again, this first hill, this is an uncharacteristic one to the mantra of first hills in multiplayer when it comes to the CDL playlist. You can soak a ton of time off this bridge hardpoint, and Singularity are not just showcasing that, they are putting it into the exhibit categories. They found 44 seconds, maybe if they find these last couple of scrap times. Nah, just 42. Okay, shame on you, Singularity. But more importantly, you're still holding down this electronic shop, and with them spawning just past the gun shop, they're gonna know, hey, Team War is gonna be hitting from construction, and you'll see all those green arrows are going to focus towards that area of the map.
Yeah, I don't like the transition Team War had going into P2. Great kill from Biz, and Biz working on the second, and they want to get the aim down. But he was supposed to go big. Maple gets the 2K, but like I was saying, really disappointed in the Team War when the time in the hill was winding down. We saw no rotations. They were still flooding, trying to pick up the last bit of points. But Singularity, they seem to be just above and beyond everything that Team War is supposed to be at the moment. Currently up 66-10. Dave gets bodied by Insight, and these guys, they're just getting at work right now. But great job from Steve-O as he fights back to get that kill.
That's a heck of a play from Vortex to hold his ground. He's on 5 straight after starting a little bit slow. Lucifer, more familiarly known as Harry, he's going to find the timing in the backside, try to lock down what will be these barbershop hill spawns. Right behind the hill is where they're looking to pop up. And Singularity, though, but here's the deal. You want to zone the middle of the map if you're Team War, and they haven't fully done that. Fortunately, they plant themselves on P3. They get a couple of kills over the middle, and now they can start to potentially contest the mid part of this map, and essentially forcing Singularity to have to deal with clearing the high ground before they can even look at the hill. Vortex, come on, 10-4. We're not even at the 3rd hill yet. He's having a special day thus far.
Yeah, Lucifer able to pick up a 2K and still getting kills, make that 3. My man just keeps on chugging along. But the one thing is, Dave was doing such a great job at the bottom of the map, and unfortunately, Singularity, they were able to shut that down. And I'm shocked that Singularity didn't own the remainder of that hill. But take a look at the minimap on the left side, number 8. That's going to be Detain. The rotation's going to be early, and they want to regain that map control and assert their dominance for when it comes to the next hardpoint.
And watch how Singularity have set up this rotation. They're keeping 2 players on each of the high grounds, one towards Rug, the other towards Cafe. It's going to contest all of the middle of the map. No one from Team War can get through to even influence the spawns, let alone the hill itself. So these first 20 seconds are going to be 100% free for Singularity. But as the trades start to turn up in favor of Team War, how do you regain? How do you bunker up on this upcoming hill? Steve-O and Denz able to find themselves too. And with that, here comes the flood from Team War for their first attempt at a break.
Yeah, Team War, they can win this, but it's all up to if they can stop Insight. Insight and Biz able to shut down 2 players, but PD still trying to make magic happen. 3 players, 4 players currently flooding construction, and they so bad, so desperately want control of this hill. And Dave is showing us exactly why.
Wow.
Putting that AR to use, picking up 2 straight kills on stream. And Bids got some help from Maple. Dave was able to get that kill, but yeah, he challenged this and he finally falls.
Now keep your eye on that 1v1 essential stat matchup between Dave and Maple. Those are your 2 main ARs for each of those squads. And Dave, after a hot start there, he's 13-7, but Maple's right behind him at 12-9. So I don't just mean to stat compare these two, but the AR presence that you can have on this map is huge when it comes to opening up space. And Shane, he goes to the ship, just doesn't have enough HP to meet his opponent. So now we go to P5 on the rotation. We've got Singularity spawning back by P3. That's going to set this up for a 50-50 contest as Vortex and Dave and Denza will find 4 from the BS&D area. And with that, Team War will actually plant themselves convincingly on the hill first.
Yeah, Dave doing such a great job with his AR still. 15-7 and Steve-O 19-8. This isn't Team War that we saw earlier on, but still, they're going off against Singularity, and Dave still holding it down. Bids does not want any of that smoke, so he's going to get out the way, and with help coming his way, Dave is going to get yet another kill. Maple, Bids, anybody that steps sight into that hard point, they're going to drop immediately.
But now 10 seconds left. Singularity is going to concede this scrap time in favor of taking not just one part of the high ground, but both. They want to get in construction, and they want to keep one of their SMGs close to Rug to zone off any hits coming from this Cafe side. It's going to be on Insight to beat this resistance. He'll take 1, but does get stunned. But fortunately, the trades are there from Chain and Bids from behind. Now Detain, an opportunity.
Wow.
That's going to clear up all the pressure from Team War initially, who will now have to wait, collect themselves, and figure out how they want to try to contest this first hard point, because you cannot let 40 seconds go for free.
Yeah, Singularity did such a great job maintaining spawns and owning that hard point, but Detain able to stay alive somehow and able to get a kill though. But the fact that he was able to stay alive for that long and contest, that's a big deal. But with the spawns currently in control by Singularity, Steve-O is trying to make magic happen. Chility comes out, picks up the easy kill, and it's just a bloodbath right now. Both teams are just flooding this hill. And Lucifer trying to get the Kobe, they're not going to connect, and you see rotations currently happening with Singularity on the bottom side of the map.
And the better news for Singularity is you've not given away this construction site. That's where the flood came last time around from Team War, as Vortex is continuing to find multi-kill after multi-kill, life to life. String together a couple of great moments to help to push through. But again, look at Singularity bunkered up. You've got a player all the way back behind the white van just to hard anchor these spawns and make sure that if Team War wants to funnel through the construction site, they're going to be meeting resistance at every single angle. And look at that. First 15 seconds are free for Singularity and Electronic Shop. And it's looking like it very well could be more unless things change here for Team War.
Yeah, Singularity, they definitely have a chip on their shoulder. With Team War being the team that knocked them down to the loser side of things, they want to get their revenge and secure this win. Dave unable to connect, but he's going to run right in with the SMG. He doesn't care. Steve-O currently contesting the hill. He's going to get dropped immediately by Chain. Maple gets the kill as well. And Singularity just starting to wake up.
Wins. Those are simply put just incredible wins for Singularity coming into the hill 1 by 1. Yeah, you might not get the full bit of the scrap time, but you're keeping Team War from generating what would have been about 20 seconds, and you've won the rotation to get to P3. So again, the middle of the map is where we turn our attention. 4 members of Singularity locking things down through the tunnel and Cafe. The only thing that's open right now is the rug shop, and guess who's looking at the side door? It's Detain who finds one, and just as the hard point opens up, Singularity collapse and take the convincing win to get the initial time.
Being down 30 points means absolutely nothing to this team because they're just cool, calm, and collected. Detain, just being patient, making sure he's the first one at the hill and the first one to get a kill there. But still, staying alive is everybody on Team War. They're starting to challenge. Players coming in from the left to right towards the door. He's able to pick up 1 kill. The second, not there just yet, but runs into the hill and dominates PD. Great play coming in from Detain, but it's going to be all up to his teammates to flood in and regain those points.
And now Dave can just nade spam, get the M4 online, pick up whatever weapons on his feet, and he's going to find an MP5 to try to hold this down. Singularity, one more flood. You got to break and push through. Step one of a two-step process, done. Now you're taking a look at Detain. Can you potentially sneak your way into construction? He sure has. This could be disastrous from Team War, who's now spawning in the worst place possible, right outside the gun shop. They will be forced to essentially hit from one side, and fortunately, they did deal with Detain before he could make things terribly interesting in the front, so now he's forced to wait for teammates. But again, on the rotation, the kill feed turning up green, so yeah, Team Ward's on the hill for now, but they're going to be contested very, very quickly.
The left side of the screen, you see Steve-O picking up 2 kills. Diz is right behind him, and just a racket of kills coming from T-War. Detain tried to make magic happen, and able to do so. So Lucifer and Steve-O are doing such a great job inside that hill, and Lucifer is an SMG player. He's checking left and right and picking up kills on Maple on Bridge, and currently he's going down the stairs and trying to pick up yet another kill on Insight. Yes, Lucifer doing such a great job, and that's what you want from your objective SMG players.
Now, Harry's really a special player. He showcased that when he played against Gen G on the Fuego team at Black Ops 4 with that huge upset that happened that shocked the world of Call of Duty. But now all of a sudden, not only has he contested a lot of that scrap time, but he's put his team in a comfortable position on this initial rotation towards this ruined tunnel, which is where Team War are looking to close this game out, only needing 30 more points. Singularity is going to be forced to hit this from the rug shop side. You see Dave has dealt with a couple of members. He gets traded, gives the information, and now all the rest of Team War, they should be turning their guns up back to the side of the hill, but they haven't really fully done that. There's an opportunity as Singularity get the close spawns behind P3 to potentially just flood this, but I say that, and who is it? It's Dave and Steve-O. They find 3 of the 4, and Team War looking to put an exclamation point on this first hard point.
Yeah, Team War looking better than ever right now, just straight up running through Singularity. 9 points left to close out this very first map, and at 245 to 204, you see no more life coming out for Singularity. The fight isn't there. 2 points left to go. Team War, can they make it happen? Dave, along with PD, and that's going to be it. Team War, they're going to win Hardpoint map number 1, Ramaza, and that's going to be it. 250 to 204, and you couldn't ask for a better start of the series.
And if you remember back, if you had a chance, if you're out there and you watched the winners finals from any of the players' POV, it was a comeback effort that led to Singularity taking this map the first time, but it was a late comeback. It was a 250-243. This time, Team War corrected their mistakes from before, and it helps when you've got players like Davis and main AR fighting over 30 kills. I mean, the fact of the matter is you don't normally see that from a main AR, and that's why I put a lot of high investment into that AR category here in Modern Warfare, because A, you only have one of them, but B, beyond that, he is your rotation point. He's your pivot man. Yeah. If you are planted up as an AR and you're finding a lot of kills, you can quarterback the play on rotations and hard points, and we got showcased that from Dave's point of view all the way through.
I just don't think Singularity, they're that good when it comes to retakes. This respawn game is currently on lock by Team War, and it actually makes sense to see why they beat Singularity earlier on in the bracket. But moving forward, Singularity, what do? You have a great coach behind you. In Phoenix, you have great players all around. Everyone thinks that you guys have the skill to compete with the pros. Now, you're gonna have to show you have a diversity that you're facing. Bring the guns out. Let's see great, swift plays moving forward.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet out there. I think just generally for Singularity, you went through the grindstone at North America. Things weren't going your way. You're essentially making the decision. It's a tough one to go for a role swap, and you see that kind of highlighted in our info section. Their insight was, again, that main AR that a lot of people, Brody from the EU scene, he has been a mainstay focus of the Challenger scene, and he was flat out shocked when they heard that Insight was no longer running main AR. A lot of high stock given his way, but Maple has done just as good of a job, and now that Insight's that flex player, well, flat out, he's been able to be that guy to pick up an AR if needed, but more importantly, he's helping out Bids, Detain, and Chain up front with an SMG when they have to have that extra SMG presence, and it's paid out relatively well for Singularity, really up until this point where they've come back to the European scene, and Team War have apparently figured out exactly how to counteract it, but we'll stay on Ramaza, just switch the game mode. It's Search and Destroy for map 2 on Ramaza.
And map number 2 is going to be underway here in the EU Finals. Both of these teams faced off earlier on, as I said. But Singularity, we want more life coming in from them. Does Team War have their number? We're going to find out. But on board with Detain, great game coming out from him so far in Hardpoint, but S&D is going to be a little bit different. But taking his time, he's going to be approached by Steve, who's currently on Bridge, and he's able to get the first blood. Nice shot on Chain.
And I'm again a little bit confused on the map selection here as Steve-O continues to just destroy everything inside the construction site, leading to an A-sided plant. Singularity got smoked here when they played up against the Plugs. 6-0 to the tune of that Search and Destroy in map number 2. So they felt like maybe just one thing went wrong. They want to try their luck versus Team War, but this first round has not really panned out to be much different than what they looked like in their losers finals matchup as they got blooded very early here. And now with the bombs inching below 25 seconds, it's a 3v2 where Team War again are definitively in control of this construction site.
Yeah, and Dave has the height advantage. The verticality that he's going to have might be decent. But Steve on the flank. No! Maple shuts him down. Great turnaround coming in from him. And now in the 2v2, with 10 seconds left to go, they're going to have to act now.
And there's just not enough time. Denza holding from Dark Alley. It's an easy peek just to make sure, hey, is anyone on my bomb? Yep, there's not one, there's two. But they pay the toll here as this is a nice play from Denza to make sure that they play the clock appropriately. Wow. And well, with that, Team War take a very clean first round.
That was such great timing, great awareness, and the patience was even better than all of that. Team War currently at 1-0, and if you're on Singularity, you don't want to fall into the snowball effect, okay? You lost against this team already. You know what they're about. You know their strats, and I think statistically in esports all around, whenever a series gets replayed, the losing team usually wins. It doesn't look like that right now.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, you hit that. I could not agree with you more. It just does not look like that right now. And Singularity is going to have to find a way to kind of correct these mistakes. And they're saying, let's get our SMGs an opportunity as they full stack in the bottom side of Cafe to try to hit over to the top. Shane is just watching the flank, and he actually finds 2 kills. But the bigger battle is happening for the gun shop, and it looks like eventually Insight will get his way on top. But Denza is not going to give up any ground for free, looking like a Spartan in the mix of an ancient Greek battle. As he say, there is no retreat, there is no surrender. But it looks like he will change that mantra up as he tries to play this 2v3 with his teammate Harry on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Denza hasn't caught a death yet, and he doesn't want to do that right now. But take a look at the mini-map. You have 2 of these players pushing in through middle. They're looking at ways to go, but trying to collect the intel on the way. Lucifer's going to find one, and Maple's going to get the drop on him, leaving Denza all alone, and that's going to be a Singularity. Jumping back into life, and they're going to pick up their first win here in Search and Destroy.
Here's one of the biggest takeaways for me on Search and Destroy Ramaza. You can't find as much information on this map by way of your tacticals and lethal grenades that you bring to the battle with you because of how many buildings there are over towards B. So it usually leads to pretty blind hits offensively. So what does Singularity try to do to combat that? They stack 3 SMGs mid-map and say, as soon as we bust through this door, everybody goes. And they get into the gun shop. Denza does a pretty significant effort to hold off the push, but simply put, Team War was just not ready for that Cafe. And that's what you're going to want to see change and add it to in the middle of these rounds as they swap back to defense eventually.
Yeah, but 1 round at a time. You see Dave, he's going to be in the face of 2 players, and a retreat's going to come, but also Biz is going to be in the midst of a lot of action. Look at that big clump of red players in the middle of the map right now. And I wonder if they are all aware that they're in the same place, same vicinity. Rotation currently leaving that area as they seem to be backing out just a bit. I wonder if they got some intel coming in from their team as they're going to run towards the top side of the map, possibly for an early rotation.
Shane, how cranked is your Astro Mix amp right now?
Oh, no.
He's in a tough spot, Steve-O. He's only got 1 angle to check, so of course he wins the first gunfight. But you do have another compatriot here. It's Detain who's next up. He takes an aggressive peek. He finds one, and while that push happens, Bids clears out the bottom side of Cafe. So a nice recorrection here from Singularity midway through this 3rd round. And it's going to be just down to where Denza decides he wants to play call this bomb to go. He's getting into the B site, but there are still a lot of Singularity members that are here to deal with this potential push.
Yeah, and I believe that they read this rotation well. As you see all the green arrows start to hunker down to the bottom side of the map. Denza trying to make a play, hit with a little bit of utility. But still, he's going to remain composure. Oh, he's going to lose that gunfight against Biz, but Dave is going to be there to have his back. Great one. 6 seconds left to go, and Singularity, they're going to get the last kill of 2-1 against Team War. Singularity heading into Search and Destroy. They were down earlier on, and actually, this bracket has not been a breeze for them. They've been down multiple times, fighting from a map deficit. And Search and Destroy seems to be one of their strong points. And I saw earlier this morning that when they lost Hardpoint, they went to S&D. Their coach was hyping them up, saying, hey, you know, you guys are nerdy. You guys are annoying. You own this S&D game. And as long as they're able to come back and win that, they can start fresh on Domination. That's what they need.
And I mean, again, you just came off the backhand of a reverse sweep versus a very good Plugs team. And now you're kind of rolling into I would think in their minds, their biggest opponent they had slated for today in this Team War squad. Again, they've met each other so many times throughout this year. This is just another instance in a long string of those matchups. And, well, with First Blood coming in favor of Maple inside, and the rest of the Singularity crew are just going to walk right into the A site. Nobody's here at all now defensively as Steve-O falls. And it's going to be down to Dave and Denza for a potential retake. But, well, there's no chance for that even to get off the ground as Singularity wipe through A and find their third round.
Was that even close? I mean, Maple has been going off this entire map. What is he at now? 8 or 9 kills? I mean, Maple has an answer. No one's even contesting him at all. He's winning all of his gunfights. He's able to get great flanks and just initiating fights. He does it with so much confidence. And for a star player, that's what you need.
Oh, 100%. I mean, again, it's been so hard. When Singularity was coming up against adversity, there are, of course, some whispers and conversations that really didn't have much merit or value. But people in the community were talking, does Singularity need to make a roster move when things were not going right for them? And I was the proponent that if you were to, it would probably be one of the SMGs. I couldn't tell you a name because all of them have incredible moments. But simply put, these are potentially some of the 5 best players in Europe, and they trust each other. And that trust is really coming to life here as they're starting to find a little bit of a push momentum-wise in this search and destroy. But that all said, we'll be left with 60 seconds and a slight numbers advantage for Team War as they try to get over to the B site for a plant.
Yeah, PD's picked up his first kill where him and Lucifer, they combined for a stat line of 1 and 9. That's not what you want from these players. But PD's still alive. He's able to change that. Minimap, we know exactly where the objective is. And with this flank coming in currently from Detain, I don't know if he knows, but he can make a big play. Yeah, he got called out immediately. He's gonna get the hell out of Dodge.
Not a good place to be. But again, time is not the ally here of Singularity, and Team War are just daring them to come recontest. Detain will find some information, but PD finds the second engagement here as Chain will fall. And it's just going to be down to Detain. The only ally he has right now is the clock. He's got to stop a plant from happening and just hope he can milk the clock up. But again, you're going to see Denzo is not going to give him an opportunity as he just essentially sits on top of the bomb. PD able to essentially get taken out, but it doesn't come before the bomb gets planted. So now 35 seconds for this technical 1v3 to occur.
Oh, he has enough time in the road to make this long flank happen. It's all about what he's going to do with this. Death Silence currently activated, but he's still going to rattle out shots. Now at a 1v1 turn to a 1v2. The beam switch comes through. Team War going to close it out with 2 players left alive.
It's a really good controlled play from Team War. Again, they're just playing the clock out. They're playing their numbers. They say, all right, let's see if he challenges us. Just watch over me while I get the bomb down safely. And just play our numbers for, like you mentioned, a very good little bait and switch there near the end. So we'll keep things at just a 1-round differential, but at some point in time, Team War is going to have to string together a couple of rounds if they not only want to bring this to a level playing field, but potentially retake the lead. And for Singularity, they've been looking pretty clean so far in their offense. Again, mostly in the back end of Maple, who's found a number of first bloods. He's already at 7-2, by the way, to going into round number 6.
Shift, would you call it an upset if Team War beat Singularity, or is this kind of expected with their skill set?
Kind of hard to read. I mean, we haven't seen these two teams play in so long. I think there's just too many wild card factors in the mix, but consider that Singularity just won 2 tournaments back-to-back in a much more heavy stacked NA bracket. I think it would be considered a somewhat Cinderella moment. I know Surge is out there, the CEO of Team War, saying, shame on you, Shift. We knew we had these guys from day one. But regardless, in this round, it will still be numbers advantages for Singularity as they try to keep working this bomb over to A, but more importantly, Shane has worked his way through the middle of the map, and now here comes the full commit as they swarm through the construction site, and Singularity, like you mentioned, showcasing their prowess here on Search.
Yeah, when Singularity's SMGs start to ramp up, there's really no stopping. Team War, I'm going to see some more first blood picks, really slowing down the map. The AR play from Maple, whew, that man ran wild, and Maple is definitely going off right now. But still, though, switching sides, Team War, slow the pace down. Don't let Singularity run wild like that, and I can see a potential comeback if they do so. But Singularity, yeah, S&D definitely their game type, and I see why. You lose hard points, you know, you're in your own head, and you're wondering, okay, what do we got to do to beat this team? They've beaten us before, okay? 1 round at a time. A slow game type, okay. Like, Search and Destroy is exactly what they need to get their bearing straight.
And again, I'm just wondering what went wrong versus that Plugs team in the losers finals that they got 6-0. This has been clean. It's been clinical. And just as I say that, The surgeon of Steve Vortex will come into play as he finds a double kill over the middle of the map. Will recollect the bomb, and now there's open pastures into the A site. But Maple, again, keeping things level as he finds another kill on the backside of this play. So it's going to be a retake opportunity, a 2v3 from mostly the rug and cafe area for Singularity, as Team War will be able to set up wherever they want in the post plan of this construction site. There's information shared mutually between Maple and Petey, and with that, Steve-O's there for the trade.
Yeah, the over-aggression didn't pick up for Maple. He had a 1v1 inside and just, he felt like he needed to do more. And that just desperate aggression didn't turn out the way that he thought it would. But great job nonetheless. Lucifer was able to pick that kill. Lucifer's been doing well so far in general, so really like his play style, what he's able to do, and he's really not afraid to chase out gunfights and win at all.
It's just been, it's hard to really fully break down Ramaz in my mind, because it really just comes down to how do you find the information first? And if you do find the information, how are we going to capitalize on that, knowing that we could be disguised somewhere else? Okay. It's just such a hard map to read just off the minimap alone. And it really does feel like it comes down to who gets first blood, and then from there, do you just play textbook search and destroy? Do you play your numbers advantage as well? Do you play your bait and switch as well? This was a big struggle for the Paris Legion early on in the season, as they found so many first bloods on Ramaz search and destroy, but couldn't convert. And that, again, is kind of lends to the question here. Steve-O, again, has to be forced to respond to detain up close and personal. A beautiful stun on the backside, but slipping through it as Biz, as he will follow up on the trade.
All right, but on board with Maple once again. AR in hand. We've seen him putting a lot of work last map. Biz as well. Great streamer, by the way. Make sure you check him out whenever you get time. Working his way around to pick up this kill and dropping up from above like Batman. Biz is going to body Petey and get the objective down. 40 seconds left to go, and it's looking like a 4v3. Singularity, they're definitely in the lead, and with Lucifer falling as well, it's gonna look even harder for Team War. Fighting with their backs against the wall, they're gonna have to be perfect when trying to retake this site, especially now that Singularity, they're setting up a perimeter right now to not allow anybody.
Denzel's got no dead silence here, and he's fighting up against the high ground. He will win one gunfight, but he's going to be forced to take another one with low HP. Easy trade coming through as Singularity was looking at him from multiple angles. And with that, it's a 5-3 total, and Singularity looking to bounce back here on the search after dropping the Ramaz Hardpoint 250-204. It's a total different look for Singularity.
Yeah, and Schiff, you called it earlier when you said, it's really hard to gather intel on this map. You can throw utility out, and you really can't depend on the hit markers in that, because there's a lot of rooms, nooks, and crannies you can hide in. And we definitely see that from time to time, and that's the one thing about Singularity. They're slowly and they're really sneaky when it comes to going through construction, picking up these kills one by one, getting these individual picks with their sub-stars. And really, that's been why they've been so successful.
Whoa.
But Dave doesn't care. He closes his eyes, shoots through the smoke, he gets the first kill of the round.
I don't think he missed the bullet. I want whatever Dave's having. I'll say that much, as that will start things off nicely for Team War, who is going to be forced to win 3 rounds in a row here if they want to try to take back this surge. Up close and personal, Detain tries to climb the ladder, and Steve-O will punish. And now all of a sudden, this should be a free plant here at B, as there's really nobody defensively able to stop that from occurring. You've got Insight on the backside of the gun shop just trying to find someone crossing from the cafe, and Chain's going to try to flush players out of this area. Steve-O likely will hear a couple of pitter-patters or doors opening below. There should be some information, but Chain will also find some good info of his own. No one's planted the bomb yet, and with that, Insight will try to retake the gun shop.
Yeah, at the bottom of the map, you see nothing but red arrows. These guys are swarming. It's going to be all up to Chain to make a play, and Steve-O is going to be the victim. Chain is running wild, and he gets caught at the moment he runs out the door with Lucifer with a great stop. But it's going to be all up to Insight. Schiff, does he clutch it?
No chance. He's got a trophy, and simply put, there's just too many long angles that he's going to have to win some really heads-up gunfights with. He's going to check a multitude of angles, and again, Team War is just playing out the clock. They can watch over the top of the bomb. Sure, Denza will fall, but hey, now we know we can wait another 8 seconds before we get to challenge Insight, so he's going to have to make a play aggressively, and well, he doesn't get any information.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, snaps on the
no!
Goes for the knife! Oh, and if he finds that kill, maybe there's enough time at the end, but ooh, the discipline coming into play here for Harry as he just backs into a corner and says, even if he pushes me, I could still hopefully milk the clock.
He almost got his shift. Almost got it. The gameplay is starting to heat up now, and I love it personally. But Singularity 1 round away. All you have to do is close it out, baby. Take this round slow and try to rack up that win. Insight. Great effort. But now you have another chance to close things out. You do not want Team War to really tie things up. That's going to be real scary for Singularity.
If the only thing I learned in that last round was I'm never taking bets off the table when Insight's still alive. Good grief. But Maple, again, is just having his way this search and destroy 11-5. Although I say that, and of course it comes up negatively for him in the first blood, but Bids has also put together a special round, and he finds the trade pretty quickly over towards B, but I love this play from Singularity. They've got an opportunity to not only clear out Gunshot, but if they need to, or if they get a kill at A, they could swing this bomb back over to the A site. Bids unfortunately takes down his teammate, but does get the pick, and now we're leveled up. 3-3, 45 seconds to play, and Team Moore is a little bit on the outside looking in here from this B-bomb site.
That team kill definitely sucks, but Petey, if you piece out that window, Bids could be a victim. But patience, one of his paying. Oh no, Petey doesn't know. Petey has no idea. You see, he's Bids as he runs away. The ejector goes down, and Petey, the timing just wasn't there. But Insight calls him out. It's gonna be all up to Petey if he can make this play, but Lucifer is gonna have to put himself in this fight with Chains right across the way. He's gonna lose that long-range fight with his SMG.
He wins that fight. There's an immediate entrance to get into the gun shop and maybe make this occur, but now the number's not great. PD actually sticks Insight with that Semtex, so now it's just down to if Steve-O can find a couple. Double shell coming from the backside of the B street, and with that, Singularity will prevail as they take a 6-4 in Ramaza's search.
I'm upset, Shift. I'm so upset right now. Team War, they did so many things well, but Singularity, they're just so annoying. You know what they're like? They're like gnats. They just keep swarming and trying you in these gunfights, and they do it with the most confidence. And if you're on Team War, you're like, okay, these guys are annoying, let's slap them up a little bit and they won't do it next time. No, Singularity, they continue on doing it, and that's the recipe for success for them. That's their X factor. These guys are playing balls out. They're confident.
I just got to know from Phoenix, the coach of Singularity, what went wrong in that losers finals that you got 6-0'd? Because again, that maybe it was just the fact that Maple and Bids had incredible maps from the get-go and gave him a lead that was just too much for Team War to overcome. But at the end of the day, they played that map very, very well from at least my perspective. So we're going to be staying a 1-1 map count currently in the EU finals. Of course, still going on as the North American bracket. We try to kind of bounce back and forth between both of those setups. I know a lot of you guys are interested to see what WestR 2.0 is going to do versus Parasite's new team of It Is What It Is. We're doing our best to bring you guys the coverage, and we did get word that in the Domination, there was a win that came through for WestR. So they will actually take that series 3-0 versus It Is What It Is, moving to the grand finals and sending Parasite's Team Valley down to the losers bracket.
You know what? Yeah, the drama's fun. Yes, it sucks as well. We saw a team that really had no time to really put things together and compete. And the fact that they made it that far, that's big. But ladies and gentlemen, we have more games ahead of us that are going to be coming up soon. But I'm so excited that things are turning out the way that it did. But Shift, when it comes to this war against Singularity game, from what you've seen right now, it's 1-1, okay? Singularity, they win the Search and Destroy war, they win the Hardpoint. Who's going to win the rest of it? Say it with your chest, Shift.
Okay, here we go. Team War has been looking very good in Domination, flat out, especially when they played versus Singularity on Hackney Yard, most recently in the winners finals. That was the same map that they had that nail-biter performance at the Paris Grand Finals. It was a 1-point margin, which Team War was able to overcome. Again, that was months ago, almost ancient history for us here in Modern Warfare. But again, I had a chance to talk to Dave, and he's saying, we want Singularity. We want to show everybody in the world that it doesn't matter if you come from North America, which might have a deeper player pool. Europe is where it's at for the full teams that you want to see. And so far, well, we've been back and forth through the winners finals. We're staying back and forth here in the grands, as even in the losers finals, it went to map 5. Just look at how competitive all of these teams have been through really the semifinals on.
And I'm going to be honest, Team War, they beat the brakes off of Singularity earlier on in a bracket. I was fortunate enough to watch it. But you know what? I didn't see them raging. They weren't mad. They weren't yelling. They said, okay, on to the next one. This is business. And that's what you want in the future professional players. So for those of you out there, if you want to compete, make sure you sign up for these events. And hey, maybe it might be you that's being casted here, and you can possibly make it to the professional scene. But Shift, what's next?
Oh, baby, I don't even care if we go to Europe or North America. There's a lot still on the table for us, and that's the bigger thing. So we'll figure out what exactly is going to be served up on the menu for you guys as we'll step away for a small break and be back with more North American and European coverage here on the Call of Duty Challenger scene.
What's going on to all of you beautiful people out there in YouTube land? I want to tell you guys that so far, me, Chance, and Shift, we've been having the time of our lives. And in case you're just tuning in, I'm Veli. I'm here with Shift. Shift, what do you guys say to the beautiful people out there?
First of all, we love beautiful people. All of you are indeed beautiful people. So, and here's the deal. Not only are we all beautiful people, Veli, as you framed up, we're watching some beautiful Call of Duty. It just absolutely geeks me out seeing these teams play at such a high level, especially for Singularity. Again, this is a totally different world for them. Yeah, they just got out of a huge gauntlet, essentially boot camping through a number of weeks in North America. But you got to remember, they just traveled in a coronavirus world on Monday, and now they're playing apart from one another when they were sitting next to each other in the same house for weeks. The vibes are going to feel a little bit different when you don't have that same energy just immediately to your left or to your right. Whereas Teamwork, they've been sitting in that environment for some time, and so far, we're getting ourselves a really, really good battle here between these two top teams in EU.
And I really like that you called that out. It's way different than when you're sitting next to your teammates, you're able to slap them in the back of the head when they're messing up or give them, a dapper high five if they clutch. But now, they're all alone in their own rooms. They're far away from each other, okay? And also, just a difference of playing in NA against NA stars, and then you go back to your hometown, your home region, you're facing off against Team War. Team War is like, listen, baby, we won before you came back, and we're not going to stop anytime soon. So if you really want a piece of this championship, you're going to have to go through us first. And from what we've seen, with the exception of this Search and Destroy game, Team War, these guys are really looking to be the best in Europe right now. And that's a really big deal, especially considering the fact that Singularity, everyone's talking about Chains, Biz, and the rest of these guys have Pro League talent.
Absolutely, but on the other side of things as well, Veli, you got to keep in mind that Team War has kept a consistent roster with really only one exception as they kind of got through the early stages of this Modern Warfare season. It's Harry. That's the guy that I keep my eye on through this Team War squad, simply due to the fact that not only did he explode last year when he was in the Grand Finals, or at least World Championships, playing with Team Fuego, he's been a special player to watch, and he has made this Team War squad a totally different animal. Yeah, you had Nasty in the squad before, and he was getting the promotion over to the Royal Ravens, but still, the fact of the matter is, Harry is a player that you have to watch, and this is his first real big shot to play at this level consistently. Yeah, you were happy to qualify for World Champs last year, but how do you raise your stock past that point? You play with a squad that's surrounded with all of these great European players that have years of experience with each other. And, well, for me, Harry, also known as Lucifer now in game, he's been really putting together a very good run this year in Modern Warfare.
And I want to make a point before we jump into the third map here. You speak well. You speak extremely well when you talk about, setting your path to really cement your status in the amateur scene as you head forward. Have you played competitively, Shifted? Did you go far?
So it's actually, I played semi-amateur professionally when Call of Duty 4 was the thing, but it was pro mod on mouse and keyboard. You do not want to see me on your team if you're getting me in a CDL play with the controller. I am not at all good. Not just flat out, just not good. I'm looking at all my other co-casters that I work with and friends in the scene to say, hey, you guys want to queue up for a little bit? CDL playlist? Mostly just like, hey, can you carry me a little bit? But you put me on mouse and keyboard, totally different game. Get me in a Warzone squad with a mouse and keyboard and I'll just be fine, but I know that's going to be frowned upon.
I respect it, Shift, but the point I'm getting to, for those of you that are tuning in for the first time or been watching all day, listen, you see these guys playing on Team War, Singularity, WestR, all around, it could be you. So what's stopping you from signing up online to play in these Challenger Cups? And like I said before, it could be you winning this money, and it could be you heading over to play with the pros. So you never know unless you try, put a team together, and the brackets have actually been pretty thick lately, man. I really love the competition that's been going around, and also the level of competition, man, just continues to rise one week after another.
And that's what we love to see, is the deep, voluminous pool that we have of amateur talent that's coming in. And you can see it right there, lower third, callofduty.com/challengers. Learn more about how you can participate and how you might be able to find yourself in this stage 2 bracket, of which we're kind of glancing at a moment. And I want to take a second just to show some love to the teams that did finish top 8 but couldn't quite get to the top 4. Team BDS. do not shrug away from this squad. There are mostly an all-French roster that has been sticking together, and week after week, they find ways to continue to just get better and better and better. They were at a top 16 the week before, a top 6 finish for them here. You love to see that. But also obtained esports. They're able to also get themselves in the mix to get to a top 8 position. This is another squad that's had a little bit of a rough bump in, but they were coming in only placing 32nd the previous weekend, and finishing top 8 again just goes to show that you put in the work, you keep your roster, you work on the little things, and your growth could be exponential.
And Shift, the COD competitive Reddit from time to time, and it's really funny because whenever they talk about the pro scene, they say, oh, you know, replace this guy with whoever's on the bench, put Enable on the starting roster. But the important thing is, and you called it out with BDS, it's all about consistency with your team. I mean, you're only going to move forward if you guys stick together and you learn how to lose. If you learn to lose, nothing's going to stop you in the future, because it's like, okay, this is why we lost. This is what we have to do to come back and win. And that's pretty much it. But let's see who has won money so far. The Plugs are going to walk away with $4,000. Okay, Train Soft walking away with $2,000. Now, Singularity against Team War, whoever wins that series will walk away with $8,000.
$2,000 money match right on the line here. I mean, simply put, that's already a major battle. But the bigger thing in the mix here is that Singularity, because it's a double elimination style bracket, not only needs to beat Team War here in this first best of 5, but they'll have to repeat to do that again a second time, which is no easy feat. Again, we know how big of an advantage it is to come through the winners bracket into a grand finals. You can change your map veto process. You can change what kind of compositions you're running. You have time to talk about what went wrong on maybe a map that was very, very tight the first time, that you might be able to come back and win the second. We've already seen that happen once so far. Team War lost on the Ramaza Hardpoint the first time. They then beat Singularity the second time. So now we'll get a little bit of a reprise here once again, and it'll be Hackney Yard for the Domination for map number 3. Last time these two teams played in the winners final, it was a 172 to 146 win in favor of Team War.
And I know you guys are like, yes, get these guys off the screen and give us some gunplay. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Map number 3, one map apiece in this series, and Bids is going to start things off.
I want you to keep in mind, Singularity with the flex of Insight and Maple typically run a double AR setup from the A side of the map. It's something that we've seen kind of be iterized inside of the CDL lately, but when you've got Bids who's finding kills like this, it doesn't matter what kind of weapons your other teammates are bringing to the table. He starts off 5-0.
Vince doesn't want to go down. 5-1 now. He was able to go huge right there, but it's not just him. Look at his teammates going big. But Lucifer and Denza, they want to even the odds. Still down 8-14. Team War, they have to get their C flag and then this neutral. But it looks like, yeah, they're going to swarm this neutral hill right now. Both teams, Singularity sending 3 people in there, and Team War, they're not running in yet. But utility play coming through, and Chain gets the best of Steve-O. Height doesn't matter.
Just watch, if you do want to get involved a little bit more, watching Domination, how Singularity passed the baton between their SMGs. There's always somebody cutting through the middle of the map, clearing top L, and then making this play from Detain if he thinks the coast is clear. He's going to go for a neutral at C. He'll be cut down, which sure, not the greatest situation ever, but it opens up so much space in the middle of the map for Singularity to, again, control the top side of this L hall and keep Team War significantly further away from this B flag.
And Chain, my man, is a problem. He cannot be stopped. 6 kills in a row, and he doesn't look to slow down soon. Picking up yet another one. Man is going to get a 10-piece before he even sees a graveyard. But still, with the score 36-19, Team War, they don't look too hot right now. But still, look at the top left side of your screen. Look at these kill streaks. 8 for Chain. Maple working on his 3rd, and Chain is gone right now. The man is fragging out.
In this Chain, Valley. There are
Singularity
absolutely no broken links in this Chain. He's looking absolutely incredible. Again, just circling around the middle of the map. One more in front of him, but that's a double chow that he's not going to win the better of. But now we get into the first, maybe good attempt for Team War to put themselves not just in the middle of the map, but also control the B warehouse. PD takes away a double kill, which will hope and help open up this B warehouse, and that'll turn into not just a neutralization, but the first time that Team War can securely hold on to the B flag.
Yeah, this could be a start towards a beautiful ending. Now, Team War collecting 2 of the hills. It's going to be B and C right now in their favor. PD is going to challenge that doorway. I don't think that was the best move he could have taken, because there are a multitude of people on the other side of this. And you see Chain fragging out as well as he tried to work their way in towards this neutral hill. But still, Team War, they want to heavily contesting here. Why? Singularity, they're continuing to put in pressure as Chain picks up a chain of kills, 3 in a row right now, making 4, 13-1.
I don't even have words. I've never seen something like this in such a high-level competitive game where Chain's been able to just do whatever he wants. More importantly, Insight took the long rotation through the office to get a neutral at C, and because his teammates have kind of gone 50-50, he can actually exist here a little bit longer. But that said, a couple of kills do turn up by the A flag in favor of Team War, so maybe a touch greedy here for Singularity, going for not just the neutral, but a potential triple cap, and it turns into a spawn flip, which Team War will come out on top with, not just because they have the A spawns and flag, but they still maintain the B warehouse all the way through.
And the cavalry arrived. We saw Lucifer and also Steve-O rotate from the top of the map all the way to the bottom. I was questioning why they wouldn't go all the way towards the left. They put a lot of pressure in their home flag, but it paid off. They helped out their teammates inside of this hill, and it's working out so far.
Oh
71-56. The game isn't out of reach yet, but Denza is bodying people left and right. 3 in a row. Insight wants none of that action. But with the trophy system going down, he wants to continue this streak.
From left to right on Singularity as well as on Team War, and now all of a sudden we're underneath 60 seconds. Again, the math, 12 points per minute if you're in a 2-1 status for the flag. So Team War with 40 seconds left could see this turn into almost an exact draw if the math is correct and they continue to hold the B flag. Dave now showing signs of life as he's on 3 straight, making it an even 8-8, but beyond that, everybody else from his squad is wiping the floor clean. Final 30 coming into play, and Team War are not going to give up any position on this B flag at all, it seems.
Yeah, Team War, they're making an ultimate comeback right now. The kills are coming through, but it's all about what they do after those kills. With A and B under their possession, they're going to end this map in the lead if they play their cards right. Maple with an AR up top, and he's going to challenge without even looking in the direction of Lucifer. Lucifer's going to get the drop, and with 3 seconds left to go, I want to see this final score. Yeah, Singularity, they're still going to be on top by only 1 point. And that's pretty shocking.
And they started from the favored side of the map. That's an incredible first half from Team War. The first quarter of that map, they were getting slapped, flat out. They were getting absolutely destroyed. But why was that happening? The middle of the map was always in favor of Singularity. Team War realized that. They put up one of their AR's top smokestack. You clear, you get a couple of 50-50 wins in the middle, then you turn into the warehouse success, and then they're gifted an opportunity for a free spawn flip due to the greedy play that Singularity made for the C flag in that exchange. So again, from a first half, being on the unfavored side, Team War, you'll take that every day and twice on Sundays.
Yeah, the one thing that I was shocked to see is that they just kept funneling towards this neutral hill, but great racket kills to start the game with 2 of the flags going in favor of Team War. So immediately, they're going to be in the lead. Steve-O picking up 2, Dave and Denza picking up 1 apiece as well. And the last 5, 6 kills went straight to Team War. Now, with the lead, it's not a lot, but still something to build upon. They can keep this up, it's going to be well. With the smoke starting to clear, Steve-O dives in.
This is numbers for Singularity, but watch what Team War do here off the respawn. They're going to give them some space in warehouse because, again, they want to make sure they're spawning behind A the entire time. So they wait for their respawns, set themselves up accordingly to go for a potential retake. This is one of those you take a loss to get a win moments here for Team War. At least that's the hopeful goal, unless Bids and Insight can keep doing things like this, where Bids has just one more 1v1 to win. The spawns for Team War are going to be by the office. This is one of those moments that you might just look at and say, oh, it's just a 1v1, but Singularity now have numbers to not just take the A flag back, but with them still spawning C, they've got a potential for a full dom.
Denza has such an amazing play, and it's a pretty much, okay, Chain. Wait, can you get the third? No, Chain. All right, running back and forth. Chain is finally going to go down, but in case though you missed it, Denza rotated all the way to the top side of the map, and he was able to put the C flag under neutral, which stopped Singularity momentarily when it came to getting points, but it doesn't matter. Singularity fought back, regained possession and control, and with B and C in their favor, which is going to be B just about a second. You got to be making a decision
for Singularity. You're getting a little bit of a split spawn situation in the middle of the map. Are we going for a C neutral, or are we pushing for A? A beautiful blow up of the map here, as you can see them kind of a little bit indecisive, sitting in the gray area. They've got numbers on the backside of A, but it's still being contested as Steve-O works his way through. He'll keep the A flag in favor of Team War, and more importantly, he keeps his life and finds a second kill. So again, that small moment of inclarity and indecision for Singularity could potentially be the game. Yeah, you're looking at a Singularity double flag and a lead, but Team War from the favored side at A could very well turn the tides quickly.
Yeah, mid-map control by Team War has been phenomenal. Twice now, we've seen 2 players rotate from top to bottom, cleaning up kills to make sure the neutral is won as well. With Singularity, they're doing a great job. Now, you see number 4 on the minimap. It's going to be Maple. He's working his way towards A, but he's going to get shut down immediately by Stevo. So, great stop there and a great response.
Now, here's a play. They're going to put a stranglehold on the B warehouse while Dave goes for a potential neutral at C. This is going to force Singularity off their respawn to turn back and deal with him or commit to a warehouse and give up the flag. Either situation is decent for Team War. Unfortunately, though, the gunfights do not turn up favorable in the trades, and tactically they'll retreat back to make sure they keep holding on to the A flag. Beautiful play here from PD as he's not only going to find one over the middle of the map, but he helps out Harry find the second. And now once again, as the respawns come back into play, Team War can recommit to get into the B warehouse.
Yeah, PD started off slow, but he's trying to pick it up. Currently, his stat line is 14 and 22, but going down the trophy system, and the whole warehouse is going to be surrounded. He's not going to leave this place alive, but still, the rack of kills coming up from Singularity, and that's what you want. Bid's currently 26 and 18 as he's dominating this entire lobby when it comes to stats and kills. Lucifer's going to get popped up top, and here goes Maple, once again being one of the most outstanding AR players in this lobby.
And it was at one point in time only a 12-point game as we inch closer to the 60-second mark, but if Detain wins some more gunfights, this very well could turn into another triple cap. Singularity on the backhand of a couple of special SMG moments, find themselves the full dom. Detain's not done yet, takes one more gunfight, but will fall. Desperation time now in effect for Team War. They cannot get it done with just 2 flags. They need a neutral or a triple cap of their own if they want to come back in this match.
How big of a blow was that? With B control underway, Chain isn't going to relinquish that at all. With 3 players currently surrounding him, and he has Biz coming to help him out, it's going to be big if they can win this gunfight. Biz is going to go down. Chain dies as well. So that neutral hill is going to go all towards Team War. And this comeback can happen if they play their cards right. 35 seconds have to go, and Stevo
math is just not in favor of Team War. You have to capture C right now. And fortunately for Team War, there are members that could potentially do that, but unfortunately, Singularity is making a rotation just to be existing over towards A. The A and C flags will change hands, and with only 15 seconds left, well, it's time of death here, Doctor. Math is going to become impossible for Team War to come back into this one, so Singularity will take the edge in this series as they will go up 2 maps to 1, in miraculous form finding a couple different triple doms to lead to this score total.
I'm pretty shocked. I really like the way Team War came into this map and their game plan. They wanted control of the middle, going all the way down to warehouse. They were able to do that successfully multiple times, but it was still the individual play from Singularity that just seems to be way too much for Team War at the moment. They weren't able to contain him. They weren't able to stop him. And that triple cap that they had was phenomenal, and that plays a big part.
It just simply comes down to the fact that Singularity's knowledge and awareness of where they're positioned, when they have numbers, and how do you turn a numbers advantage into map positioning was showcased flawlessly throughout that. The only mistake that I could potentially nitpick was the one moment where you saw Singularity make a play for the C flag when they didn't have full control at B or necessarily in the middle of the map, and Team War got a gift as far as flipping the spawns. But outside of that, Singularity played their numbers beautifully, and the only way you get a triple cap on Hack DR is if you have a special player playing by themselves and finding a multitude of kills, and well, we saw that a couple different times from the SMG line of Singularity.
I don't care what the stat lines say. I'm going to say it right now. The MVP to me so far has been Maple. And yes, the SMG play is immaculate. It's crispy. These guys can't be stopped. But that's all doing parts of the long-range damage that's consistently being put out by Maple. Every time he picks up a kill, he's calling it out, hey, this lane is clear. Make that rotation. Make sure you overextend and pick up that extra hill. And this team, they're following orders. These guys are in a rhythm, and I think they can't be stopped from this point on. Because even though that game was close, I think it's out of reach. Team War, they're really going to have to bring it this next
At least they have the extra lifeline here if they're playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, of having a second best of 5 that they could potentially resort to. But you do not want to go into map 4 and get either blown out or even lose it. You want to see this series extend or turn around in your favor convincingly. One of the two. You just don't want to go into map 4 and get blown out, as we'll take a track back to see exactly how our teams got to these grand finals. Again, it was Team War who got the better of Singularity in the winners finals, but that was a back and forth affair. That Team War, they took map 1, 3, and 5 in that best of 5. A little bit of a different storyline here, as so far it was the map 1 sure for Team War, but it's been 2 maps in a row here for Singularity. And it's not just the fact that they've won 2 maps in a row, it's in the fashion of which they did it. They looked clean in the search, and they had a very, very clinical rotation showcased in the Hackney Yard Dom there for map 3.
And I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna call it out, man. You can't argue stats. You can't fight numbers, man. I said it before. The team that loses in a series before are guaranteed just almost always to win the next series. And Singularity, they learn from their mistakes. They learn why they failed in their series before, and they don't want to lose. So, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have some more Call of Duty Challengers Cup 2 gameplay. We'll see you after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 2. I'm going to be your boy Veli on the mic, and right next to me we have Shift. We've had some phenomenal gameplay so far, but what's happening in Europe right now is insane, Shift.
Yeah, we have not had a blowout yet, which if you're a Call of Duty fan, you love to hear that stat. It's been a lot of really tight games. All the hard points have been essentially 200 points plus for both teams. All the search and destroys we've had so far have gone past round 10. You just love to see that. And now we're going to go over to the Gunrunner domination as Singularity tilted the series in their favor after the 20-point differential win on the Hackney Yard Dom. But Gunrunner, a totally different monster, and Singularity spawning with the unpreferred side will not just have to push through the this first hard point, but they're going to look to make some progress over towards the munitions depot as early as possible.
Yeah, Team War is going to be Team Red, and Steve-O is seeing nothing but that, starting off the game with 2 kills. And Steve-O, he's been pretty much a standout player so far. He's been doing good all series long, but D-Tame's going to get dropped immediately. And still, no points gathered for either team.
Evo with a nice potential here to pinch up 2 players, making their way through cargo, but he only gets 1 before the trade comes in. So now it's Chain, the only member for Singularity existing on this train yard side of the map. Shots are good, but now we'll go for the finish with more long range. Chain, how do you keep winning these gunfights? A lot of pressure put onto Team War as they're essentially forced to full spawn up and deal with the backside spawns. So with that, Singularity will get 12 seconds of free time on the center platform.
And even though the first hill is still up by about 20 seconds now, the battle right now is just for map control and spawns towards the right side of the map. Because, yeah, okay, this scrap time is going to look good, you know, but in the bigger picture, you want the right side, you want P2, you want the spawns, you want to be set up. And who's ready for that is going to be Team War. So Singularity, yes, they're in the lead as of now, but Lucifer trying to win his gunfight. If Singularity can battle back and win this fight, it's going to be a big blow towards Team War.
And again, for this break attempt for Singularity, you want to be on the south side initially, coming from this train yard area, but then you want to try to get those water tower spawns right around the 20-second mark, so that way you've got a seamless rotation from 2 to 3. But first and foremost, you got to find a way to contest this hill, as Team War has done a very good job of making sure that they just bend, not fully break, and as soon as they get a clean kill feed, they'll start to zone a little bit further. Steve-O nearly finds a 3rd in the life before he eventually drops, but still 9 kills for Vortex as he starts things off right for Team War in this hard point.
And even though the score is pretty much lopsided by over 30 seconds right now on the top left side of your screen, take a look at the streaks. I mean, 4 or 5 players currently have streaks right now and they're still alive. Cannot say the same for Singularity. But leading the way was Lucifer. Picked up 3 kills in a row to end up 4 and 5, but it's going to be Steve-O who still has the hottest hand. With the nade currently going out, Maple, who wants to hold down this L part of the map with his AR.
And after the Dallas listed in, now I think everybody in the community is calling this spot the nerd spot, as it's so difficult to shrug an AR off this angle, and Maple will showcase that. There's Exhibit A. Potentially looking for Exhibit B, as here comes Team War cutting through the middle of the map, but actually nobody who pushed through Cole picked up the boiler room, so there's an opportunity for Team War to at least touch the hill for a moment, but it's just that, a simple moment. Singularity coming off their respawn, recollect themselves, and now they've got 30 seconds to still hold for a potential full 60 on P3.
Yeah, Singularity woke up, and now they're giving out the business, but D-Tame's going to have a fury of people running towards him. Make that 1, he could get 2. A player ran to his right. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but with an AR and an SMG in play, D-Tame, he's ready to play all roles, and he's picking up kills like it's nothing. Picking up yet his 3rd one still in this life.
And again, just doing it with multitude of tools. He says, all right, Maple, you dropped your AR just for me. Thanks so much. I'll make use out of it. But still, Team War do a pretty solid job here. They get a better part of the last 20 in their name, and with that, they'll hold an 11-point lead. And more importantly, they've got the initial rotation set up here at the cargo containers. Now the kills, that's the bigger issue. Not a lot coming in their favor, and Denza and Steve-O is almost as if they heard me. They say, don't worry, Shift, we got you. They take care of a couple, and will at least make sure that this hard point stays relatively contested. That's until the second set of respawns come through, and Singularity will eventually get through for their initial break.
Yes, and the 1v2, Maple trying to show us hot hand, but he's not able to do it. AR wasn't in hand that time around. He tried to get a little fancy with an SMG, but Lucifer is going to jump right in, go prone and pick up the kill. Working on the second. Nope, Bids wants none of that. Able to pick a 1 and 2 on his way. But man, it's looking good.
And this is not good for Team War. Not only are you not getting time on this hill, but again, the next hard point on your minimap, far left side. Look where all of our red arrows are. They're not even past the 50-yard line of this map yet. So last 10 seconds coming into play. Singularity set up exactly where they want to be, but the only place they're not watching currently is the middle. And Denza will just poach a hole right through the defense. And with that, Team War, not only are they existing towards P5, but they've got a nuisance in the backline to make sure that Singularity spawns are essentially blocked. And take a look, one of the members for Singularity spawn all the way out to Cole. This would be the best opportunity for Team War for an early break. And I say that, and you mentioned that Maple so far has been your MVP. He doesn't just find 4, he finds 5, and Singularity hold on to the initial 20.
Yeah, Maple is doing everything right now with that AR play, and Singularity, they're prospering because of it. But Dave wants to put an end to that. Picking up 1 kill, working on the second, but Biz is just way too good. Steve-O definitely has his fans back, but inside the warehouse, he's going to get beat down as detained. I'm going to sock him up and send him to the grave.
This is an incredible instance for Singularity, just holding on in desperate times and desperate measures. And how about this? It's going to be down to one more 1v1. Insight taking down Denza. But why am I getting excited? Take a look at the right side of your minimap. There are 2 members for Singularity who are already contesting the eventual P2 spawns. They'll spawn up inside a coal, so the reinforcements will be quick to follow. And now it just comes down to who wins these gunfights on the backside of the map. So far, it's been an even trade. But as I say that, it's Maple who finds 2 kills, and he will drag all of his teammates to spawn right with them here in front of P2.
Such a heads-up play. Rather than shooting straight for the hill, he shot for the spawn, and right after he died, all of his teammates spawned one by one in a preferred area. But now it's been flipped once again. Team War, they're going to have the better side advantage, especially when it comes to getting into the second hill. So, Singularity, what's the plan? Denza trying to make something happen, but he's going to fall immediately.
Belly, my hands are currently on my head because simply put, Team War just got given the gift of the gods there with those spawns on the top right-hand side of the water tower. So all of that work that Singularity just put in has been instantly mitigated, and they'll have to go back to their day job here in this 9-to-5 effort to try to break back through into this P2 area. Dave with this AR is going to be a menace on the top side of AC, as he'll be trying to lock things down initially towards the coal area. Now turning his attention to the backside of the hill. Team War, good start here as they take the first 10 seconds, no problem.
Yeah, Dave is been extremely solid, 18 and 10 so far. That just shows everything he's doing is efficient. He's able to rack up a group of kills. And speaking of a group of kills, Singularity, all green names on the left-hand side, and Chain even has in a team kill, and Team War have not got a kill within the last 6 deaths. But Denza is going to get a double to give his team some type of life, as they're down by 20 points so far.
Watch how Singularity manipulate the map right here. Yeah, you got the break, and a lot of teams would say, clap, 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 good job, you did well. But Insight is making an incredible play because the awareness of him to push through the water tower will actually get Singularity to spawn closer towards P3. The kill feed is still lighting up green, as if to suggest the go button is definitely in play here. And now Insight, who's on 5 straight, I was about to comment on the fact that he was 8 and 15 at one point in time. He's about to turn this completely around as he finds his 6th kill. There's a 7th one around the corner in the smoke. He will try to make the play occur, but he does get taken down, but not before he allows Singularity to contest this hill initially.
Yeah, and the difference of the tape right now, take a look at PD stats and take a look at all the SMG players on Singularity. I mean, these guys are definitely in the positives, except for about one, and Denza is trying to set an example for his team. Looking in the face of adversity, there's about 4 or 5 people in front of him, able to rack off 1 kill, but to his left, he has no idea there's going to be a player there. Utility comes into play. He's not able to hear or move, but it doesn't matter. Still able to pick up that 2nd kill. That was big.
Now a contest coming through, just comes down to this little rave party in the minecart, all the smoke just embellishing the entirety of this entrance, and it just comes down to who wins out the kills. And we got our answer. Team War able to go essentially 3 for 1. That'll be the scrap 20 seconds given away to Team War, which will result in a dead even game. But now we train our attention to the cargo containers. Maple looking to lock things down from this big rock, and if he can find a couple of kills, he'll likely push a little bit extra forward. They want to try to not only get this spawn, but they want to try to push for P5 potentially as well. And this is a position that Maple's gonna be very difficult to shrug off.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Both of these teams are going head-to-head, and rightfully so. Their philosophies seem to look like the same. They're going for the same spawn rotations. They're going for the hill at the same time. All the rotations, they seem to be always meeting each other halfway. But it's all about who's winning these 1v1 fights en route to where their destination is. But left side of the screen, 3 players currently spawn. Number 3 is going to be PD. He's going to split away. So it's going to be up to him to make the flank, to make the biggest play possible for his teammates. But still, Singularity pushing all their players out. They have control of the hill. And now they want to set a perimeter away to keep the pressure out.
This is a tough call for Team War. You don't want to see those final 20 seconds go the way of Team Singularity, but at the same point, you also don't want to allow any opportunity for Singularity to get into your backline and open up the potential spawns for P5. Fortunately, a couple of good gunfight wins come through, so a lifeline is extended here from Team War. 180, 215 to score. Everybody in red starting to surround and fortify up this back hardpoint in the warehouse, but they're not putting enough attention towards the wood side as detained. Vince will find 3. This is the best attempt for Singularity on an opening hit that we've seen so far. It's a 3v1 in the hill. Denza trying to stay alive. Him and Harry will combine for 4 kills. That is a massive moment for Team War. Not just the lock onto the hill, but likely retake the lead.
That's just insane. I didn't expect Denza and Harry to go absolutely big the way that they did. But Singularity now, they're getting knocked right on top of them. Steve-O picking up 2, PD right behind him, and Denza with a double kill. That's what you need. Now, the momentum. The shift is here. They have the lead, 220 to 215, but now it's going to be all about rotating and preparing for this next hit.
This is where Singularity won games in North America. In the clutch up moments when you're down late in hard points, it's going to be 235 to 215. Yes, Team War can absolutely win it on the first hard point. Sure, mathematically, Singularity could as well, but the likelihood of that is low. So you've got to try to find a way to generate as much score as possible and force Team War to keep contesting in the middle of the map, so that way maybe you can get over those P2 spawns. But again, one step has to lead to the next, and Singularity so far just even trading over the middle.
With 3 players over 30 kills, Singularity, they're having a blast. The stats don't matter if you're losing, and that's why they need to make this comeback happen. 33 seconds left in this hill. Is going to be in green control. Now, Team War, they're going to have to be good with this retake. The spawn's currently coming up. All 5 players are left alive. And what's going to be the next play? You have number 4 on the top of your screen. Steve-O is going to be on a long rotate. He would pick up 1 kill. He's going to be in the second encounter, but he's going to get cut short as Maple falls as well.
Team War's got to get here. I've simply put, they gave up so much time here in the center platform. They didn't win any gunfights. You got a flood. It's now 247 to 235. And if they can contest this down to the 3-second mark, they will be in a position to clutch up this game. They've done just that. Team War, they've got the second point hard points. Now it's up to Singularity. You've got time for 1 hit and 1 hit only. Make it your best setup possible. It's going to come from multiple fronts. Here comes the numbers. Detain, Insight, finding the first couple of kills, but now someone has to get into the hill. And it may just be open through the trade yard. They're going to get in, but not enough. Harry's gonna go big for 2. And now 247, 248. No! Touch it. Team War will clutch things up at the last second.
What was that? That can't happen. Singularity 1 point away. And the moment the new hill popped up, Team War said, you know what? We're sick and tired of it. We're coming back. We're gaining control. I'm going to show you guys why. We're the real championship team in this matchup. 1 point game.
Here's the thing. Belly, simply put, when you're in that moment where you are up 225 plus going to a 3rd rotation of hills, you're feeling comfortable. You're saying there's no chance Singularity is going to find all this time on the first hard point. Look at the kill on number 7. Dave takes down 2. That was the last tick that Singularity needed. But now you turn your attention to Singularity trying to make the double hit from both the north and south sides. It looks good. The setup was absolutely perfect. They've got numbers to flood, but who is it? It's Harry, aka Lucifer. He finds 2 kills and a little bit of help to the 3rd. And from there on out, Singularity just too far to come back in. Oh, it came down to those small gunfights, though. And honestly speaking, Dave, you might not get the credit for the win, but you saved the game with that double kill over the middle, and I saw you, buddy.
Biz almost had a 40-piece, and this team still chokes it away. You know what? They need to use this timeout to go grab some water and clear out their throats because, that can't happen. That shouldn't happen. If you want to call yourself the best in your region, you can't throw away games like that. And the fact that they allowed that 1 second to slip by in the hill prior to that because they didn't get the remaining time when the hill vanished. That could have been it. That could have been a game. I know Phoenix, the coach, and the rest of the boys, they have to put that in the back of their head. They cannot let that affect them. But now it's 2-2 tied, and it's all for the bread. But let's look at the bracket and see how these guys got here. Team War, Singularity, both putting in work to get here. And these 2 teams, they deserve to be called the 2 best in Europe.
I'm just having a field day right now. This is just super high-level play coming down to the wire for both of these teams. There's been conversations that have happened kind of in the shadows, in the back rooms. Could there potentially be challengers teams that could beat pro-level teams? All I'll say to that conversation is we're seeing plays that you still see existing on the CDL stage. The discipline to make that call from Team War, just to play their lead, do just enough to contest, and the couple of big-time clutch moments that came through for David Harry at the end led to them finding a miraculous late win there. But you got to give props to Singularity. They looked super good in P5, getting to a point where they were generating so much time on the center platform. It just simply came down to a fraction of a second. Hardpoint is fun, Belly. I love it.
Let's step into the next game. The moment it comes up, producers, feel free to throw it on. I'm still mind blown. That was that type of comeback. That was a main stage worthy moment, and losing like that, I don't want my name attached to that. If I'm on Singularity, I'm coming out in this new game swinging off the bat. If I'm Biz, Chain, Detain, doesn't matter. I'm going for a 5-piece off the rip because I'm upset, I'm angry, and quite frankly, that was embarrassing. But that was such an amazing map. But this is it. All the cookies come down to this. The last map, Shift. Oh, excuse me, this is NA. I apologize for the switch regions momentarily. I got ahead of myself. I was excited. But let's see what these boys have in store for us.
This should be UIU and Get Busy, two teams that have been solid 5-man rosters through and through. This is a map 1 matchup here on Hackney Yard. UIU, of course, making a couple of roster change in recent weeks. It's Paul X that makes the addition to this roster with Draza, and so far, so good. As I talked to Dylan last night for a bit, and he was feeling a little bit unconfident, saying that there's some things that have not been going wrong for us in Saturday's bracket that we just do not characteristically see. But so far, from the unfavored side on Hackney Yard, you take these opening 20 seconds. It's a lot of time generated so far for UIU.
Yeah, you take a look at this Get Busy roster. I mean, these names immediately pop out at you. If you watch Call of Duty the last 4 years and you took a break, you're like, oh, Gunjar, Profizi. I know these guys.
Yeah.
These guys are stars, okay? And currently, these stars are down against UIU, and people are saying UIU just might be the best team in NA. But it all starts now. You're not the best if you don't win it all, right?
Definitely the case. It makes a very difficult argument if you try to make that consistently happen. But, you know, the other player to keep an eye on, you're going to recognize a lot of these names. It's Fire in my mind, who's brand new, essentially, to the scene at this level. He's been trusted by a lot of players. There's been a lot of talk about this kid providing something that you just don't normally see out of someone who does not have years of experience in the Respawn competitive mode. So he's a player for me to watch. He's one of the main SMGs for Get Busy. And, well, we essentially turn to him, and he finds a team kill and then is immediately taken off. But things are going to have to be collected here for Get Busy quickly, as UIU is already making attempts to break the spawns for P2.
Yeah, here in P2, Get Busy, they almost made it come back down by 2 seconds, but still 30 seconds left. And I know soon both teams are going to be rotating to make sure they get the spawn, they get the favorable hill. And so far, it's just a bloodbath. Both these guys, they're flying the hill and they're going at it. But look at the minimap. Number 9, number 4. Number 4, Gunjar getting the proper spawn for his team. And now everyone is set up for P3.
It's a heck of a break for UIU. Even if you get a couple of seconds, we just don't ever really see the second hard point being broken when you've got two teams. Oh my goodness, Paul, are you kidding me? Okay, puts him in the spin cycle and rinses him out, but now you go to this third hard point. And again, the biggest problem here for Get Busy was not only did you relinquish P2 control, but you didn't zone out the middle of the map, and because of that, Draza, who's able to find 2 kills, will just open a door for UIU to start initially contesting this third hard point.
That's funny. You take a look at the stats on UIU. You know, you got a few people in double digits, then you got Hollow that's 2-7 currently. Now, still, albeit it's the beginning of the game, but he still needs to find his bearings, warm up a little bit, help out his team, but it still helps that they're in the lead above 30 points. But Get Busy still fighting back. They spawning out outside of the hard point, but they're not contesting at all. They're dying right off the spawn, and it seems like UIU is shutting down the middle of the map. They don't want them to rotate at all.
And again, that's just clinical gameplay. You love to see it. And when Paul's doing things like this, oh my goodness, if he finds the third, I lose my lid. But regardless, UIU has done an incredible job through these first 3 hills. Spawning again, initially from the unfavored side. They take a significant time away on P1. They break P2. And again, they technically win the third hard point. So let's put the shoe on the other foot here. Get Busy. You have to do a better job, not just holding this 4th hard point, but you absolutely cannot get broken for your P5 spawns, which you currently possess.
Yeah, Get Busy. They need to start to get to winning because right now it doesn't look pretty, and Fire is trying to warm things up. Turning left, a little bit of pre-fire, 5-7 to 1v2. Yes! Fire able to body both of them. That's exactly who you are. And Profizi picking up his 2nd kill so far his life. Excuse me, I got a little bit excited. Now the guns don't Get Busy. They're starting to warm up and they're starting to mount a comeback. Still, they're down by a lot of points.
And this is where things can turn around, though. You're going to be able to contest this scrap 20, and if you win a couple of isolated 1v1s, you could actually find yourself within just a handful of points of UIU, who again put together a very solid first 3 hills, but they lose track of the rotation. Draws has already found his way into the 5th hard point. He's going to not just find 1, he'll slap the back of Exotic for a 2nd, will not get the 3rd as Pentagram starts to come to life here, but it's not going to be before UIU flip the spawns out, and that's the worst case scenario. We framed it up. Get Busy. You had one job to do. Hold P5 spawns, and now things go from bad to worse for you Get Busy.
And that's extremely unfortunate because they look so damn good at a point in time, and then it's like they say, here, take it. We don't want to win right now. Like, Get Busy. Let that hunger show. But UIU, they're doing good so far, but on board with Hollow. Currently 9-12, the stat line is starting to get better, and by winning gunfights like this, my man is definitely starting to pick up steam. But running out of the face of danger, he's gonna, get stopped, shot in the back, and that's gonna be it.
20 seconds left. Keep your eyes on your minimap. For UIU, the whole goal is to try to stretch across to the right-hand side. Do whatever you can to try to influence these P2 spawns. At least that would be the consideration. But looks like UIU is actually just more content to just generate more score in the warehouse, essentially saying if Get Busy want to play passive for P2, we'll take another 30, 40 seconds on this first hard point and go up potentially 200 plus just to 80. But that stretch and that entertainment not going to be essentially coming to value here, as Get Busy will contest this hard point nicely, but what do they miss? Again, hold in the defense.
Wow.
UIU, top right-hand side, flip the spawns, and sure, Get Busy, you win a couple of kills in the hard point, but you might just lose this game off the next hard point.
Oh my gosh, Hollow and the rest of the boys are letting them have it. SMGs are spraying and they're collecting kills left and right. Oh my, Harry, stop it. But with control right here, he's still gonna pick up more of a streak, and you see two players now with streaks on UIU, and they don't seem to be slowing down now. 179 to 98, Get Busy. They have a lot that they need to pick up on.
First and foremost, you have to break P2. But simply put, you don't break P2 here, UIU find a full 60. I hate to be negative, but that's pretty much game over. It's going to be so hard to play a perfect rotation from there on out. You're not going to be able to give up any time whatsoever, but how about this? Couple of kills coming to the bottom side of the blue gate near the parking lot. Cells has to respond to this, the main AR player for UIU. And with that, he'll train his aim accordingly, and Draza will just come off the respawn with 3 kills flooding through Main Street. And now we're going to see the 200-point part not just marked, but also surpassed for UIU.
Draws with a beautiful play, but he's not done yet. 2 players in front of him. He's going to pick up 1 more and able to get the second. Great play nonetheless, doing exactly what he has to do. And Harry rotating around this truck looking for 1. Oh my God, somebody sneaks to the left side of him, but he still rotates around, and with the help of his teammate, able to help secure 1 kill and gets another on his own. Still, guns flying for Get Busy. Down by 100 points. They can still make a comeback. They just have to pick it up now.
I mean, simply put, Paul X 21-20, Cells as the main AR 23-14, and Dylan puts some respect on his name. He's 27-17, but like we mentioned, it's the full 60 for UIU. It's going to be 236 to 112. 20 points that you can find on an initial rotation or hit late for scrap. This is going to be a very difficult task here for Get Busy. They're going to have to play picture perfect hardpoint. And to be candid, Veli, we haven't really seen it much yet in this instance.
Nah, Shift, this is one of the most lopsided hardpoints that we've seen all day. Probably the most lopsided hardpoint that we've seen all day. Now passing the 240 mark, UIU, all they need are 10 more points, and it's going to be that much harder to Get Busy because all it takes is just to get a fraction of the time that you're in a hill, and there's a few more hills left that Get Busy they're going to have to dominate. They're going to have to be pristine looking forward.
Yeah, and again, you can essentially make the luxurious choice if UIU. Do we want to just full fly for scrap time? We can win off that. Do we want to just take the early rotation and zone? We can win off that too. And they decide to go with the former rather than the latter as UIU takes the first map. Hack the yard hard point 250 to 136.
Wow. Jumped out of a great game, back and forth and close. We literally left a hard point that ended in 1 point, right? And we go to just a slaughter in the next. That's insane. That's insane. UIU did exactly what they had to do to let everybody know here we were here to win. But looking at this game, Singularity and Team War, S&D, and in case you guys haven't seen the remainder of the series, this has been an extremely close one. It's the second time both of these teams met up in the bracket. Team War winning the first time, but now it's tied 2-2 in the finals.
Numbers initially for Team War, who they did not win this map when they played in the winners finals. It was the map 2. It was a 6-3 for Singularity then, but we've seen that history is not often repeating itself in these playbacks so far. And as Detain is the last one left alive here in a 1v4, at least he's got the bomb to work with and dead silence, but the time is not in his favor, and neither is the map, as he's got a lot of room to manipulate. And, well, again, he's been figured out. There's really no chance you feel that Team War is going to allow him to exit from this box's room as the full swarm comes through. Singularity will lose this first round, but like you mentioned, this has been a back-and-forth series. Just to give you the recap in case you're joining late, it was a 250 to 204 in the Ramaza hardpoint for Team War. Singularity bounced back with a 6-4 win on the Ramaza search and the 169-149 win on Hackney Yard Dom. But then, as we just recently saw, Team War able to squeak away a 250 to 249 on Gunrunner hardpoint.
You know, we jumped right in at a bad time for Singularity. D-Team was caught between a rock and a hard place. That's what they call it, right, Shift? He had nowhere to go, and just the line of sight, the crossfire. Everything Team War is doing is just on point. And to be quite honest, I really don't see a weakness between both of these teams. With the smokes coming out, Utility's going to be in play. Denza is going to get the hit marker. That's the intel he needed. Bids is going to be the victim of the first blood, and Denza wants to make a play.
Petey's sitting there. You guys want to find info plus a first blood? Sure, I'll reward that play with a free bomb plant here. And this is where the post plant setup is going to look very treacherous for Singularity, simply due to the fact that take a look at the spread and how defensively it's positioned. Team War is all over the map from north to south. And again, you can watch this bomb from a long range of angles, including the one that Harry is currently hiding on this generator or turbine, whatever you familiarly call it out as in your own game. But Singularity are realizing this, and the only play they have available is to push through and try to find the kills. Insight needs to find a second kill, and he won't be able to do it. Team War in the post-plant setup, they take the second round 2-0.
Now, Singularity, I don't want to be the one to say it, but after losing the hard point in the way that they did, the fashion that they did, it was pretty dramatic to say the least.
Yeah.
Could that have taken the breath out of them? It would devastate me if I lost like that, Shift, and going against War, I mean, with everything on the line, this is it. S&D is Singularity's strong point, and it doesn't look like that right now. So could that loss have messed them up just a little bit when it comes to mentality?
I always say a close loss is sometimes worse than a blowout loss because it does kind of mess with your head. But one of the things that Singularity has done well on this map is controlling the middle of the map with SMGs. This time through, they're all full committing to trying to work through Cole, of which it's mostly met by Denza and Dave early. At least Singularity is able to make this a level 3-3, but the map positioning, you got Harry, number 7 on your minimap, pinched up behind this. The only play available for Singularity right now is to flip this bomb back over to B, and fortunately, Bids has cleared up enough space to allow that play to occur.
Okay, this is going to be all up to Insight. He's heading towards Lucifer, and Insight is going to get the drop. Now, if Insight won that fight, that means that their entire flank would have been covered. But now that he lost that, these guys are going to get pinched. The first kill goes down. Denz is going to pick up 2, and that's going to be it. Team War, they dissected him. They cut him apart and tore him up. Singularity, that win, all had to come down to that flank, and they just weren't able to come out on top. Great play from Denz and the rest of the boys.
And you mentioned it 100% correctly. Harry gets that kill on the backside. If Insight wins that battle, we're looking at a totally different 3v2. But this time through, Team War do win that isolated 1v1 and turn it into 3 rounds in a row. And this is going to play a little bit of a headache into the minds of Singularity because, simply put, you've tried a couple of cheeky things on your offenses, neither of which have come through. And with that, now you have got to essentially say, what do we do to break open this Team War squad? You do not want to go down 4-0 in this search and destroy so soon.
I don't think they have a choice, Shift. From what we've seen so far, Team War just looks like the outright better team. Now, Singularity, play for picks. You have only 2 players with kills right now. They're both 3-3. When you're up there like that, you have 3 players combined for 8? That's rough. But Chain is going to pick things up. Finally picking up his first kill, knocking Dave out. That's a great start.
Team War was trying to bait out that play through A. You had 2 members that were sitting behind where the A Dom flag normally exists. They were hoping that Singularity were going to try to rush through and take a flank, but Singularity stay at home. They find a couple of kills in their favor. Now it's a 4v3 in favor of our defense. The Maple will make it now a 4v2. Tight situation here with 50 seconds to play for Team War, but fortunately you got Harry still alive. He's 5-0. Make it 6, but he's got to find a lot more, and he will not get the benefit of the 7th, 8th, or the needed 9. So Singularity do bounce back here and keep things close.
There you go. That's what you need. 1 round at a time. Take it bit by bit, piece by piece, until you get the full puzzle completed. Great cross-map SMG kill from Chain, by the way. But wake up. Show that aggression. It's like Singularity. They're playing more passive than they usually do. I'm going to see them really flood that kill feed. But heading into this next round, I mean, Team War, they're sitting pretty right now. 2-2. This is it. By the way, if Singularity wins this, the bracket resets.
Yeah. A long path still for Singularity, not just including this individual search and destroy. Shane and Denza trade back and forth, leaving a 4v4 to Tane. Not dissuaded, though. He wants to clear out the backside of his cargo cleaner. He'll push inner. He's got one up top of the forklift. That's a big first win. And more importantly, he just gets out with his life. He'll clear the bathroom while doing this. He does get taken down, but that's valuable information as Singularity get the bomb planted. And now they can set up post-plant exactly where they need to deal with this.
Yeah, there you have it. The clutch could have been successful if PD won that 1v1 against Maple, but Maple and his AR play has been on point. If PD won that, he could have rotated all the way around flank to help out Denza. But now Denza, he's going to be in the face of two people right now. And I'm not sure if he's going to win this. He might walk out with one kill, maybe two. He's going to have to act fast and point him out. But the intel has been shared. Denza challenges, get shot down. And Singularity, they're going to win 2 in a row.
All I could say for these last 2 rounds for Singularity, encapsulating it in one word, it's just been discipline. You don't give Denza any information. You hold angles of which you can just shoulder peek towards the bomb, wait for him to make a move, and then just swarm and flood and make sure you protect the bomb at all costs. It was the same thing in their previous round. They were able to hold off very nicely, get a couple of kills when they had numbers, and just turn the map and the objective into their favor because of it. So now they go back to the defense. This would potentially be 3 rounds in a row for Singularity. And again, everyone is participating currently on that Singularity squad, which is very encouraging considering you started down 0-3.
You're right. You heard the sound. Lots of utility coming into play currently, and Chain is going to work his way up the top of the map. Still moving slow. No intel has been given out just yet, and it seems like PD is just peeking, making sure that anybody comes out face value is going to call it out, try to secure the kill, and get the necessary rotation if needed. But still, less than 60 seconds left. No one has made a move yet. Speaking of Insight, yeah. The moment I said it, Insight said, nah, I got this. Denza falls.
Take a look at Singularity's trust here. It's an even spread. Looks like a soccer defensive line. Everyone even with each other in a straight horizontal line. I guess that'd be a vertical line. Okay. Geometry and is not my strong suit. Maple, though, does find 2 kills. Dave is actually going to bring the sniper rifle to the battlefield for the first time, which will potentially throw a monkey wrench in the system. But it won't occur here in this round as Singularity will bounce back, fighting 3 rounds in a row. And again, we wanted to see them calm up, get collected, and find a way to just be disciplined in this search and destroy. And after a wild start, they've 100% done just that.
Yeah, that was a really slow offense, and Singularity pounced on them immediately. But now, things are tied, and Team War, that hot hand they had, is starting to get cold. 3 seconds left to go in the round, before the round starts, excuse me, and now it looks like, the tables turn. There's one team just way on top of the other. But Chain throwing out an 8, not going to get a hit marker just yet, but 2 is left. He might be able to sneak the kill.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
There you have it. Chain drops PD as PD almost gets a kill on his teammate.
This has been the characteristic trait that we've known from Singularity on this map. You get chained, you get detained. They both push through the middle of the water ramp, and you at least find a trade. This time they come away with 2. At least you thought it would be 2, but Chain isn't actually able to find his compadre's trade from detain. At least Bids will be there to do the job, and now the post-plant setup. You've got Siggy up top, as he's going to be watching from the water tower, Insight watching from the coal side stairs, and Steve-O's going to be caught between a rock and a hard place here, and he will be taken down. Maple will give the information of not just 1, but 2 players cutting through the water tower side, and now for Singularity, all you have to do is just cut off 7 seconds of time here, and Bids, he'll find a couple shots in, takes the second challenge, and that will be the round, as not only does the kill come through, but there wasn't enough time for the defusal, and Singularity have now taken 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a better way to end the round. Team War, they had the advantage, but once they won that 1v1 on rotation, it turned out to be a 2v2, and Bids was able to get the best of one of the players, but then, his teammate was there to clean up the last kill. Great crossfire, great teamwork, and great communication between everybody involved.
Now all of a sudden, we talked about the narrative of what did Singularity do to get back in this series. Now if you're Team War, you've dropped 4 rounds in a row. What do you do? The idea is going to be to try to go over to A initially. Some stuns will find information. Dave's going to try to challenge this. He should find 1 kill on the Bids. He does. Vortex able to collapse on a second. That was Chain who fell for first blood. Good trade for Dave as he takes the second kill. But more importantly, Team War, you've got the numbers, you got the bomb down, and it's now just Maple versus 4 as Dave finds his 3rd kill in the round.
Now, Maple's been really good lately. I don't think he's this good to where he's going to win this round and Team War ties it up. But Dave, man, there's 2 AR players that have really ramped things up and set the tone for both of these teams. Maple's done a fantastic job, and same with Dave, man. Once Dave gets started, though, I wouldn't say he has been as consistently big when it comes to playmaking as Maple was earlier on in the series. But so far, when he does show up, His name is known. He's picking up constant 2Ks, 3Ks. And to do that in Search and Destroy, that says a lot on its own.
Big bounce back round here for Team War. It will put a slight pause to the momentum that Singularity was building, but again, you can see what Shane wants to do. He wants to get aggressive in the middle of the map. He's gonna be met this time up close and personal through the smoke. Both players pass by each other like ships in the night, and Shane will eventually find the kill on the PD. He realizes there could be a player around as he doesn't know what to look at. Steva will find the trade-off kill, and unfortunately, there's nobody there to pick up the pieces for Singularity, but they have been gifted a lot of space to be, so the bomb will be planted, and once again, you're looking at Insight number 1 of the Turbine, and number 2 is Maple, both of your mainstay ARs in Search and Destroy, looking to just hold off the flanks and make sure they can find a way to clutch up on this bomb site if they need to.
Yeah, Bisso one, but he falls, and the retake is going to be quick and swift. You see players swarming the hill. Yeah, but right now, Maple is going to run into one over near these containers, and D-Tane, blessed. 2v1. Where's Lucifer?
Maple just blasted through 2. Maple looking for a third, tries to jump across, but again, the issue here is the time, of which there is not enough to defuse. So Detain, you were slippery enough to get through the cargo containers. Maple, thanks for the help from the mid side of the U connector. And with that, Singularity will put themselves on the best of 5 point here. Again, I say that because bracket reset would come into play as Singularity is coming out of the losers bracket.
It's going to be a long day for these boys right here. Just going back and forth. They're at war with each other to see who's going to be the definite best team in Europe. And you love to see competition like this. If this was just a blowout, I would have been concerned. I would have been upset. The fact that none of these teams want to lose at the moment, and we might have another best of 5 between these two, that's beautiful. But PD has been struggling so far. 1-9. He's going to drop first.
And it's a lot of, again, he's trying to play through the middle of the map, and lately he's just been met by every single SMG of Singularity. Fortunately, Stevo and Denza will find 2 in response. It'll lead to Chain in a 1v4 situation. This surely has got round 5 painted all over it, round 11 all over it. This is the round 5 team win for Team War, and that will be the case. So round 11 coming into fruition. Team War, if you take this personal round, you win the tournament as a whole. Singularity fighting for an extra life for a bracket reset.
This is too much right here, Schiff. Way too much. Everything out on the table now. So, Team War, you win this, you move on. You're the champions. You're the best in Europe for now. Singularity. Does the dog still have Finals, Schiff? I don't know.
And I mean, at one point in time, if you were to consider if Singularity were to not just take this best of 5, but if they were to take the second, heck, you could say that not only are you champions of North America, but you're, again, reestablished in Europe, and heck, put them on another continent. I don't know if it would make much of a difference, but this one much tighter in an affair. 1 for 1 we go. Kills now trading in favor of Team War for a 4v3. Bomb has also been dropped right outside the B site. Now it just comes down to Shane has to make a kill. And he does. He's got a second one trying to contest him, and Harry will very wisely wait for the reload, doesn't get spammed out, and the numbers advantage will still just slightly be in favor of Team War.
3v2. This is it. This could be Singularity's last round. Maple, it's going to be all in your hands, along with Insight. Can they make the clutch? Can they make the play? Yeah. Little does Maple know there's going to be somebody on the opposite side of the tracks to his right. But moving so fast, he was unable to see him. So he's still looking around, able to pick up one on Dave. Great one. Still, 2v2, 30 seconds left to go. That is more than enough time to make this play.
They've completely lost Insight. They think he's somewhere over by A. The only person who can make a play right now is Vortex through the green window. Harry finds one at range. Now the bomb's gonna be planted in Insight. He sees another life come and go as he's able to survive through the spam. He's gonna be tagged up from the water ramp, and no chance here. Harry will come back for his 3rd kill in the round. Give him the defuse, he's earned it. And Team War will be your European champions for the Challengers Cup number 2 at a map 5 round 11.
Lucifer with 16 kills, man. You said it, Schiff. You've been following this guy for a while, and you know what he's capable of, and Lucifer showed out. Now, if you want to put a stamp on the map to be the champion, why not go 16-4? I mean, why not? But still, though, it looked like a 4v5 for a second because my man Petey started slow, but granted, he was the objective player. He was like, what, 1-9, 1-10? Yeah. This team looks great. They still have a lot to work on. But they're your European champions, and they so deserve it.
And I can already hear in my head Kevin Pichardo, the CEO, Surge is getting the let's go for the boys. And again, we had some time to talk about Harry before. You can't speak highly enough about that search and destroy performance from him specifically. You take a look back at the series set throughout this tournament for Team War. It was a 3-0 versus Elitist, a 3-0 versus the Plugs, and then meeting Singularity fresh out of North America in the winners finals. They take the Mat 5 in the first instance, and they do it again in the grand finals. No bracket reset needed. Take your $8,000 and have yourself a wonderful rest of your Sunday.
I mean, hey, these guys are the best, and I'm so excited about the future rivalry between both of these teams. It's going to be amazing, but you guys have seen the bracket. You've seen the prize pool. Team War, they're going to run away with $8,000 shift. What would you do with money like that, man?
I don't know, man. In a time where everything's been done inside of isolation, I'm probably going to Amazon first and foremost, see what's on sale. Maybe come away with a couple of upgrades for the stream setup or something like that. But the bigger storyline here is a simple fact that you cannot discredit Singularity. They're put through a gauntlet in North America. They have to travel. Essentially, as soon as they won North America, they packed up their bags, they left, they got to Europe on Monday in a coronavirus situated world where that could be very difficult to manipulate, and the vibes change a lot, right? I mean, you're used to sitting next to these guys for the better part of the last 2 months. Now you're just communicating through a TeamSpeak or a voice comm server of some nature, and that energy is going to be a little bit different. And let alone, you haven't had a chance to look at Team War in the last couple of weeks, so some learning is going to be done for both of these teams. But you got to give credit for Team War. They were excited about this matchup, and they showed up to take it in 5.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for the European side of things. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in so far. But coming up next, we're going to see what's happening in NA. And in case you missed it, Renegades ran rampant in APAC, and the EU Finals was better than ever. Only by 1 round, Team War stuck it to Singularity as they turned out as the European champs. But can WestR and the rest of these teams, such as IIWII, pull up in NA? We'll find out soon. See you guys on the end of this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. This is the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 2. I'm going to be joined by Shift right now, but we're going to jump right into the action. This is a game between this is lower semis here in NA. Gunjar, Profizi, we were just in the series not too long ago before we saw EU in, but this is going to be S&D, and Fire is already in the midst of action.
Yeah, he sure is. Again, he's my player to watch here, as he's got the most to prove, I think, when you look at the names from top to bottom. And how about that nice little snap on to Rex, as Pentagram will also follow up with a couple of kills and get busy off to a good start here in the search. Just down to Hollow, no chance to respond to the player behind him. And again, if you missed the initial hard point, it was played on Hackney Yard, where IIWII did not even give a single inch of ground to this Get Busy squad. It was a 250 to 136, and Get Busy, flatly put, looked a little bit lost on that Hackney Yard. But to be fair, Veli, not to take too much away, Hackney Yard hardpoint is one of the trickier map mode combinations we currently have in the CDL playlist.
Yeah, it's really rough. And also looking at the veteranship on this roster of Get Busy right now, I mean, even though they did struggle in that hardpoint pretty badly, I mean, these guys are veterans. Profizi, Pentagram, the rest of them, they know how to play Search and Destroy. They've been doing this for years at such a high level. So, like I said about Singularity, maybe it just takes... Wow, Hollow! Maybe it just takes a win in a game mode like this to really bring things back up to respawn. Cells is going to get a kill as well, and IIWII starting to pick things up now.
Those are some clinical double nades that are coming through. You saw Cells lining it up over the top of the Dark Arches area. And of course, a little bit of an easier angle from Hollow, just looking at the bomb site from the top side of a little bit of a heady spot that got heady right outside the tunnel. And now with numbers, IIWII in a 5v2. And for Gunjar and Pentagram, you just have no idea how you're going to try to approach this. You're playing it individually, and that means that you have to, on a solo basis, find a couple of kills. Pentagram will see information on one, but that intel is mutual. And now everybody from IIWII will just flood out and deal with him. IIWII, just as quickly as they got punished in the first defensive round, they're able to take a very swift attack here in the second.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Pentagram. He had a kill lined up in the sights. Unfortunately, that player was just way too fast for him. But we see really fast rounds in succession, only for the fact that both of these teams, they're really starting to fill out each other now. They're seeing each other's play styles, how they approach this type of search and destroy gameplay. Are these teams going to be fast? Are they going to rush heavily, or are they going to play it slow and play for picks? We're finding out now.
Sure are, and it's just a tough kind of gauntlet to read, because simply due to the fact that you're not able to really confirm any free information. Again, you see these ceremonious nades just running over the top of the middle of the map, and rarely do they convert to much besides maybe a hit marker or two. Paul X gets aggressive. He will find himself first blood over the middle of the map, but take a look at Pentagram. He's slipped right on by the entire defensive setup of IIWII. He'll take down Paul from behind, and now IIWII, they're going to be willing to deal with this. They've got two options. Either number one, collapse back to deal with the kill, or number two, push forward. The last thing you want to do is just be caught in the middle of this pinch, and that's exactly what unfolds as we're dealing with a 3v2 in favor of Get Busy's attack.
Yeah, speaking of 3v2, it's going to be up to Cells to make it back. He has to be quick on this rotation. This Pentagram picks up the latest kill. 40 seconds left to go. The objective is currently going down. There's nothing Dylan can do right now. They're watching that window, and he's going to have to rotate out of there if he wants to make it out alive.
Tight situation to be in, to be sure. Cells will make life a little bit easier. Now a 2v2, and Rex, he's got dead silence. Could make a play. Goes for a couple of spam shots. It's actually going to force Exotic over. And at least there's information. Tries to bust through the door. Extra intel on a Pentagram, but I would say a little untimely on the second peek. And now Cells is last alive in a 1v2 with 20 seconds to try to work this.
All right, that's going to be a Get Busy on top once again. One by one, both of these teams are taking turns winning right now, and that round was way closer than anything that we've ever seen so far in this S&D out of all 3 rounds. Now these teams are starting to find each other at choke points, common choke points. They're starting to battle it out, and one by one, the kills come through, and Get Busy. They're going to look to extend their lead moving into the 4th round.
And again, just a quick little note on the history of Get Busy. Again, as a team and an organization, name if you'll call it that, it's been 2 top 16 finishes in a row. So again, the progress that these guys have made since adding Fire to the roster, which was made a roster change just last weekend. Previously, they were playing with, who's missing off this roster? They're playing with, I don't actually know who's missing off the initial roster. So I'm going to cause that point just to stop. But Fire's the most recent addition. That's the biggest takeaway.
Yes.
And the fact that they've gone from top 16 twice in a row to a potential top 4 finish, that's pretty incredible. But getting into this round, it hasn't started off all that hot for Get Busy, as they find themselves unfavored in the numbers, and they've also lost the ability to protect the B-bomb site.
Dylan pushes out with the bait and switch, almost gets caught off guard by Pentagram as he offers in some gunfire of his own. But Goonchars is going to see the foot of Dylan, unable to get the kill, but they know where he's at. He's going to continue applying pressure, and yes, Goonjar is going to secure the kill.
As I recollected myself, it was Spacely that was dropped off this roster in favor of Fire, who's left in a 1v2. He's not able to make the play come through, and well, now we go 2-2 back and forth so far in this Ramaza, as I think you might anticipate. And both offenses finding some really solid success thus far, and it just comes for me down to who's going to adjust things defensively. So far, it's been a lot of just everything going to B. And with that, do you maybe try to commit an extra number away from the middle to hold on to the site, or you try to pull a flank from A faster? There's a lot of opportunities. It just comes down to what do you do decisively here?
All right, Goonjar rocking that Optic Gaming jersey. You have to love it. But look at the split right now. Cells going towards top construction and bridge. Pentagram's trying to get set up momentarily, but the SMG in play, we know he's looking for up close fights, and he's gonna find it without shooting a shot. Dylan's gonna get the first blood.
He's in a position, though, to try to collapse here over towards the B site. His position has been figured out, but again, there are still numbers for Get Busy surrounding this B site. Number 9 is Dylan Rex. He's right above all of this, and I think he's just making noise just to make sure Get Busy have to be mindful of what's happening potentially behind them. And again, we talked about it. Could IIWII potentially find more success on B by hitting a little bit of a flank out of the A site? That seems to be the case, as Cells has made his way over to the cafe to join Rex. You also got Paul X in a position to collapse very quickly if Get Busy do want to hit B. And well, they're caught a little bit in the middle. Goonjar will take down 2. But again, the time is not their ally here, as the B site is by no means won yet for our team in blue.
Yeah, Dylan is in a favorable position. Well, not anymore, as he's getting flanked currently, calling the sandwich. Dylan running back and forth. He's going to be the second kill in a row for Fire. Is Goonjar is going to get dropped immediately. Still, winnable game. 17 seconds left to go. AR coming into play. Profizi barely going to dodge that shot, but he has cover fire from Fire.
Time is going to be the biggest issue, you feel like, here for Paul. Got a lot to play with, and I think he realized that Profizi hasn't actually left the bomb site yet, but again, he's got to figure out where exactly Fire is going to position. He's got an idea. Of course, we get the confirmation because we see the X-ray.
I like it.
This is an interesting play. Again, Profizi's just going to try to weasel his way through this site, and Paul doesn't make the challenge happen. But again, Fire, all he's got to do is just jump off the window. He does just that. Now it's just down to 20 seconds. And Paul, well, again, time is not your ally at all here. And he's not going to check his left where Fire finds the pick. And Fire, again, is really coming to life here in this search and destroy. He's looked incredible.
You got to give him credit, though, man. He tried to work it, and he did so well. It was just pretty unfortunate that he was right there to his left, prone behind a stairway. Almost clutched it out, but that little cat and mouse game that they were playing, he was really trying to work the guy that was in the window, and if he was able to get that, I would have had complete faith in him to clutch out the round. Close, unfortunate, but still great game nonetheless. As Get Busy tries to extend their lead, and I'm really looking for the first team to just go 2 rounds ahead of the other. I feel like that's going to be when we start to see the better team.
Yeah, we need to see a defense come through. Simply put, it's just been all attack so far. So now it's going to be the first opportunity for IIWII to change up the narrative as they're leaning over towards A. Rex is going to be the point man on this approach, and he's got dead silence. He'll hit the triggers as soon as he makes his way in, tries to clear off the second floor. He sees information on 1. That's the OGLA sub of Goonjar for first blood.
All right, Dylan working his way out, getting a second. Yes! Fire's going to fall victim. It's going to be 2 in a row into this round. With the SMG out now, he has the right gun for this. He can find Pentagram, able to offer him some shots. Unable to finish it out, though, but Semtex goes out. He's going to be way off the mark. And Dylan, he's looking to reset.
And again, you can afford to make this play simply due because you have the objective, but nobody clears out the second floor. So just like this, it's a 2v2. Profizi's going to hop the bomb. No one's here to deal with it. Pentagram cleans up 2 kills. Paul's gonna find Paul. He finds the first timing.
Yes!
Did he get the defuse yet? Because getting close, and he does get the bomb defuse just a split second too late on the push through. What a committal call for Get Busy just to stick the plant, or pardon me, the defuse. And with that, Pentagram comes up with 2 massive picks.
Pentagram had to play. That was so dreamy, man. That was rough. That was rough for a play like that. I mean, Get Busy, they're looking good right now, and they finally extended that lead. Can they continue to do it? We don't know yet because it's still neck and neck. But it's just the timing and the awareness is absolutely insane.
And again, that might be the difference maker. That split second. Is that going to be our only defensive win? It comes in a round where you didn't think it was going to happen. So talk about the dynamic change here. UIU now forced to win a defense here as you don't want to go down 5-2. Exotic will find first blood. The trade, not there initially, but will follow up. And with that, Cells will find a second kill on the backside. And now all of a sudden, UIU coming to life defensively as they're looking at a 5v1 under Profizi, who's got no chance.
Yeah, Profizi tried to pick up the objective and try to make his way in, but it didn't look too good. UIU able to get the win, but still not on top. Hollow, great job. But look at that. Even if Hollow doesn't get the kill, then look at that crossfire setup, man. There's no way you can win against that shift.
There's too many numbers, Felly. You put anybody in that situation, the result will likely stay the same. Now we go into another round where will we see another defense come through, or will this be UIU tying things up with their fourth offensive attempt? Going to be a little more standard as they're going to send a couple members over towards the B area. The bomb will just kind of linger mid-cafe for now, but how about this for Get Busy? They've actually pushed Exotic further forward, closer to money on the low ground, so he might be in a prime position, actually, to watch and stall this entire rotation. It comes down to this first gunfight. Exotic, he'll find one. Exotic, he'll find two. Exotic, will he find the third? No, he will be traded. Paul X able to get that one still working, but again, UIU is left limping after that initial hit.
And UIU, they had such a good game plan heading into this, but it was all up to Exotic, who's currently 7-6 on the stat line to shut it all down with a nice 3K. Profizi's going to drop immediately. Great job by Cells and Hollow. Still going to pick up a kill. They're trying to make a play at the moment. Currently 3v3 in UIU. They're still looking to make this play. Get Busy knows exactly where they are. As you see, there's nobody around B at the moment.
Oh, they don't have to because Pentagram pushed all the way through it. He's just watching the cross angle from the backside of the spawn, and as soon as he gets the call out from his teammate, he will be on his high horse, committing to get to the backside of this pinch. Unfortunately, though, the only place that could potentially go in favor of UIU is you've got Cells, who's actually watching the top of the rug shop. So this is, again, a key moment here of what happens at the backside of this fight. Ooh. Number 7 on number 5. Paul wins one more gunfight up close and personal, but you're still waiting. Pentagram, you've got to get here as it's taking so much time, and he will find Cells. So now Paul forced to clutch up a 1v2.
All right, engagement is going to be there. Pentagram picking up yet more kills, 9 and 5. He's been on fire since yesterday, and he hasn't seemed to cool off yet. But all of UIU currently down, and this is just going to be another win for Get Busy, still maintaining their 2-win lead.
Oh, whew. Boy.
That was a lot. That was a lot. I like to see the way that these rounds are starting to evolve. It first started out in the first 2 rounds. Okay, we fly, we get a clean wipe, and we win, right? Now things are starting to become more strategic. They're taking their time now. They're watching these angles, and I really love to see the evolution of the gameplay currently.
Well, we'll see how this one unfolds here. You're a fan of the Get Busy team. You would love to just put this one away here before it gets too interesting. Get it a 6-3, send it to a map 3 at a 1-1 map total. Pentagram, I'm sure, is hoping to maintain his almost 2-point KD as he's 9 and 5 as well. So he says, guys, let's just put this one away. And how about this? They're going to run right through the smoke middle. I don't know if Paul saw all of this. A couple of shots will ring out, but Exotic wins the first blood again. And Pentagram follows up for his 10th kill. Wide open pastures here at A. The only exception to that rule is Cells, who's trying to keep his life while the rotation defensively comes behind the construction site. But it's going to come at the cost of the bomb getting planted and a 4v now 2 in favor of Get Busy.
Fire taking out Cells, and Profizi picking up yet another kill. Hollow, he's answering back for his team Get Busy, but Hollow's gonna be in a 1v3, and this is gonna look tough, but that last kill was made to look easy. And Get Busy, they're gonna win a second map, Search and Destroy here on Ramaza, 6-3.
Good stuff, really, for Get Busy all the way throughout that. It was an offensive affair early, but then all of a sudden, stepping up was the defense of Get Busy, giving them a couple of rounds in a row and really putting the pressure on UIU, who were not quite able to reconcile themselves in the late stages of this one. So it'll be a 1-1 map draw here in the North American quarterfinals in the losers bracket. Here we're dealing with our top 4 teams. WestR is the team currently awaiting the winner through this losers bracket in the grand finals. Again, the team that was kind of the centrifuge of a lot of different things that were happening over the course of the last week, but still finding a way to at least start their weekend off on the right foot. Not quite there yet, though. They still have a job to be done.
And in case you guys missed that matchup, it was great. You know, you had Parasite against his former team. Gentroid seems to be fitting on just well with this roster. It helps the fact that he teamed with Awakening in the past. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have some more Call of Duty gameplay coming up soon. But before we go on and finish out the rest of this NA bracket, I'll see you guys at the end of this break. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 2. I'm Velian. I'm here with Shift. We've been having a lot of fun so far. We've been seeing a lot of great games. But right now we have UIU and Get Busy. Unfortunately, we were unable to see the next map. But Shift, do you want to go ahead and tell the stream what happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate. Again, we're in a remote world, and sometimes things go wrong, and unfortunately, we weren't able to fully get the capture on the Domination. It was played on St. Petrograd, a map that UIU has played a lot that I've had a chance to see them. And, well, Get Busy, we're able to take them down at the total of a 159 to 155. A tight game, to be sure, as St. Petro sometimes happens to be. So, unfortunately, not able to fully bring the broadcast coverage of that map. But the good news is we're ready to go with Ramaza, which will apparently be our map number 4 for the Hardpoint. And again, the only thing that I'm looking at right here for Get Busy is, can you reconcile your respawn? Because what we saw in Hackney Yard, I don't think it was truly representative of what they have to offer, but still, it was not a very great sight as they were kind of caught on the back end of a lot of rotations throughout the entirety of that map.
It was pretty bad, but ladies and gentlemen, let's jump right into the new map. The last time we saw Respawn, it looked like UIU went against a bunch of Vellies. It was a one-sided affair as they ran through them on Hardpoint. But you know what? Another Respawn map came. Get Busy won that. And hey, who knows? They can win this one as well. But those are your rosters on your screen. And Shift, tell us about what's happening.
How about this one again for Ramaza? The interesting thing that stood out while we were looking at the loadouts, did I see 3 ARs coming into the mix for UIU? That's atypical. They are spawning on the favored side, but still the simple point of the matter is, if you've got 3 ARs, if you lose your SMG players, who's going to get onto the hill? And for Get Busy, they'll say, all right, we'll take this extra up close and personal gunfight, and we'll take the extra favor we find in our SMG loadouts, and they will find the first 17 seconds of time on P1.
Yeah, pretty much. Top construction is just full of red arrows. UIU, they're trying to hold it down, but rushing out of here. There's a lot of pressure coming in from Bridge. Profizi and Co. able to get 3 kills in succession. Profizi still looking for yet another one. Cells is going to get bodied, and Profizi was able to pick up yet another one the moment we switched away. Great job from him, and now the score, 38-0 UIU. Looks like they stand no chance so far.
This has been an incredible hill for Get Busy's point of view. You're spawning on the unfavored side. You're going to take away nearly a full 60 on the first hard point.
That's insane.
It's absolutely insane. And beyond that, because you're in the construction site, you've actually got an opportunity to contest this second hard point relatively quickly. Fire, a big role to play. He's got to keep his life while the rest of his teammates are actually spawning closer to the gun shop. So now they're going to set up a pinch onto this P2 setup, and UIU are being absolutely dismantled. The hit is good. The pinch is better. Exotic with the kill in the back corner. He will almost find a double, but at least the good news for Get Busy is you've reduced the numbers and you've stopped UIU from generating a lot of time.
All right, UIU finally turned on their monitors and flooded the hills. Now they're going to have full control in that back spawn right behind them. You see Hollow joining in, but Utility is coming into play, and Fire isn't able to connect, and Dylan's going to get a 3K. Profizi with a double kill right after that, and he's going to jump right into the hill. Guns blazing, unable to secure another one, but still, UIU working on that comeback.
Decent reconciliation here for UIU. The biggest worry is that you gave up so much time on the first hard point, so you feel like you have to move faster than maybe you do. You got to stay calm and collected here. Again, Get Busy is in a great position, zoning out the middle of the map from the top side of Cafe and Rug. And for UIU, the only opening available through them is from the low ground. And how about this? Hollow and Rex, they're able to find 4 kills between the two of them. Paul takes down the 5th. Get Busy, sure, you're spawning in the back for now, but that's only going to exist for a short time. You have to wipe the floor clean if you're Exotic. That's a tall task to have, and Draza says, come here, buddy. Let me go ahead and slip and slap you open as UIU will get the full break on P3.
And it's so unfortunate. Get Busy. They had the back spawns. Pentagram pushed out to make sure that he stopped any type of rotations, and it looked like this hill was going to be all Get Busy, but still, UIU found a way, and that's what makes him great. Exotic putting down Utility, able to get 1 kill, but unable to get the next. 8-6. He's not doing bad so far.
No, not bad at all. And how about Draza? He was an MVP at the Ashoni Dallas event back in the earlier parts of the winter/spring. And he's having a great performance here. 11 and 5, 6 kills straight. Looking for number 7. He'll take his time, make sure he confirms it. How about number 8? Profizi, you going to give him an opportunity?
Yes!
Sure will. And now he's got an opportunity to not just find the 8th, but scout out what's going on at the construction site for his teammates to get the entry. Again, only 8 seconds have expired on this hill. And already, UIU, they're not just knocking on the door. They're beating it down. Draza, he's got himself 10, and just like that, UIU will break the hill.
Draza, 10 kills in a row. Wait, make it 11. No! I think I cast a curse and Draza finally falls, but 15-5, 10 straight kills. UIU came to play. 28 seconds left in the hill, and these guys are going all out top construction.
Do some quick math here. It's the first hard point was 52 points for Get Busy. You do the math as how many they've gotten in the last 3. UIU is absolutely dominating after that first hard point. Now it comes to the 5th hard point rotation, and guess who's already here, making sure that, again, it stays contested early. UIU putting on a lot of pressure on Get Busy, who, again, is just missing an opportunity. They're not really fully picking up the pinches through the middle of the map in this Cafe area. And as Paul continues to find kills, he's also trying to teach us a potential wallbang spot through the floor. And with that, UIU will now have the resurgence to bring the numbers to try to, again, early break P5.
Now that's insane. Pentagram, even though his stats aren't pretty, he's doing exactly what his job tells him to do. He's running around, getting spawns undetected, but unfortunately, he's not able to win his gunfights. But on board with Hollow, 9 and 7. Make that 8 and 7, but getting shot both ways, 2 windows. He's going to fall, but Dylan's going to be right there to pick up yet another kill.
This is not good for Get Busy. Not at all. UIU has dominated the rotations on this map. Maybe the little cheeky 3 AR strat didn't work out for you, but everything else has. As they're going to find themselves right around the 180 mark. Get Busy is not going to be able to contest this at all. And well, again, you wanted to do that math outside of P number 1. They get 24 points in 4 hills. Not good at all.
Look at these. 18-6, put in that AR to use. Exotic wants none of that. 17 bullets left in the clip. Exotic's gonna be a bit aggressive and still, he runs up, SMG in hand. Oh no! He gets saved. Profizi runs up and 2 of those players are gonna die in front of his face. Fortunate enough for him, but he's still gonna die as he runs down those stairs.
Now UIU, they have realized that, hey, we just cannot allow Get Busy to get full time on P1 and we likely just win this map. And well, how about this? Not only are they stopping Get Busy from getting time on P1, but they're gonna find maybe 30 seconds plus of time of their own bank. So 210 to 76,
this is so bad.
as it's looking like a full wash right now for Get Busy. If you're gonna come back in this series, you have to have a perfect P2, P3, and really the better part of a P4 just to even make the score close.
Yeah, this has to be exhausting. You win S&D in great fashion. You barely win the domination, but then you go back to Hardpoint and you lose like this. Like, the series is as close as ever, but the game is lopsided here in Hardpoint for the 2nd time in a row. But the last 2 kills going towards UIU, and what do they need? A little bit more just to win the map. 231 to 85 and Get Busy. Trying to mount a comeback.
You have to stop this first flood from UIU. The moment you do, you likely force UIU to spawn back over to the BS&D site. But again, step 1 has to come through first. Gunjar forced to enter in with his AR. He'll find 1, needs to get a second, and unfortunately, he just zones him out with his own nade. So now it's just time to Get Busy to flood and fly on in 1 by 1. Fortunately, some space will be gifted as Exotic Semtex will do a little bit of work, as SMG will do it better as he finds 2 through the front door. And the last 20 seconds, there are numbers here right now for Get Busy, but it's not going to be gifted away from UIU. They're sitting here saying, we know you have to contest this scrap time, otherwise we just win the game. And so with that, how about Pentagram? He'll swap to the pistol and whip away Paul X. But again, it's 236 to 106. And with the rotation that UI has, this very well could be the game in the next 15 seconds.
Pentagram, they're gonna have to go absolutely big right here. They can afford to lose all their lives. Only 1 player left. Make that 2 that are able to get into the hill. 238 to 106. And that point spread is starting to spread out drastically. 5 more points for UIU, and Gunjar is trying to make something happen. The Cells gets to 2K, 245, and Get Busy. They're trying their best to hold him down, but approaching the hill. Yeah, this is crazy. Cells. It's all chaos, and UIU, they're gonna walk away with the win. 250 to 106. I'm gonna be honest, like, that was actually crazy what was happening in that last hard point. And it was really unfortunate because Get Busy, they couldn't afford to rotate early, because if they did, they could have lost off that hill if they lost their gunfights inside of it. Disgusting. But when they made that last rotation, Pentagram and Gunjar, if they were able to win those contests, they probably would have stopped UIU from winning right there. UIU probably still would have won, but it would have taken longer.
You know, Cells at the end there, that is an incredible 4-piece to secure the game. But him individually, you talk about Cells, this is a guy that he finished top 24 at Champs last year. He's been on a back and forth swing. He had a top 2 finish with Hybrid Black back at Minnesota, and everyone was sitting there saying, Cells, Hollow, Vivid, these guys are nuts. They're going to be insane. And he sees a couple of his teammates get picked up to the Pro League, and he's sitting here wondering, am I going to be up next? Well, how about a 2nd place finish at the Dallas home series and then a top 16? A little bit unfortunate in the first 50K, but from there on out, UIU had a top 3 finish last week, and it looks like if they can continue this momentum, they'll be well on their way to a potential top 3 or better finish here in 50K.
But even though that last series did look good for UIU, okay, you tore them apart, both hard points, but now you're going back to search and destroy. You can't be good on just one game type. And Get Busy, they learned that. Domination, they were able to win. S&D, they won outright. I believe it was double the points that UIU had. But now S&D wins championships and S&D wins series. This is it, game 5. Shift, if you had to make a prediction, who's coming out on top?
I've got
UIU, really?
It's our cloth peak. And again, Cells, if he continues that momentum, able to lock things down with this AR. If my guess is correct, I imagine either Paul or Draza will pull out the sniper rifle immediately. And I just like that look better for UIU than I do for Get Busy, who you figure will likely see Gunjar maybe pick it up. There's been a couple different players who have picked up the boomstick here for Get Busy throughout their time in Challengers. Gunjar will be sticking on an AR initially, so maybe there will be no sniper rifle here. We've seen that play also come through a couple times previous, so we'll see what happens here. Is I believe actually our names and colors are backwards, so go by what we say, not what you see.
Great kills coming in so far. Gunjar has been known for his AR plays over the years, and he was able to snag one kill along with Exotic. Profizi and Exotic are now going to fall and Get Busy with a slow start. They're starting to have the last laugh. Fisells picks up a double kill. The one guy that you have said that you had your eyes on.
And he's about to make this play completely unfold. If you're Hollow, you have to stay alive. You have to wait for this flank from Hollow. And, well, he does find the kill. Cells now looking for the follow-up pick. And, well, look at that. Just as we hoped. Well, maybe just as I hoped. As UIU comes away with the first round.
Yeah, Cells and boys, they did extremely well. But it's pretty unfortunate. You start the game, you get the first blood, you get 2 kills in a row. And you start to think, okay, we have numbers. What do we have to do to win at this point? They played pretty reckless, gave up too many kills, and it was a big flank that came in that stopped him as well. You know what? Get busy, pick it up. We need you to pick it up. You guys, yeah, we get it. You struggled in Hardpoint, but S&D has been your jam so far. So let's see what's going to happen. And by the way, there's been a little bit of a mistake on the top right and left side of your screen. Get Busy is actually on the left side, and UIU is going to be on your right.
So it's UIU in the blue coming off of their first intensive attempt. How about Draza? He's already made his way very quickly through the trench. Hollow finds 1 kill to his opposite side on the right. Gunjar will stop some of the pressure, but Draza had a couple of shots that went into the body, I believe, of Pentagram, but not able to fully finish the kill, and now he'll be dealt with and shrugged off the angle by a well-placed Semtex. So we go 4v4 for the last 60 seconds, and Get Busy's offensive pressure, or pardon me, UIU's offensive pressure, has been stalled for a small time.
He's going to have a great little sniper nest right there, but Dylan's going to see a little bit of his head, harping on a little bit of gunfire. Wow, Dylan. He's going to get a 2K, one being on his teammate, but he still wants Pentagram. With the sniper in the hand, Pentagram could change the momentum of this entire round.
Feel like he needs to. Again, just put the sniper rifle threat into play immediately. Here, shots, double chow. Well done for UIU. Now it's just down to Gunjar and Fire. And Gunjar, I don't know how he's not traded on the site. He eventually got dropped by Cells, who's on 5 kills straight. And now it's him versus the up-and-comer. Fire, do you have what it takes to go up against the established player in Cells? He sure does. And we go 1-1.
Does he have what it takes? Shift. This man has exactly what it takes, Fire. I mean, he hasn't been lacking at all this series. He's always, I believe he's been in the positive so far. I believe so. Fire has definitely been one of the shining stars on the roster, and it doesn't look like he's going to slow down anytime soon. But 1-1, and it seems about right that we have a really close S&D to end out this series.
I remember casting over Fire in the Scouting Grounds league that Checkmate put out last year near the end of Black Ops 4, and he played with sibilance, I want to say, and the hype that were surrounding both of those guys, who again had not had a chance to fully get involved in the competitive versions of the Call of Duty League and the Challengers Path to Pro and things of that nature, and they really did set the world ablaze with their performance. And we already know how Sib has made his progress being picked up on the Atlanta FaZe Academy roster, and Fire is finding similar senses of success here. As the round opens for number 3 with Exotic finding a couple of kills. You'll eventually be traded, but not before Profizi gets a free line of sight to get the bomb planted. And just like that, Get Busy, find the way to play off the objective with numbers.
Yeah, the number isn't going to be in EHX's favor. It's going to be a 1v3. Gunjar, Profizi, and Pentagram. These guys are veterans. They know not to give up easy kills. They know how to maintain a lead, but the EHX currently sneaking around. Very gunshots right around. He's in a fight with Pentagram. He's going to get hit by a stun, and yeah, he's going to get dropped immediately. Get Busy. They're going to be up 2-1.
And again, now we've got a little Band-Aid fix, so our names will be correct from here on out.
Oh, well?
Just they had to do a little bit of mental switch as far as the colors moving around from what they were previously. Not too hard to deal with, I hope. Regardless, we are 2-1. Get Busy. Currently looking solid thus far in the Arklov peak, but more importantly, and I know there's a certain guy out there by the name of Visions who is dying to see when the first offense is going to come through. That's typically how a Arklov peak comes through. It's a lot of defense early, and it usually comes down to who takes the first attack. It's UIU to try to put that into play.
Yeah, it's close, but also remember, this is the beginning of the map. 2-1 absolutely means nothing right now, but with the aggressive push is Hollow. It's going to be the first one on the board, getting a nice 2K.
It's going to open up a lot of space for UIU to bring this bomb forward. And having to respond to what Get Busy just previously did. They do almost the exact same, but watch out for number 5. It's Fire. He's taking a little mini pinch through the A broken house. Needs to make sure he's not going to get caught from behind, and then he'll make his peek. He'll find 1 kill, and then immediately run away with his life. This is a more doable 2v4, as the bomb has been figured out and taken down. Paul will watch the flank very ably, and with that, it's Pentagram with a sniper rifle for a 1v4.
We really haven't seen a lot of big sniper play at the beginning as well, but Pentagram, you can change that right now. Doesn't matter if you do it from the beginning or the end. It's all about how you finish. Gunfire coming through. The wall bang isn't there. He zooms in and gets his soul snatched. 2-2 tie game. I would love for this to go down to the very last round here, Shift. I don't know about you, man. Like,
oh, absolutely.
This has been so good so far.
You say the words more COD, I'm there, dude. I'm absolutely showing up. And so we will get at least a tie draw up for now. Sniper rifles have not been a major impact yet, and that's kind of the surprising thing for a map like Arklov Peak. It's kind of like the same storyline for Piccadilly, at least at the early stages. It's been, you have a good sniper rifle, you can bring it to play early. It changes the entire dynamic of the map, but so far that has not been that big of an instance for either of these two teams, as we'll see Hollow, how he's positioning, and naturally we talk about the sniper rifle gameplay. There's Rex defensively to find the first blood for UIU.
Like, I get that you do what's good for your team, but you take a look at the pros, this map is a sniper's paradise on Search and Destroy. Utilize it, use it to your advantage, and also the easy win. If so, no! No! The patience pays off. Your boy went big, picks up a 2K. And now, all of a sudden, UIU, they're looking real good.
Brazos is one of those guys that you feel like is in the conversation, if not on the short list, to potentially be next up. Again, this is one of his biggest years to date that he's been able to put together. A lot of experience kind of being bolstered. And how about this set, Nate, for Paul? Okay. Learned something there. Thank you, Killcam, for showing us and enlightening everyone in the chat about that spot. So now we go 3-2 the score, as UIU will find themselves back up top as they take a couple of rounds in a row. And all of a sudden, the pressure gets put right back on to Get Busy as they find themselves down, and now they have to make a solid stand here defensively.
Okay, on board with Dylan. I would love to see some more snipe play in the works. But still, the aggression on the left side going towards A, that's going to be the name of the game. But the objective is still the top side of the map near B. I wonder if a late rotation is going to come through. We see Pentagram make a run towards the middle through the smoke, and Reza is not going to see him at all.
Even so far, everything's staying neutral for now. You see the bomb is leaning towards B, but this is not an aggressive hit like you typically see towards the B house. They're waiting for these ARs to light things up, and Paul, well, he'll do just that as he finds himself the second kill in this round. Cells is trying to work his way forward, but again, you got to be a little subconscious here because you're trying to break this with an AR. And it's going to mean that if there's anybody inside, you're likely going to have a slight disadvantage in the initial gunfight, but guess what? No one's home. So like that, Get Busy are now going to be forced to try to take a retake as UIU get the bomb down, and they have numbers for a small time at least, as now things are even in the 3v3.
You love to see if Fire gets a double kill, and now you're looking at a 2v2. Best case scenario, we see 2 amazing 1v1s, but now this ends down. Fire puts in some shots and able to finish up the kill. Oh no, so
Fire,
close.
what are you doing?
He was it. What was he doing? Was he waiting to knife him?
It was almost like a gentleman's agreement. Eat behind the box with the knife, and we'll see who comes away with it. But Fire will find the final kill, just enough time on the clock to get the defuses he picks up 4 in the round.
That was such an important 1v1, and he just takes a dump behind the box. Like, he just got caught squatting with nothing in his hands. Great round and great win. That was phenomenal, man. I love it.
We love little comical relief moments like that in an intense search and destroy. It keeps things a little bit lighter.
Now, this is the thing. If he did have a knife and he ran out and killed him, I would have flipped out. I would have flipped out. We would have had to crown this team as a champion instantly. Whew.
Yeah, you send out your champion, I'll send out mine. Both of us will come with a knife, and we'll do this ancient Greek style.
But let's go.
When we get into round number 7, the 3-3 draw. At least at the moment, and it's going to be Get Busy looking to change things up as they will now start to make their first attempt towards the B site on their attack.
Okay, Pentagram. Nothing in the sights just yet, but Profizi's going to move forward. Smoke clouds all around, and Utility's going to come into play. But Exotic, SMG in hand, he makes a lot of noise busting in through this doorway, but no one's going to be there. No one's home. B is empty except upstairs, so Exotic, if he wants to, and if he knows, he can make a fantastic play right now.
Here's the bigger news, though. Gunjar is in a position to where he could actually clutch this from the side window, pending they figure out Hollow's position on the very back part of this snowy path. Bomb will be planted. Exotic wants to clear the second floor, and he's just going to wow. The patience to make that play occur when he's got dead silence is something extraordinary, to be sure. And now all of a sudden, you see Hollow starting to inch his way forward. Gunjar knows he doesn't have to peek for this window yet, and everyone tries to get as much damage as possible through doorways. Profizi back up top, gets bet by Cells for a win. Up close and versatile in the front yard. Fire takes another, and there's one pick for Gunjar, not the second. Still potential here for this 2v2, but the biggest issue is the clock. Only 15 seconds to play.
Yeah, the OG Gunjar was holding it down, but Fire cannot be stopped. It's going to be one more player in there in the same place where he was able to get a kill, unable to get the finish. Now it's going to be a 1v1.
Oh.
There you go. Exotic is bodied. Nice one by UIU.
Oh, but not enough time in the clock, just in the nick. I thought for a second there, if Draza gets that snap on, that maybe there's a breath of life to get the defuse, but just inching underneath the 7-second marker. So we will see a 4-3 round total, and the tie will break, now favoring Get Busy. But goodness, this has been a tight one. Again, you talk about Fire. You want to see if the kid can perform in the biggest of ways. So far, the answer has been yes here in this map 5.
Yes.
He's sitting at a very impressive 9-5 total.
Fire has been nasty this entire series. Every time Fire's on screen, the man pops off. What more do you want from him? He does it all. Nade's coming into play. Put on board with Dylan, currently 3-5. Not doing the best right now. But this is your boy right here, Shift. What play does he have in mind?
This is great. He's going to put the trophy system down. It's going to conceal any intel from way of lethal or tactical nades into this trench. He's going to try to make a play over the top. Nice shots on the Gunjar. And now the next entrance for him is potentially to push through this trench, because UIU, they've got numbers. They've got number 6, Apollo, being mindful of the flank. Smoke will conceal the bomb site. And here comes the bomb working its way forward. Cells is going to see that he's got one player to contest and actually wants to take the gunfight instead of playing for the plant. So as the smoke dissipates, Get Busy has moved their positions around, leaving UIU a little bit blind. And with no bomb being here at all, this could very well be a very doable 2v2 for Get Busy.
Yes. This would be winnable. 2v3. UIU currently up in numbers. Pentagram able to get a drop. Can he do more? Okay, Pentagram's going to die. It's going to be all up to Fire. The man can play, but can he clutch? That's going to be one.
Hollow behind.
No.
Deals with him, and UIU again will keep things even. My goodness, this has been a back and forth affair, and I hate to keep using the defaults with the word, but it's been scrappy. We're not seeing a lot of long range engagements. We're not seeing really too many opening set nades, and beyond that, more surprisingly, we're not seeing any real sniper rifle gameplay come into play. This is all about who can take the bomb sites better at the end of the day with these SMGs that are getting in the mix really early on. And so far, it hasn't really been decisive one way or the other as we stay even going into round 9.
Yeah, we've still seen some fantastic pushes towards A, but now it's starting to slow down. We're seeing transitions, rotations, heading in, teasing B and whatnot. But still, the majority of the players, except for Pentagram, they're going to go all down low. It's going to be a 4v3. Numbers going to be in their favor. Fire kicks an 8, tosses it out. He's able to get a hit marker, but Gunjar far away with the AR. He wants to clean up any kill as possible. Cells moves up towards the middle, and Profizi's going to be in trouble.
If Exotic wins that 1v1, UIU's defense looks a lot different, but Draza is holding down this trench. 8 and 3, 2 kills in the round. Over the top, Profizi hopes for an angle, but does not get his wish granted here. Gunjar fortunately takes down one, but again, you got to deal with Draza at the backside of this trench. He's in such a good position to lock down one side completely, and he'll do just that again. And more importantly, that's your bomb that you just relinquish in the middle of the trench. Now you've got 30 seconds. You're looking at a 2v4, making a 1v4, and Gunjar's got really no way to manipulate this, you feel like, as UIU just have so many numbers.
Yeah, Gunjar. He's gonna have to find a lot of separate 1v1s, and they're giving it to him. So who knows? Gunjar might come up big, but now the pinch is coming. The sandwich is there, and the kill was made. Whew! UIU picking up yet another round. You gotta love it. Great flank coming in, great communication, and overall, you gotta love the patience that both of these teams currently have. I mean, anybody who's just blood hungry, they would run in and try to clean up that kill. But no, this team, they have that type of discipline shift that you see from the top echelon of players here in the amateur league.
I saw for a second Rex was carrying the sniper rifle from his previous defense over to this offensive attempt. It looks like he's put that away, though. So could this be the round? UIU, you win this, you move through the losers semifinals, you guarantee at least the top 3 placement. I would say more importantly, you get to square off versus Parasite on his new team of listed as It Is What It Is. And it looks like it's going to be another aggressive hit as Hollow is going to smoke things through. Draza for one again from the side ramp of this trench. Hollow will be traded, but Goonjar caught with a nade out will lead to a numbers advantage for UIU. But I say that, and Pentagram finds a well-timed trade. We go 3v3.
Yeah, Draws is getting bombarded right now with different types of nades, but throwing down that trophy system. It's a little bit more safe than about a second ago. Dylan, gonna drop on Pentagram, but he's gonna fall instantly. Great job by Profizi. But in the 2v2, we've been Draza still holding this down 11-4. Can he make it 12-4? No, he's gonna get dropped.
That's a lot of confidence there from Profizi, who was 2-8 before, actually 1-8 before this round started. He finds 2 picks. One of them was just bunny hopping through the backside of trench. Paul, I think, saw fire over to his right. He's trying to get the information, though, onto Profizi before he makes the play. And goodness, nearly rips the head off of fire. Will instead just go prone, plant the bomb up, and hope that he can find some kind of conversion here post-plant. Has to check both angles. He guesses a little bit incorrectly here, and we will head to a round 11 here in the losers semis.
I asked for it, man. I wanted it to go to the last round. We're getting exactly that. It was a great attempt. He tried to make the best play possible. He couldn't really challenge, so why not try to get the objective down and then try to pick out 1v1s? Fortunately, Get Busy. They caught on to that. They pushed immediately. They split aside both sides of the bomb site, and they were able to rack up the kill. So now, win or you go home.
Yeah.
This is it. Winner goes on to the finals. Loser, you're going to be in 3rd place, but still, you're going to get a good amount of money, and I'm pretty sure they might not be happy with their results, but I'm proud of them.
These have been long losers bracket runs. Both of these teams lost their first winners bracket matchup and had to go through the gauntlet just to get to this point. So it definitely would hurt a touch to not see your run extended. But on the other side, if you win this round 11, talk about the miracle that would be put into place. Here as Exotic finds himself first blood. Pentagram, very aggressive, gets through the smoke. Can he find this pick on the other side of the stone wall? It's Draza. He's read him correctly, and he finds the kill. But Exotic finds another, so the numbers stay in favor of Get Busy.
Penta had a chance to probably win the round. Was not able to win that 1v1, but now there's going to be a lot of bloodshed here in this smoke. Fire looking to pick up one. Goonjar picked up another. Oh, he's going to drop immediately. Now, 2v1. Draza, does he have what it takes? Nah, that's going to be it. Get Busy. They're going to win it all. S&D was the name of the game, and it wins championships. And it also wins series. UIU, great try. We'll see you guys next time.
Belly, my mind is exploding right now. How do you get 250 to 136 and 250 to 106 and still win the series? That in its own right,
guys don't
those
give up.
respawns, it would just, if you were to just look at those hard points and say, oh, this is a mismatch, there's no chance this Get Busy team has a chance to play through this. But they clutch up at the St. Petro Dom. We unfortunately didn't capture that. But then a 6-3 on the first search and a 6-5 on the second. It's showcasing that Pentagram and this squad do have the composure, do have the ice, and who knows? Maybe they're just an S&D specialist team because so far they've looked very good in their search.
You're right. Both of these teams went out swinging. It was a tale of two stories. You had a team that was phenomenal in single life game types, another one that just dominated Hardpoint. It just happened at Get Busy. They were able to win that domination to head them to that point. Well, let's take a look at the bracket. What really jumps out at you, Shiv?
The simple fact matter, we already mentioned the fact that both UIU and Get Busy made a run through the losers bracket just to get to this point. But simply put, everyone wanted the matchup between Parasite and his old team. They got it once, and hey, we're feeling generous here on Sunday. Pending they get through Get Busy, we'll get it maybe twice, and maybe even a third time, depending on what happens in the first best of 5. But we don't want to speak that into existence too soon. Foreshadowing is great sometimes, but maybe not in this particular instance. Losers Finals is where our attention is going to go through, and my biggest question mark for Get Busy is, can you find a way to fix up this respawn? Because I don't see a world where if they continue to lose hard points like this, they're going to find a way to get through this Is What It Is team that's coming in to meet them in Losers Finals.
I'm going to come out and say it, man. I don't see a universe or a timeline where Parasite and those boys don't go all out to go against WestR, because Parasite wants it bad. I know his new team wants to make him proud. Get busy, they're gonna have a problem. Now, I know that it is what it is. They're really getting hard points. I've seen the scrims, I've seen what they've done earlier on in the bracket, and I think they're gonna come out the gate swinging. So Goonjar, Fire, and the rest of these boys need to come out guns blazing, and they really have to get a grip on these respawn game types.
And we already saw from what this is what it is squad that their respawn's also lacking a touch. They looked good in the Search and Destroy on Petro. They didn't win the map, but they at least sent it to map round number 10. But again, they did not look like they were fully in the hard point that we got to catch at the top of that matchup versus WestR 2.0. So that is where the vulnerability in my mind kind of sparks is, hey, neither of these teams are really all that great at respawn yet. Granted, you know, for is what it is, this is a new team of, again, guys that only got 4 days of practice with one another. So that's kind of where the things kind of lie tough. But the good news is, they've got a lot of time to kind of fix these mistakes. Is take a look at the heavy loaded challenger schedule from here until the end of July.
Clear your calendars, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, if you're not a pro player, I don't want to hear the excuses. There is no reason why you are not playing in these events and trying to get better, show out, and win a lot of money. Because, listen, first, second place, third place, they're going to walk out with some good money. And hey, listen, you could buy your favorite shoes, go. I don't know, and I don't care what you do with your money. The big picture here is just to solidify a name for yourself and fill your pockets while you're doing it.
I think more importantly for a lot of these guys in North America specifically, it's been notorious that North America is literally a roulette wheel of who's playing with who this week. And as you're looking forward through the last couple of weekends, getting through July, you also still have an announcement that'll be coming over for the Challengers Finals. And that's where, again, where things could potentially change. Will there be expansion teams next year? We don't know, but you figure there will likely be at least an opportunity for some of these players, if not individually, maybe even collectively, to get picked up to the Pro League next year. That's where the aim is set to for a lot of these guys all across the world, not just here in North America, but of course also in Europe and in the Asia Pacific region. So that's what everyone's fighting for right now.
Yeah, and I would say it's a bit ignorant to think that as long as you're playing in challengers, the people higher up aren't looking at you. Listen, I was watching Bid stream this morning, not saying anything, but you had other pros in there. I saw Tommy in there supporting the boys, and all these guys, they have their eyes set on who the next rising top star is going to be. Thanks to Simp, Celium, and everyone else right before him that really made waves. You could be the next one. But ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series to play. It is what it is against Get Busy. The winner of that is going to go to the finals. So Shift and I will see you after this break. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Challenger Cup number 2. I'm Veli. You guys already know this man. His name is Shift. We've been having an amazing day so far. We've had a lot of up and down results, and let's start from the top. So we saw the APAC Finals, and Renegades, they seem to be just the best out there, period. Is that true?
Oh, it's 100% true. I mean, in the Winners Finals, they smoked through Mindfreak in a 3-0. You see that represented there, but then they were able to take them again in a 4-game series in the finals. Although, to be fair, the Grand Finals was much closer than I think most would anticipate seeing recent results. But the one team that really caught my eye, Little and Vertex, listed as LV, 5-man squad from Japan. Absolutely. I'll just go ahead and say that I am a self-proclaimed the biggest Little and Vertex fan out there. I remember watching those guys play at Vegas and was like, okay, Japan, I see you. But then at like the end of the year last year, they had like a Japanese like national championship where Rush Gaming played up against Little and Vertex, and it was the most hype Call of Duty event I've ever seen. Yes, even bigger than the London event that we had in the last 2 years. I'm standing by that statement. But Little and Vertex going from essentially just top 8 to a top 3 position, you gotta feel good that Japan's putting out some COD points. I love it.
Yeah, but you know what? That's the beauty about Call of Duty. I remember when I was at Fort Worth last year, we saw teams coming in from Japan and whatnot, and it's all about outwards reach. It's kind of like a grassroots movement overseas, you know, to the right of Europe. And as long as we're bringing in more of these players, more of these top teams coming in from these Asian countries, especially in APAC, it's like, hey, our scene is getting bigger, our game is growing, and you love to see it. But NA has been so damn exciting so far. We started things off with Parasite against his former team. We saw it is what it is, lose against WestR 3-0. IIWII played against Get Busy. That was a fantastic game, especially in Search and Destroy. But what else jumps out at you?
Yeah, you know, again, you look at some of the teams that didn't quite make it to our broadcast coverage today that are, again, improving over the course of the last handful of weeks, and that's super encouraging no matter what region or teams in specific that you're looking for. The bigger surprise, though, I think, is the fact that you're looking at Triumph getting knocked down by Parasite's team and then getting finished up by IIWII. The Carnage Gaming team, after getting 3-0'ing, at IIWII, they don't really have the same success versus this WestR squad, and then they can't get by Get Busy. So, as we're dealing with our final 3, the match that we're going to be jumping into is this Get Busy team, who again is one of those squads that I mentioned that's getting better every single week. This is their best position that they've had a chance to secure by far so far since the online circuit was becoming a thing. But again, at the end of the day, everyone's looking to get a piece of the pie, and WestR, currently the team that's in the Grand Finals, is in the best position, at least right now, to do that. But anything can happen. We've seen that be idolized so far just in this week alone in North America.
And the thing about WestR, and I really want you guys out there to really pay attention to this. Those boys didn't start out at the top, okay? They started right at the bottom, worked their way up through Challenger, and now they're sitting pretty in the finals. First place prize, I believe, is what, $10,000? That's insane. But you know what? If you guys want to go ahead and compete and see if you can match up against the likes of WestR, IIWII, the rest of them, or even if you just want to have fun and see what you and your team are about. Because at the end of the day, it's all about progression. Make sure you sign up for the online brackets. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping right into it. The loser's final. Can Parasite, and it is what it is, win this series to have a rematch against WestR? We'll find out. But Shift, take it away.
This is not the map I was hoping to see for Get Busy. After they got smoked on Ramaza, smoked on Hackney Yard in their previous series, Petra was a difficult cookie to crack through. Simply put, it's got a lot of long rotations where things like timings and positionings are everything. Pentagram will start things off by finding 1 kill on the pinch and then immediately head back towards over the hill, but doesn't even need to be forced to find at least an initial kill because his teammates are still supporting the backside of P1.
Yeah, Get Busy, the blue team right now. They have the spawns, and right now they're battling for the hill. They have all the points so far, 12-0. Charles is going to get the best of Profizi, and 3 straight kills for Get Busy. His fire is starting to warm up, but now, with 30 seconds left in this first hill, you got to prepare for P2, and what do you have to do when it comes to that shift?
Simply put, where is what it is spawning, they don't really have an opportunity to fully contest this final 20. They have to start looking at the rotation to get through the blue square past Restaurant, and with that, again, you saw Charles Willett tried to do that. Stamina will clean up the pieces, but he's the only player left alive, and he will be figured out by Profizi. So again, now all of a sudden, because your spawns are in such a bad spot, is what it is, has to essentially get the scrap time in play, so it'll be a 29-10 score, but more importantly, Get Busy is zoning out the map perfectly with Profizi sitting top blue.
What is Profizi is using the SMG like it's an AR right now, getting 3 straight kills right there, but 5 total. My man started off 0-2, woke up and got 5 straight kills. Profizi's going off, 6 shots left, nothing left but a knife. He has to retreat, he has to do it fast. But can he get the knife kill? Oh my god! Profizi! What are you doing?
That's just comical relief, but it's fine as Goonjar helping out. And this is where Profizi, it's not just the fact, okay, the 6 kills, yeah, incredible. But he's in a position to shut down any rotation from IIWII. And look what this does to the spawns. Because Get Busy actually pushes through the hill, it's going to spawn trap IIWII behind the garbage dumpster where the billiards room exists. And that will provide a relatively easy rotation for them to go into the initial time at P3, which will be in that hazmat building.
And Get Busy, a team that struggled hard against UIU. They're looking good this hard point, and with that early rotation, all those blue bodies you see on the bottom left side of your screen, that minimap, they're all around a new hard point. They're all around a radius of it. Number 3, Exotic. He wants to get as many kills as possible before they get close to the hill, and he did a damn good job at it.
Fortunately here, Get Busy not able to zone out the middle of the map nearly as well as they had from the second hard point. So IIWII, this is their best chance for an opening break as they've got 4 members surrounding this hard point. Stamina will finally break through, and now we will get an official break of IIWII onto this 3rd hill. But the job is not done yet. You do want to try to do what you can to take the better part of these 30 seconds, but more importantly, you also don't want to make sure that Get Busy slips through your setup because you want to have the early rotation go into that billiards hall at the bottom right-hand side of your map.
All right, and Parasite finally starting to warm up. We saw him last time on the screen. He was doing really bad, but still 8-8 for his team right now. I would say he's doing the best with stamina. We still need to see more from it is what it is. Down by 30 points. Get Busy. It's starting to get loose. Charles trying to make some magic happen towards the middle. Able to pick up 1. He's going to get dropped immediately. Now, it is what it is. Picking up the last 2 kills. Parasite dropping Profizi, but Fire. This has been the main guy for this roster. He is the playmaker, and you see exactly why. He's able to just sniff out kills. His map awareness is second to none. And picking up 1, he could pick up a 2nd as he heads into the hill. He sees a head twist, right? He's gonna jump in, and he's able to get the kill. Oh no, he has to be. How is he still alive? He reloads and still is almost get a kill on stamina, but he was just too short.
Now Pentagram and Goonjar find 4 in sequence. Goonjar the 5th, a clean wipe from Get Busy's point of view as they break from the front side of the hill. IIWII, they're already starting to consider the fact that we need to clear the middle of the map away. We can't actually approach this hill until we clear the blue square. They'll do just that, but now with 15 seconds, how many numbers are you going to want to commit to this potential push for the scrap time? Stamina will find a couple of kills. Charles will be left with the 1v1 versus Fire, which he wins, and that will be the final 7 seconds, likely going the way of IIWII. We'll stay relatively even in the score as we'll get a 110 to just above 70 for the side of IIWII going into our 5th hill.
And this is one of the most exciting hardpoint maps that we've seen so far. Why? There's not a lot of early rotations. We're seeing a lot of flighting in the hills and only being down by about 30 points. Parasite and his boys are starting to pick things up. WIII, 8-9, Prone. There's nobody on the screen, so that's going to happen right now. But WIII has been playing better and better since we first seen him earlier today. But Fire and Profizi is going to be on his side, so WIII's going to miss, and Fire gets the best of him.
Here comes the full pinch up for Get Busy from the back, from the front, from the side, from the 2nd floor, from the basement. Doesn't matter where they're coming from. They're finding kills all over the restaurant, and like that, Get Busy will actually break right in the middle portion of the hill. Still 20 seconds to fight for. But again, if you're IIWII, not only do you not want to give up this time, but you also have to be mindful of the rotation, not just to the 1st hill, but trying to swing your spawns back over to the right side of the map as you're seeing essentially a north to south spread for both of these teams. IIWII will essentially fortress up on this 1st hard point, looking to turn this 2nd rotation of hills off on the right foot for them.
Fire had the perfect flank, still able to get a kill, but unfortunately he found out where he was, and Exotic is going to come in and finish the job. Heading in towards the hill, Charles is going to get bodied. Parasite gets destroyed, and Exotic is looking to wreak more havoc. 5 straight kills though, Schiff.
Yeah, it's a really good spree there for Exotic to open up some space. Again, it was our team in red just holding down this 1st hard point. The fact that they got broken for even a small instance is still a win in Get Busy's books. Plus the fact that Pentagram is still locking things down from the backside of this hill. He plays an important role to find not just the kill versus WIII, but he had one previously. And now all of a sudden there's numbers, 20 seconds to fight for and Get Busy. They're going to start sending some of these numbers over to the 1st hard point, but they're getting cut down as Stamina takes down 2. And now all of a sudden the scrap time should be conceded by Get Busy. And more importantly, for the side of Is What It Is, they're actually on a position to contest the middle of the map and maybe actually influence these P2 spawns.
Even though their stats aren't stellar, it is what it is. This SMG play. Oh my God! Exotic! Just pulls out the knife and just cuts him in the butt, able to get that nice free kill. And working on his second. Exotic is just an animal. 20 and 14. Tossing out an A, looking to pick up yet another kill, but it's going to be 3 to his name so far in this life. And this man is roaming around, and he's just a headache right now for everybody on It Is What It Is.
Right now, it's a battle between who's going to do better, Exotic or Stamina. Both players toting above 20 kills thus far, really being the leaders for their teams in the KD department at least. But while this battle continues to be very 50-50, this score will also be a dead draw, and it's going to be just a battle for the scrap time of these 20 seconds. With a couple of wins from It Is What It Is, they're actually going to send Charles on the early rotation to P3. So they'll be short-numbered here for this scrap time. This is an opportunity for Get Busy to start to, again, increase their lead by a slim margin, and they'll get the final 10 seconds, making it essentially a 170 plus the 162 score.
And that was such a great reaction to the rotation that Get Busy had. We saw Willet and Big Z try to make that early rotation towards the P2 to try to get that scrap time. They shut that down immediately, now allowing this roster to pick up any points. They want them to fight for it. And speaking of fighting, Charles gonna find himself in a 1v1. He ran away and playing peekaboo. He's not gonna see anybody just yet. But losing where the opponent was, he's gonna back outside the house in Pentagram. He wants all the static, he wants all the smoke, and Charles, he barely caught him. This is the longest fight I've possibly seen today, but Charles finally picks up the kill.
Everyone's understanding the importance of holding your life around the hardpoint, whether you're on the favored side in spawns or you're trying to break from the front. Once again, we've seen a lot of melee action coming into play as well in this matchup, as Is What It Is will win out the secondary set of fights, as Get Busy will be stalled away from the last good real hit for them to try to break open that last 20 seconds. So we're going to rotate to P4. This is a big moment for Get Busy on this rotation, as they'll be suffering for right about a 40-point differential. But again, they're zoning out the map so well, and if they can get a full 60, we're going to have a hot kitchen hard point to finish off this map potentially.
Yeah, I really love the persistence that It Is What It Is has. And I'm going to say, quite frankly, that's why they're currently in the lead. 181 to 218. Get Busy. They're not out of the game yet. Hardpoint is not their strongest game type. But Gunjar manning that AR. He wants to go back to old form. He wants to be dominant with that gun on this map. Able to pick up 2 kills before he eventually goes down by Stamino. Stamino getting 2 kills of his own. And over here, over in Billiards, this crazy fire tries to get a double kill, but he gets flanked and Charles shuts him down.
Another beautiful break from It Is What It Is. They control the middle of the map. They hit from multiple doors at the same time, and they just flat out win gunfights. And beyond that, now they're posted up. They can't technically win here anymore. It's going to be pretty close. The timer's about a 1-second differential. But Get Busy, it's not just the fact that you want to contest these last 10 seconds. You still have to get over to the restaurant and get there quickly, because simply put, the differential is so favorable for It Is What It Is. They will be just short of 250. All it's going to take, though, is 1 or 2 seconds of this new hill. Stamina wins the first 1v1. Parasite will put himself into the hill. He'll win the second, and no one can touch in time to finish the contest. It Is What It Is. A beautiful mid-rotation through the second set of hills to give themselves a 250-194 win.
Shout out sub players on It Is What It Is, because this victory goes out to them. Yes, the AR play was fantastic. Get Busy did a great job, but it wasn't good enough. The one thing that It Is What It Is did well is that once they got into the hill, yes, Parasite didn't have the best stats out there, but him and Stamina was consistently getting kills, getting hill time, just constantly pressuring Get Busy. Yeah. And just those old guys over there, they couldn't keep up, unfortunately. But now, Hardpoint is over. We're going to what Get Busy knows best, search and destroy.
Yeah, and this is where you have to bounce back. I think it's encouraging for Get Busy to go to a very testing map like St. Petro, especially considering, again, what did we see from Get Busy in their loser semis? They had a hard time timing out their rotations. Petra's a map that can punish you if you make the wrong decision. So, encouragement reestablished for me for Get Busy as they're making their way through this first map. And like you mentioned so very nicely, Veli, they looked very good in Search and Destroy throughout their quarterfinals matchup. It's going to have to be the same thing here, though, again, if they want to keep themselves in this series versus a very strong Is What It Is team.
Yeah, these are 2 really big name teams. Yeah, notable players on both sides. I kind of want to see what the chat thinks. Let me know who you guys think is going to win this matchup. But like I said before, It Is What It Is. They look different. This isn't the same roster we saw before, and the same with Get Busy. I don't know if UIU just had their number when it came to respawn game types, but they look so much more poised right there. Still a little bit slow, 2 steps behind It Is What It Is. But going to S&D, this is their thing. They win S&D outright. They try to go to Domination and squeak that out before they eventually lose a Hardpoint again and go back to Search and Destroy. I know these boys want to close out these series as fast as possible, so who knows? They could rack up a ton of wins and just end it outright.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know what? You take a look at just, again, the simple fact of the matter of this team, it is what it is literally 4 days old. Period. They've only had 4 days of practice. Crazy. The only 2 members that have sat in the mix for these guys were Willet and Stamino, who previously teamed on 6th Gear. They had some success there, but the team broke up. And essentially from there on out, it's been who can find the best pieces in the winning formula. Whereas for Get Busy, they may not have had the same kind of success in the online series, but they've stuck together for the last 4 series. And that in its own right is why that you think that going into Search, they should have a natural advantage. The familiarity is just slightly more built up than you would anticipate for a team like Parasite and his randomly formed group of friends here in this semifinal.
It's kind of weird to me to see these brand new teams with a little bit of practice. They're still showing out and they're looking for this top 3, top 2, number 1 finish. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the next map shortly after this break. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to the Call of Duty action here in the Challengers Cup number 2. I'm Veli, I'm joined by my boy Shift, and here we are on map 2, Get Busy versus It Is What It Is, Search and Destroy.
And you like that you're coming to Arklov Peak. You just found a round 11 win versus UIU. If you're Get Busy, can you find a way to repeat that performance? Pentagram has already slipped through most of the trench, but oh boy, Parasite nearly caught him. Nice re-challenge for Pentagram, and he keeps his life. He's able to take the second versus Zyral. That's an absolutely elite play from Pentagram, and with that, the numbers will tilt in favor of Get Busy.
Zyral and Parasite, what is you doing, baby? There's no way Pentagram should have won that, but still Pentagram, as confident as he is, was able to pick up that nice double kill. So now, it is what it is, down 2 players, and get busy. They need to make a play.
Pentagram's had a whirlwind of a year so far. How about these double Semtexes coming through? His Stamina gets credit for the kill, but a second one tagged up Profizi initially. Fire will be responsible for recollecting the bomb and then getting it planted at A, but the numbers now, all of a sudden, looking much more level in a 3v3. Stamino does not really want that fight with an SMG, you feel. A smoke will actually allow him to come back over towards the trench where Pentagram is waiting for him, and he wins his 3rd gunfight in the round. Charles now from the pinch is looking to split this Get Busy team into 2, and well, little do they know, they might have found themselves not necessarily trapping, but becoming the trappies, as they're in a little bit of a tight spot here with 20 seconds to play and no progress being made towards the bomb at all.
Yeah, and Goonjar almost got caught in the back with a long AR shot coming up from Charles. But if Charles plays his cards right, he's going to be able to get a kill. Pentagram, 4 kills this round so far. Charles able to clean that up. Goonjar had no idea what was coming. But Pentagram against Charles. They have to win this 1v1, and Pentagram going big. Get busy on top. 1-0. I'm sorry, I got excited, man. Pentagram did so well that round.
Gets the ace, man. I mean, you don't see it very often, and yeah, there was no time for the defusal, but the pop-off well merited as Pentagram starts off round 1 electrifying the scene as he gets all 5 picks, and with that, Get Busy take their first successful offense, which again, that was a little bit more hard to come by in our previous series with Get Busy and UIU. There's a lot of defense early on, but starting off with an opening offense, you're going to feel really good about that if you're the boys in blue.
Yeah, and that's going to be our first ace here in the Challenger Cup Series, number 2 so far. Pentagram, man, with the plan. Somehow, able to get that double kill at the beginning of the game. His patience pays off. But once again, on board with the AR player. Looking at that long line of sight and Exotic, pushing in closely. He's trying to gather some type of intel. Oh, Pentagram, he sees him. Little does he know, that whole team is in front of him. He has to make a play.
Wondering if these nades are going to come through, or is there a trophy system keeping him safe? Exotic's in a great spot. He'll watch 1, 2, 3 go by. Here's the 4th. He's not able to find the kill, though. Bob Parasite got a little bit of help from that supporting beam of the broken house, but the trades are coming through 1 for 1. It does, in the end of it, tilt in favor of Get Busy as they find themselves in the post part of that play with a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, Parasite with an SMG does not want to contesting his Pentagram. Currently 6-0, but to his right, he's going to find 1, and Charles finally shuts the hot hand down. Leave it up to Profizi, though. Currently 1-1 against Charles and Parasite. Yeah, Charles.
A big win.
Yeah, he's going to tuck him to bed and say night-night. That's going to be it. Tying the game up 1-1, and this is pretty intense so far, I'm not going to lie. Both of these teams, they want it bad.
Offense for offense we go, and I would say even more strange, 2nd game in a row on Arklov Peak where we've seen a severe absence of sniper rifles thus far. It's been really strange that, again, we're seeing that kind of come to play. You know, I date myself back to watching the Florida Mutineers play this map, and they were one of the first teams that I really kind of, you know, noticed in a standout way, not using a sniper, just full flooding with SMGs through smokes, and it was working for them for a pretty good amount of time early on in the CDL season, and there are some shades of that coming to be here in this losers side, not just the semifinal, but also this losers final.
Yeah, Willis gonna get dropped like a bad habit for blood. Pentagram, 7-1 so far. He's not trying to slow down, but the long range Kobe, he got a hit marker, connected, but it's not gonna do much. But on the flank, Stamina comes in big.
All of a sudden, Profizi knows that he's in a really tight spot. He's got to worry about the flank. He knows there's a player sitting out by A, and Stamina will just commit the dead silence to changing his angle completely by making his move over to the missile launchers. And this is interesting. So it is what it is. It's actually just going to corral themselves right over the middle of the map, essentially saying that, hey, if they get the bomb planted, we can find a way to pinch this up and retake, or we can just get together and try to play it from the backside of the site. Okay. But Profizi has guessed and gambled correctly as he will rotate completely opposite of what it is to make his way potentially over to B.
He has to go fast. Now they're around A, and they're like, okay, there's nobody here. So what's happening? Stamina, he's turning around. He's like, okay, he's got to be going B. Now, this could be a 1v1 that he can win. He has to get the plant down to win the 1v1, and then he could possibly win a round.
Have to wait for Charles to come back. Stamina will take a shoulder peek through the door, see if he can bait out some shots. He's going to play some fun with doors here. Profizi's going to play outside, right next to the side window, and he'll check the bomb and say, nobody's there. I'll wait another 7 seconds or so and then do the exact same thing. So it comes down to timing from here on out. Will he see anybody? He sure has, but the information is mutual, and watch out from behind. It's Charles. He finds the kill. Plenty of time for the defuse, and is what it is. We'll get the first defense out here for the Arklov search.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. Profizi, though, he's been here before. He knows how to play that type of situation, and the fact that he got caught out and the intel was given in a 1v2 at most, he should have moved in on that player, rotated around to get a better shot at the kill. But fortunately, Charles was able to make the rotation around the house and get the last kill, so things look good for him right now. With Profizi, I mean, I'm going to be honest, in a 1v2 situation, he was in a great position to win that.
It's simply put, if he doesn't get figured out when he takes that second check, his position is still concealed. And for it is what it is, they will have no idea where he is. He could be second floor, he could be sitting backside blue. And he could literally be anywhere. So the time was ticking away. Just, again, unfortunate COD timing things as far as the information gathering coming through, and that's the game. Again, I hate to keep mentioning it, but it is what it is at the end of the day. So now here comes our team in red, making their way headlong over to B, and with Stamina winning a low HP gunfight, that's going to open an opportunity to commit, but Fire will respond with a well-placed frag nade, and that'll slow down the push considerably.
Yes, well, knife out. Little does he know, it's going to be a player to his right. Still, gun shots coming out. Gunjar is doing such a fantastic job keeping his distance and winning those 1v1s, but Parasite just got the better of him. Two OGs facing off, and Parasite landed out on top. But usually, he's on an SMG, but we see him on an AR this round.
He's been playing that flex role with his previous squad. It looks like he's mostly doing that here as well for this new team. Because Exotic is able to take down the main AR and Zyral. It'll lead to a 2v2 situation, but the bomb from Parasite's point of view will just be stuck for the plant. He'll get tagged up a touch through the bomb site, so they'll at least know where Exotic is playing from. The bigger question is, can they respond to Pentagram, who has 7 kills already through 3 rounds? He's looking to improve on that total, but he's got a sniper rifle, and this would be an incredible pick if he finds an angle.
Now he picks up the sniper rifle? In a 2v2? Okay. But Exotic breaches in from upstairs, able to get the 2K. And enough time to spare, my man is going to get the clean clutch. There you go.
You know, it's been really fun to kind of see the battle between Pentagram and Charles. They were teammates on Carnage Gaming at World Championships last year. Now they find themselves on opposite sides of the table, and they're going toe for toe with one another. Another little rivalry that is mentioned, and it should be mentioned to be fair, is, you know, again, there was some drama on that team near the end of the year as Charles was hoping for a UIU spot when they were still in the Pro League and things of that nature. So former teammates finding themselves rivals here in Modern Warfare, and so far it's been very back and forth, not just from the two of them individually, but also from their squads, as we'll jump into our next round here at a pretty convincing even total 2-2.
Now, I'm going to be quite honest, Charles has been extremely quiet all day today, but now look at him, 8-2. The one thing about Charles when it comes to respawn, you don't always see him on the kill feed, but the one thing that he does well, he's always getting those essential last kills to put your team on top. But Pentagram, sniper rifle in hand, and also toss out a frag grenade. He's not going to connect, but there's going to be 2 players in his line of sight, and if that smoke clears, he might be able to pop off a head or 2.
Patient play setting up, and the only thing that you should not do is get picked. You have to wait for Pentagram to open things up, and now we're just in a 4v4, and what should have been a 5v4. All you got to do is just wait for that smoke to dissipate. Oh boy, he nearly gets the timing, as now Exotic is going to push forward. He'll find Parasite over the top of the A site, and with that, the bomb can be picked up once again and make its way over to the A bomb site.
Just unlucky. Stamina bodied Exotic. He was low HP after that gunfight, but Pentagram's still alive. It seems like whenever he's alive, this team always has a chance. 2 players right in front of him. He's looking at a 2v3 with less than 30 seconds to go. Oh my God! Pentagram with the wallbang! He runs away from the next 1v1. He's gonna challenge for the pistol, and Pentagram gets the double kill! Willett and Charles gets absolutely destroyed. So now
he's gonna have an angle for the 3rd, but no, buddy.
So close! Why didn't you finish it, man?
Stam slides right away as soon as he wins this gunfight, and if he doesn't slide there, he's dead to rights, but Pentagram just does not read it correctly and went for the melee, could not keep the pistol ADS on him. But what a play from Pentagram. You mentioned it, as long as he's alive, the hopes of Get Busy are also still alive, and he nearly follows up with an incredible 2v3 situation.
My heart. Now, the moment he got that wall bang with the scope, I thought, okay, he's going to show off in front of the stream right now, but unfortunately, he was not trying to show off too much right there. Lost in a 1v1. Pretty unfortunate after a great fight like that, but still, gotta have a little swagger to him now. The fact that he almost pulled that off. His Stamina's gonna run straight through the smokes. SMG in hand. He wants all the static. Unable to see anybody just yet, but now he's in the perfect position to flank. Goonjar is gonna fall victim to be the first kill. Looking right, Fire is gonna get dropped as well. Stamina with 2 straight kills.
I mean, again, this is something that you would see Havoc do all the time with the Florida Mutineers, and this is why I was so impressed by the fact that the Mutineers could do this without a sniper rifle. It is what it is, showing that they could absolutely do the same, and, well, Stamina had an opportunity for the third, but, again, he zones out all of the A site, and while that all occurred, the bomb flipped back over to B, and with that, now a 2v2 with the objective in favor of it is what it is.
All right, Profeezy, what you got? Him and Pentagram. 2v2. We've seen this situation so many times. 23 seconds left to go, and Profeezy found his way on the site. No one's around him. Could possibly get the ninja defuse, but is he that ballsy, Shift?
That's a bold call, but they got to make a play. And now through the door, Parasite knows exactly where the bomb is.
Oh, no!
Pentagram nearly gets the pistol whip again, but would have had a struggle turning that into a 2-piece. And with that, we'll go 4-2 into round number 7, favoring it is what it is.
He ran out with that pistol. I thought we was gonna see a little John Wick for a second. Was unable to see Parasite. Parasite clean up that kill. The other player, it was a mess, but still close nonetheless. I admire the patience though. He didn't immediately try to ninja defuse. He wanted to make sure everything around him was clear. But then unfortunately, once they closed those doors, they said, okay, they're gonna try something. They're in that house right there. Let's swarm it. But here we are, round number 7. 2-4. It is what it is. They're on top.
And again, it wasn't just Stamina or Charles anymore. Now you got Parasite getting into the mix as Charles finds first blood in this one. Pentagram is a sole member just watching over towards A. The whole idea is to stall the defense by making it known that your defensive pressure is going to be threatened by a sniper. But when you get that opening pick, here comes the full rotation. It is what it is already ready to go to defend against this B bomb site. At least Profeezy is able to find 1 kill onto Willet up close and personal. Goonjar another in the bomb site itself. So now this becomes very doable in a 2v2, of which Get Busy are just going to full commit to getting this bomb planted at B.
Oh, Profeezy. If he plays this right, he could possibly sneak up and get kills. Little do they know. You can see their angles that they're watching right now. They have no idea that they're right there, but Profeezy able to pick up one. Now in a 1v1, he slides in, and unfortunately, he doesn't have what it takes, and they're going to fall 2-5. It is what it is. Map point.
And simply put, let's just date back to the conversation we had at the beginning of this map. We were hoping that we would see another Get Busy team that looked clinical here on Arklov Peak. It just hasn't been the case so far. And, this is where I really do feel like Haggy or Parasite has his worth. He's really good at getting a group of people together and getting them competitive quickly.
Yeah.
He's got so much experience. He's a very vocal leader for a team. And when you're dealing with a couple of players that have a lot of familiarity with another, with Stamina and Willard in the mix, you feel extra confidence to communicate these things, and seeing little bomb flips back and forth, knowing that you're getting certain picks and where your map positioning is in your favor, those little calls usually take a lot of amateurs a long time to develop, but that is not the case at all for It Is What It Is, considering how much experience they have in their bag.
Right, but take a look at the aggression that Willet currently has. We've seen too many times players on attack. They're able to just run straight through, whether it's a smoker down low to try to flank, and Willet's going to find a player in front of him. Almost got turned on, but Fire is going to get dropped immediately. He hasn't been doing too hot so far. Currently 1-8, and it's pretty sad to say because he's been one of the best performers on this team.
And he's been a guy trusted to lead up a lot of these pushes. You don't anticipate him having a massive game by any stretch of the imagination, but the task at hand right now is, now that you've pushed through the trench, cool, congratulations, but how do you work your way back over to the A site and get the bomb that's currently been dropped in front of the site? Pentagram isn't 100% sure where the hit's going to be coming from, and Charles will find him on the cross as he tries to make his way over to B, and that will be the opening that It Is What It Is needs to not only pick up the bomb, but also plant it and find a follow-up kill. Profeezy, last hope, 1v4. No chance for him as Charles finds the kill. A 6-2 total here on Arklov Peak, as It Is What It Is are well on their way to putting themselves back into the finals versus their counterparts in WestR.
One more map. That's it. Then me, you, everyone in the chat, all over Reddit, all of Twitter, we're waiting for this. Parasite versus WestR, and they are one map away from making that a reality. Pretty unfortunate though. Get Busy. They've had such a great showing so far. Beating IIWII was not an easy task, but they still got it done. But Fire, he's been so damn good today. What happened that map?
Simply put, Fire's impressed us today. Again, this is his first true go at doing anything competitive Call of Duty. He didn't start playing.
Really?
It wasn't eligible to start playing until Dallas home series. did not get a chance to play at Minnesota or throughout Atlanta or LA. So for him to come through and get a chance like this to play with the supporting cast that's around him, that in its own self is really, really impressive. The fact that he's been able to hang so far, but I put emphasis on the so far because in this matchup, he's looking a little bit less worthy of maybe that experience that's currently being held by our boys of It Is What It Is.
I'm gonna be quite honest, Shift. Those couches behind you look extremely comfortable. But ladies and gentlemen, we have some more Call of Duty action coming up soon. So if you guys want to see what's gonna happen on map 3 to see if it is what it is, we'll make it to the finals. We'll see you after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. This is a Call of Duty Challengers Cup number 2. If you missed out on the first one, it was phenomenal. Spaceman, Lando, and Vincent, they carried the whole thing, and it was a blast to watch. But today, me, Shift, and Chance, we've had the pleasure to cast some amazing games so far. But Shift, after everything that we've seen so far, I mean, do you have like an MVP that you have in mind or something like that?
I'm going to keep things regional because I think at a certain point I want to lend some love over to the APAC guys with Renegades dominating. But for me, from what I saw, the player that's impressed so far today for me is Spoof. He's been looking incredible for WestR. They need somebody to step up, going through a role change where Jintroid's coming into the mix as a flex player. Trying to fill the shoes of Parasite is no easy task. Of course, he's got synergy with Awakening, but flat out Spoof has popped off, not just in the first hardpoint that we saw him earlier today in the winners finals, but he also impressed on a search and destroy on Petra, where SMGs are the big money makers. You need those entry guys to really pop off, and he had a great tournament series there, and I'm expecting once we see him again in the grand finals that will surely continue.
Well, to me, and Is that what a person that I expected to be my MVP so far? I'm gonna have to give a shout out to my man Fire, because Fire has been nothing but flames so far, man. From what we've seen so far, okay, granted, the last map, he did suck a lot. He was like 1-9, 1-8. But you know what? My man pops off whenever needed. And the one thing that makes him so valuable to his roster, he gets those essential kills. Whenever you find him at a 1v1, a 1v2 that he has to win, whether it's him coming off of a rotation, patrolling the hard point, or even in S&D, you can always count on him. When I see him on stream, I'm like, okay, Fire's gonna win this fight, and he did a damn good job at it. So to me, that's my man. But also, what we've seen throughout the entirety of the day, I mean, let's talk about it. Renegades dominating, Singularity falling to war. Was this really what you expected?
Yeah. I think APAC was, if you've been following along with the challenger scene, everyone expected Renegades to take that series. It was tighter, I will say that much. Mindfreak is growing. They are adapting. They're starting to learn this matchup a little bit better. But simply put, this Renegades team, I honestly think if you were to see more local spin again, if there wasn't a coronavirus-based world, that Mindfreak team and that Renegades team were both at Minnesota. Both played very, very well. It was a top 6 finish for Renegades, and I wouldn't be surprised to not only mimic that, but potentially surpass that bar if they had a chance to play out of a local setting versus more international team. For Europe, like you posed, though, Singularity, again, they are coming off of a travel, moving from North America back to Europe. A lot of things have to change. You got to get yourself reannoyed with your family or friends that are around the area. Plus, you got to get your setup reestablished.
Yes.
Your practice probably wasn't as good as would have anticipated, especially considering that you spent 4 or 5 weeks in North America playing every single day. So regardless, after seeing that with Singularity back in the mix, you're going to get a routine.
Yeah, and if I were to be disappointed at all,
squads,
UIU, man, UIU. They play so well. By the way, the third map is coming up soon. The moment it's ready, it's just gonna pop up on the screen. But UIU falling to get busy is to see a dominating hardpoint result, not just once but twice shift, and then you struggle when it comes to search and destroy. That's a big blow. I expected more from that team. Hopefully they pick things up for Challenger Cup number 3, but right now, it is what it is. They're looking to go straight to the finals. Shift, take it away.
Ready to go here, moving on through. It will be this Gunrunner for the domination. Relatively even matchup as far as how the flags are positioned, but for me it just comes down to can Get Busy kind of fix up their respawn woes. They did win the last domination they played, but it was a tight series, and this Get Busy team is going to have a much different opponent on the other side of the table from them, as it is what it is, has been looking very solid throughout the day in their respawn specifically, and such will be the case here once again as they've got themselves a solid CB hold.
Yeah, and on board with Charles, had such a hot game. I was gonna say it was his best map so far, but you see Fire come across when Fire is gonna body him, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Fire, even though he's caught unexpected, he's still able to win on these gunfights, and Parasite got bodied.
That'll happen. It happens when you take those gunfights where you're essentially trying to go rogue, and yeah, you're trying to make a solo play, you're trying to open up the map for your squad, but now Willet will kind of correct some of those mistakes as he comes back for not one but a second, and this is where things can get dicey. You've got It Is What It Is pushing through the coal side of B. They could set up a potential small spawn trap here, forcing Get Busy to spawn behind the A flag. Parasite's locking things up over towards the cargo containers, and you've got Charles who's pushed up very far into green. This is a picture-perfect setup from the C side of the map for It Is What It Is, and because of that, they're going to grow their lead marginally and beyond that exponentially if things don't change
don't even
quickly.
look at the gameplay. Look at the mini-map right here. Look at all of this map control. Even though Get Busy, they're trying to pull out this flank to get the C flag, they're unable to. Why? Stamino's there. And Stamino has backup as well. Him and Parasite has been going off, and it's not looking good for Get Busy. It's been a 2-1 hill lead for quite some time now when the score can tell it. 38-20, these guys are going off, but take a look at number 5. It's going to be Zyro. Oh, he's going to back up. I thought he was going to go and try to create damage over near A, but he's going to back up towards B and continue to pressure him as they try to leave spawn.
Yeah, they can't make play for A right now simply because Prophecy's towards C, and they keep a couple members was on the back foot. So now they get that kill, they're going to start to try to make their way further forward to reestablish that little small spawn trap that you could sometimes get from Cole entrance area. The kills have been decisively in favor of it is what it is that forget busy. Is this really the play you want to make? I get that you're trying to be a nuisance over here at C. Go for a couple of neutrals. Keep the numbers for it is what it is. Having to deal with the defense, but exactly, they can't even get through their own spawn building. This is the most pressure I have seen a team in a long time.
Yeah, and the spawns, you definitely see all those so feel really bad for Willet. He finds himself in a 1v3, but he's not going to come out alive. But still, though, take a look at Get Busy. They're trying so hard to continuously push that C hill. And I saw about 4 failed attempts. All of that time wasted is why you're down by 35 points, and it doesn't look like it's looking better. But also, still, on board with Zyro, holding down over near these mine carts. Smoke is out, and he's going to fall immediately. Profizi and Pentagram doing extremely well. But look at Stamina picking up the double kill. Pentagram and Profizi is nothing to him.
Things are looking pretty solid again, but for Get Busy, you just gotta find a way to, again, work multiple angles of the map. I mean, even coming from the C flag initially, everyone just flooded back over to B. But this is what you want to see. If you're looking at the minimap, there are 3 members of Get Busy working the middle of the map to work their way back towards the B flag. You don't just want to flood through Cole. You're going to get pinched up too easily. So again, the woes that we saw from their respawn previously, not hitting the pinch or picking it up, that's starting to be corrected. You just wonder if it's a touch too late as we're down to about 60 seconds left to play. And it is what it is, has doubled up the score.
Yeah, all eyes are going to be on Stamina, but also take a look at Goonjar. This could be a telltale sign about why their execution is so poor. You have the AR players going negative, and that's not what you want. You want to free up those long line of sights, clear out those lanes, and make sure you allow Pentagram, Fire, Profizi, everyone else to run in, capture those points, and continuously try to make this comeback. Profizi gonna battle. Oh my God, Profizi! I think he thought he won the gunfight. He stopped shooting, and Stamina is gonna get the best of him.
Tough angle Exotic chose to take right there, just kind of holding himself out in the open prone. He would have had to respond quickly to anybody coming across in the last 23 seconds. We've got numbers for it is what it is. Not only contesting the B flag, but they've made progress to actually flip the C flag around. And oh boy, I'll just say there's a lot of things that need to be looked at here for Get Busy because there's just too many gaps, there's too many split focus moments where they really can't afford to go without full numbers. And with that, we'll come to the conclusion of our first half here in Domination, looking at a convincing lead for it is what it is, up 30 points.
I'm going to be honest. So usually we talk about, hey, you know, even though the score doesn't look that way, the game is closer to what it is. I'm going to have to disagree this time around. Get Busy, they know exactly what they need to do, and they're not doing it. And by being down almost half of the opposing team's points, I mean, come on. We saw a 2-1 hill lead throughout the entirety of that map. So if they want to pick it up, they're going to have to go above and beyond. And that's a really tall task to try to dominate, especially against a team that's red hot right now. It is what it is. They're not trying to let loose. They're continuously swarming. They're winning those gunfights. Get busy. I mean, you're going to have 2 flags throughout this entirety of the next 5 minutes.
16-8, 11-6 for Stamina and Zyro respectively. I mean, nobody else is even coming close to that currently for Get Busy. So Stam is going to try to hold off this B flag for as long as possible. You're seeing his teammates trying to hold the middle of the map, and with this opening kill onto Exotic, here comes the flood with potential numbers, but Zyro unfortunately takes down one of his teammates. It's going to keep things relatively even and neutral, but again, the respawns for Get Busy get them back to the B flag faster, and they should surely give themselves the B flag here pretty early on in the second half.
Yeah, Parasite has been on it lately, 13-9 so far, and he's just the leader on this team when it comes to composure and everything else. Him and Stamina have just been, they've been clicking lately. You know, their stat lines are usually on top for their teams, and I see exactly why. But Stamina to me, he's just been a standout, and Parasite popping Goonjar. Sub versus AR, that's not really expected, and Charles is still going off and unable to pick up that kill. He's gonna run back because he has help, and his help wasn't there to help him out, but still, he's in a position to make a play, and Pentagram, he's gonna get caught off guard.
Big kill for Charles again. He's just trying to pull the resources of Get Busy over towards the C flag, and if he continues to win gunfights like that, he'll surely do it because now he's got Willet here to help. He'll finalize the kill. That's the C flag neutralized, while at the same time it was Parasite who neutralized over B. So now as we're going to get an AC flip coming through, Willet's only job is to stay alive, find as many kills as possible, and try to keep this C flag in their hands. And this is interesting, and we've seen this kind of come through in the CDL the last couple of weeks. This is it is what it is, actually playing for an AC hold. essentially forcing the spawns to go from the north side to the south side, and it allows you to surround the B flag pretty easily. The only negative to this setup is that you're going into a lot of individual 1v1s, or at least it should be taken as a negative, but when it is what it is frying like they currently are, it's going to be more like a positive, as they're going to probably get a full dom here if they continue to win gunfights by B.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I love the philosophy that they have right now. You know, let's be a pest at their home flag, and you know, after we capture it, let's go right back to B. Let's go towards the middle. Let's keep them guessing, because once you keep them on their toes, they're not going to be able to rebound, and being down by so many points, that's a lot to take in, okay? It's going to take a lot of IGL effort coming in from everyone on Get Busy to try to make this comeback. But when Pentagram is 10-17 and Fire is 9-16, you're looking at some of your best players, and you're like, hey, we need you. What's happening?
This is a good moment, though, for Get Busy. They're going to win the gunfight over by A. They've got number 7 was Profeezy. He wins a couple of gunfights to keep the pressure on to C. And with that, now it's an A-B hold. But this, again, time is the issue. You got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. You're looking at a 45-point differential at the moment. You've got to make a play for a triple capture. Here's their best chance. This is where things could get really scary. But you take a look, Get Busy. Yeah, sure, you're putting a lot of pressure at C, but no one is full anchoring back to A. So this is where spawns could get a little bit wonky for Get Busy. They do get a neutral, and fortunately, they do hold a couple of spawns back by A. So that's all good progress to chew into the deficit that they currently face as we enter underneath the 2-minute mark.
And one thing I'd like to point out, we all know Goonjar to be rocking an AR at all times, but so far this map, he's 14-14 with the sub. That really wasn't expected from me, but Goonjar starting to warm up. It took him a while. He wasn't really up to par with it, but now he's starting to win his 1v1s. His 1v1s are a success, but he's still getting a kill, dying, getting killed, dying. I wanted him to rack up some more streaks to help this team come back. But with a minute and 27 seconds left, I mean, is it mathematically possible?
It's going to be tight. They need a full capture for at least the majority of time, of which they're working on currently. And again, I think this was the big reason why you're seeing Goonjar pick up the SMG. They want to run around the map a little bit faster. Flag still staying neutral. Underneath a 30-point game. Pentagram for 2 will again continue to make progress here at C. Parasite's the only player here. And now you actually need to take a look at Fire. He's got the most important role to play. He's the solo player on the A and B side of the map. This is all an engagement towards C. And if it is what it is, doesn't read this, they might just keep getting spawn trapped. So there's very good potential as we get to 50 seconds. It's only a 20-point game with the full capture still in play.
Get Busy with the trip cap in. Oh, it is what it is. Was trying to contest his C flag, but unfortunately they died. Parasite, he has nothing he can do. Get Busy. If they get this comeback, Chef, I don't know if my heart can take it, man. They're doing such a great job right now by not giving up, still keeping their guns up, spraying through the smoke, and stacking up kills.
We're at 60 seconds of full capture. I have never seen it at this level of play. It's a 2-point game, and there's still going to be 2 flags held by it is what it is. It's going to come down to the last second. It's going to be an A and C hold for Get Busy. They're making progress at B. It goes neutral. 10 seconds left. The man favors Get Busy. They're going to get the full capture, and it is what it is. Will allow a 60-point differential to be made up in the better part of 2 minutes. That is the most incredible domination comeback I have ever seen in Modern Warfare. Good grief.
What the hell was that? Okay, Chip, we saw a dominating first half coming in, but it is what it is. But Get Busy, man, that composure was second to none. The way they were able to come back, getting the triple cap. I saw the triple cap happen. I'm like, okay, how long can they hold this for? Maybe the next 20 seconds, 30 seconds. They held that triple cap for way too long, and after that, it is what it is. They can't even cap a flag, man. Every time they did, they lost the flag, and they were playing catch-up. When they were in the lead by about 50 points, I don't understand.
There's the individual trust that has to come through for Get Busy to win your 1s, but then win your 2s and 3s as well, is at such a high level right here. But the big thing is watch the spawns for it is what it is. It's top right corner, and watch how they split the resources. Some people are going B, some people are going C. What are we communicating right now? It doesn't seem to be enough or anything really much at all, as again, it's just the individual pressure from Get Busy. They read their spawns well. They're spawning south side of the map in the woods. They can get to C faster, and simply put, it is what it is. Just didn't read the room at all, and they just didn't make the correct call at the end of the day.
How do you allow that to happen, man? I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. Pentagram and Fire, both of those boys was about -10 when I called them out. After that, they ended the game almost even. Now, when you allow those 2 SMG players to really step up and frag out, Parasite and Co., they didn't see it coming. That triple flag came out. They stood no chance in. Whew, Shift. Coming up next, it is what it is. I thought they were going to go to the finals, but after a performance like that, get busy. They're doing a lot better when it comes to respawn game types.
Simply put, what the kids like to say, that is a map ending where Bull could be 100% lost. I mean, I have never seen a comeback like that on Domination. I've seen some intense comebacks of 15, 20 points, but 40 plus with 2 minutes to play? I've never seen anything quite like that, and you have to know the comms are not relatively positive right now for it is what it is.
Listen, Alan, Shiv, it takes talent to lose like that. So it is what it is. They're a talented team on both sides. But ladies and gentlemen, we have some more crazy Call of Duty action coming right back at you. But first, we'll see you guys after this short break. Just when you thought the games couldn't get crazier, these guys came out the gate swinging. You saw a wild comeback, something that you really don't see in Call of Duty. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be one of your casters, Veli, and my duo today is going to be my man, Shift. We've had a lot of fun. We see some crazy games. And how would you describe that last series? If you could.
I can't. Simply put, I cannot describe that in words. If you missed it, you're going to go ahead and just rewind about 10 minutes and rewatch it, because that's the only way to fully get the idea of what just happened in that domination. But I do want to bring up one small point that you had mentioned. Gunjar put away the assault rifle in favor of essentially running 5 SMGs. what's the only way that you're going to win a couple individual gunfights around the C flag? It's with an SMG. So when you've got 5 Slayers that are on the map running around with MP5s and can control individual 1v1s by finessing corners, boxes, and other topographical items on the map, well, that's one of the instances that it could happen that way. So I was about to comment when you mentioned it that Zyral's popping off because he's not being opposed by another AR, but simply put, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Could not find a way to hit the regain button and decide what they wanted to do out of spawn, and they got triple cap for the better part of, I would say, better part of 90 seconds at the end of that, Tom.
The triple cap, all thanks, not all thanks, but thanks to Pentagram and Fire, those boys really picked it up. Fire was on fire with the SMG, by the way. Him and Pentagrams, man, they started fragging out, slaying out. Next thing you know, Parasite and the rest of the boys, they couldn't keep up. Goonjar started getting loose with the SMG, and I'm like, okay, this could possibly happen. But ladies and gentlemen, we have the next map coming up. It is what it is. All they need to win is this hardpoint. All they need to win is one more map. If they don't, they can find themselves in a map 5, game 5, and they do not want that against these hungry boys on the side to get busy. So ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Hackney Yard, Hardpoint. Shift, take it away.
Gonna be, it is what it is from the favored side, and again, we saw it get busy on this map. They did not look particularly convincing on it, as they had a hard time getting something going. They got broken on P2, they got dominated from P3, P4. The first rotation was an absolute wash for them. So now you gotta find a way, if you're Get Busy, to not only get some significant time here on the first hill, but more importantly, can you find a way to get an early break of the P2 spawns? And because of the timing of the kills, Get Busy actually get gifted a spawn behind the blue gates.
Yeah, so Get Busy now. They have the good side. It is what it is. You saw rotation try to come through, and unfortunately, Stamina died up top. So now you have number 8, it's going to be Pentagram. He wants to make sure no flanks, no rotations comes through. He's setting up for P2. He's thinking 2 steps ahead. Meanwhile, he's trusting his teammates. That's his fire. He's currently 2-1 to really hold it down in P1. If they're able to do that, they're going to do well. And speaking of number 8, Pentagram, he's going to win a 1v1 against Charles as he tries to get the spawns for P2.
And this is going to be massive here as, again, Get Busy can essentially just play defense from here on out. You got 30 seconds for the time, which is an incredible number considering you were trying to split the spawns away. The last handful of seconds will come to it is what it is. But again, we could be looking at a 90-21 scoreline through 2 hills unless it is what it is can find a way to break into this tire shop. It's a very difficult task. It's not done too often at this level. And it looks like so far the trades are pretty good to keep the spawns relatively safe for Get Busy.
An exotic with the sexy gunplay right there. 7-3 right now. He had a 2-kill streak. Parasite picks up a double kill of his own. But look at his score. 22-49. Get Busy. They're starting off so hot. And why not? They have all the confidence in the road after a comeback like that. Exotic 7-5. Profisa behind him 5-4. And everyone else but Goonjar, they're firing off.
The Valley Get Busy got broken just from the useless side. The biggest worry that I had was that the engagements over towards the blue gate was not going to turn in favor of Get Busy, but because everybody on the respawn dealt with that push coming from the south side of the minimap, no one was watching the top. So the fact that it is what it is able to sneak away about 20 seconds worth of time on a hard point, of which they did not have spawns for initially, that's an incredible hill for it is what it is. And now Get Busy again is faced to essentially have to find a convincing win somewhere else in these next 3 hills.
Yeah, and unfortunately to Get Busy, Exotic did a phenomenal job securing the hill over near P3. And then the moment Profizi or Pentagram spawn, I forgot which one it was, they were wiped out immediately. It is what it is. They gain control of not the hill right now, but they have the spawn. It's just a big battle. No one's even contesting the hill right now, but look at those 3 blue arrows. They want to make it known that this is our hill. We're racking up more points. We're going to stay in the lead against you guys.
And again, if you're going to have a most successful hold here on P3, it's when you control the spawns on the yellow side of the map, which is currently where you're seeing the spawns come to be for it is what it is. They can spawn so close, they can flood in, you can control the middle of the map, and this is what you do. As soon as you get yourself through the middle, you set yourself up for the office. The timing is good. They'll give away about 10 seconds worth of time. But again, for it is what it is, simple fact of the matter is you've not been in a favorable spot yet, and you're only keeping the game to a 15-point margin. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, and the ARs came out to play. Take a look at the left side of your screen. You saw a lot of it. Goonjar was putting in work. Stamina with the SMG in play. Going up those stairs. He's going to right in to Profizi. He's going to get bodied. Parasite dies as well. 4 straight kills for Get Busy. And these boys, even though it's a close game, they're firing off.
This is a good moment here for Get Busy. You've got number 0 and Gunjar actually watching from the top side of the AC window. He'll deal with the middle of the map while everybody else can just worry about the interior doors. Big play for Gunjar as he finds a second and a third through the smoke. Okay, well found is that one. And now all of a sudden with these kills coming through, Get Busy will have numbers to likely win out the last 20 seconds with a hard point time here in the office and now start to trend their sights over towards the left side of the mini-map where again our P5 will exist and it can be very tricky to break.
So it is what it is. They're going to relinquish up to 18, 20 seconds of scrap hill time just to get the early rotation. Now, if they lose this hill and lose the spawns, this is going to be a big blow because they sacrifice a lot of time to get here. Parasite with a long-range gunshot, 3 straight kills for it is what it is. And Fire was a jump right into the middle of the action, but that was not the right play. Smoke grenade did go out, but it was not enough cover for him to be the playmaker his team needed.
Pentagram trying to clear out the top side of the yellow building, not going to be able to do that. And once again, this puts a significant stall to Get Busy trying to hit this hill. Exotic Eye, if he only got one more bullet, maybe that's an opportunity. Gunjar and Fire combining for 3. Now an opportunity to at least put a foot on this hill. Collecting with the door, but Zyra will meet him. Pentagram for the trade. Spawns, though, will not fully flip out. And with that, these last 25 seconds will likely be conceded over to it is what it is.
Okay, so it is what it is. They did the right thing by relinquishing all that time. Look at everything they're able to gather right now. Their guns game into play and Get Busy. They're now setting up. But Charles, it could be a thorn in their side, but whew, that was a rough one. Exotic stopped that early rotation, stopped the flank, and that possibly saved his team for securing this spawn.
They got the P2 side of the map, which is what they want, but again, the battle will exist inside the warehouse for the next bit of time here. Zyro up top has found himself a plethora of weapons to try to play with. Will go to the AR, tries to play for a drop shot, but won't get the kill. But meanwhile, Charles will find 2. That'll open an opportunity to contest this first hard point as the last kill needed will come by way of Zyro and a headshot. Careful though, he almost puts a headshot into one of his teammates. And now 40 seconds to fight for it. Get Busy, have to be mindful of what could potentially come through offense. Little to no, nothing is there. So this should lead to numbers in favor if it is what it is for the opening hill. But again, 4 kills come through in a flurry for Get Busy as they once again keep contesting the first hard point.
Yeah, Zara was going on, but Exotic is showing this explosiveness still, getting kills with his man Pentagram. Both of those guys don't seem to be stopped right now when Gunjar climbed up the ladder and went straight to his death. Zyro picked up a double kill. There you go, working on his third, but unfortunately he was not able to pick that up. But his main man, Willet, is going to have his back right there. Nice trade.
Relatively negotiable last 10 seconds there that Get Busy or fine seeing go in favor of their opponents. Profizi, cheeky angle, just again being a nuisance on the flank, nearly able to find a second kill, but that will be number 5 in Parasite, who finds the pick and keeps his life. Again, the big obstacle here is how do you hurdle through these blue gates or the useless side of the map and try to find a way to break through P2. It's been the ask for many teams and players across not just the challenger scene, but also in the pro scene. And with how sticky the spawns can be in the backside, you have to convincingly find wipes, and that has not occurred, at least not as of yet, for it is what it is.
Up by 30 points, Get Busy there, not a one-trick pony, respawn, single life, it doesn't even matter. These guys are going off, and Exotic and Fire, you gotta give credit where credit is due. They're putting in a lot of great work, but look at the rotation coming in from number 6. It's going to be Exotic, and he wants to hold this down. But in front of him, it's going to be Parasite. He jumps down, takes a lot of damage from the utility, and Parasite's going to clean that up.
It's a big set of kills there as we get to the tail end of this second hard point. It's going to be it is what it is, controlling a lot of the middle of the map. And you're going to see Parasite just sit on this hard point and soak free time while his teammates try to zone as much as possible through the middle. A couple of those do come through, though, for Get Busy as they try to work their way through the warehouse side for a potential engagement. Keep your eye on Exotic, number 6. He's worked his way behind. He'll find Parasite in the hill. And now it is what it is essentially sitting here saying, where are they coming from? People from behind, people from in front. We don't exactly know where they're spawning at, and because of the chaos, Get Busy will find a favorable kill feed and flip the hill around.
Yeah, with 30 seconds up to the spawn, you would think that it is what it is are going to benefit from the rest of this, but still, the 1v1s are being won by Busy, and still, this scrap time should be going to it is what it is. They have the spawn, they have the numbers, but they are not contesting inside of the warehouse. That's going to be a big blow. But now, both of these teams, 10 seconds left to go. They're going to have to rotate around and make sure that they get P4.
But again, Simply put, Get Busy is just winning more gunfights. Exotic is 26-14. Fire has found 48 engagements, of which he's won 28 of them. I mean, the kill totals are just all over the map right now for Get Busy, and that's going to put it what it is in a really tough spot. You've got to find essentially a full 60 here, or at least 40 seconds worth of time, and hold the P5 spawns. That's your lifeline. That's what has to occur for you to get back into this game, and Get Busy will find themselves spawning just outside the useless building behind P2, and with that, the numbers will be here for a convincing take of the office.
All right, this is going to be interesting. Take, look at Exotic in the 1v2. Now, if he was able to win any of that in the 1v2, at least pick off one, he would have had a good chance to get the second. But the spawn is going to be set thanks to Zyro. But the long rotation coming in from Pentagram, he has to be the man right now. But losing that gunfight, will it just guarantee that the spawns and that win is going to be in favor of his team?
Get Busy can no longer win here. So again, this whole situation right now for it is what it is. You have to take a full 60. You have to be perfect here on P5. And that hasn't been the case necessarily so far, as Get Busy has found a way to contest a good portion of time as they were going from 4 to 5 the last time through. There's a couple of kills that turn up, but unfortunately Profizi takes down his compadre in Fire. And with that, it is what it is. Will set themselves up accordingly for this 5th hard point initially.
I don't know what it is, but it is what it is. They look like they lost composure. Looks like they lost full. They don't look like the same team that we've been seeing in hard points, especially because you see a lot of these players spreading out. They're not helping each other out in gunfights, and it seems like Get Busy, they just have the upper hand. But if they're able to get the majority of points in this hill, I mean, it could look good. They can close out this series. But if this goes to 2-2, I mean, I'm not going to be sure if they're going to have what it takes to shake that off and get this win.
This game is nowhere near over. 240 to 210, and you've got a pretty solid hold still for it is what it is. As long as you can win these last set of individual gunfights, you've got 2 members in Will and Parasite that are ready to go for the warehouse, but you cannot let them get 9 more seconds worth of time, and the gunfights don't convincingly come up with Parasite. He wins a massive 1v1. Now you've got a time for the 6 seconds of scrap, and you've got numbers in the warehouse. This is still super doable. Charles on the pitch. Will it from the front. Fire. He's going to be the only hope here for Get Busy as he gets himself in the hill, and that might just be about it as Fire and Gunjar combined for 4, but ooh, it is what it is. Did exactly what they needed to stretch this map out. Just not enough life in the lungs as a 250-223 will read in favor of Get Busy, and we will get that map number 5.
Shift, where was that effort earlier on, man? Great play right there from Profizi, but where was that last push? Like, we needed that effort throughout the entirety of the game. There they look composed. Right there they look like a complete team, and they look like someone that could have finished out the series. They could be in the finals already, but for some reason, they're lacking behind. We're going to assert and destroy. We're Get Busy. They've been putting in a lot of work, and Get Busy just might be a finalist out of these 2 teams.
Simply put, Hackney Yard is a wild card. It doesn't matter how prepared you are, how studied you are, how much you understand the timings. You lose one rotational gunfight and you get flipped out for the P2 spawns, that map snowballs. Simply put, if you win the first 60 off of P2, you turn it into a good solid middle rotation between 3 and 4, all of a sudden you're either down or up a potential of 80-90 points. So it's just it's a very seesaw map. You saw exactly what it is needed to do. They needed to hold P5. They did just that right when they had to keep the game alive, to send it to a next hard point. They had a good setup for the rotation, but simply put, there were a couple of close factors. The fact that Get Busy were able to win one more 1v1 in P5. The 2 members that were early rotated to warehouse were forced to give up their positions to deal with the hill to make sure they didn't lose, and because of that, Get Busy was able to retake the warehouse for the win. It was a tight game, but that map is very streaky and it can be hard to read at times.
Yes, and NA, we've seen the rest of EU, we've seen all of APAC unfold, and now this is it. You win this map, you're in the finals, $10,000 for first place, a huge difference. And the winner of this series will face off against WestR 2.0.
Oh boy, if this series is as tight as it is, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think it's going to be any more loose going to get to the grand finals. I mean, this has been a pretty solid NA bracket all the way through. The teams that came into the day sitting in the winner's semis, all of which are now gone with the exception of this WestR 2.0 team, or in the losers bracket. It's just been quite a ride. I mean, the IIWII and this Get Busy team were sent to the losers bracket in their first round of stage number 2 of this bracket. So again, this has been an incredible run for Get Busy, a team that has yet to crack through the top 16 placements. Now they're finding themselves the potential to be in the grand finals. Not a bad run.
Well, see, and also the one thing I love to see is the evolution of these teams. You see new players starting to step up. You see game types one team are getting slapped on in one series. they're apparently dominating it in the next. I don't know what to expect with this last search and destroy. But if you had to make a prediction, and for those of you in the chat, I want to see who you guys think is going to win too. Shift. I'm going to say it, man. Get busy. Looking too damn good, man. I'm going to have to rock with him.
It just comes down to the search, right? I mean, this is a reverse sweep on the cards right now that has to come through for Get Busy. They did look good in their search previously, but we saw exactly how map number 2 went. It was not at all favorable for them on the Arklov Peak. It was this team of Parasite and company that really rolled their way through. I don't know what the 5th map is going to be, but I think if you're Get Busy, you're hoping for a Petra or Ramaza, something up close and personal where you can get those SMGs back in line. And if we're hearing from our production team, we're going to get the opposite. It's going to be Piccadilly, and we have not seen a lot of sniper rifle gameplay come through on Arklov Peak. We're hoping that comes to be here on Piccadilly, but who knows at this point.
So Piccadilly, okay, so far today, we've seen the same maps with the same game types over and over again, but baby, a little bit of new might be exactly what we need. But still, everyone, bring your A game. And for those of you that are at home, you're watching this, welcome to the stream. If you've just tuned in recently, if you want to compete in any of these brackets and show the world that you're possibly one of the best of the best, or if you just want to have fun and see how good you and your team are, make sure you sign up for these tournaments, man. It's been a blast to watch and cast them so far. If you guys missed Challenger Cup number 1, it's a great watch if you guys want to go on the VODs. But also today, you've seen the craziest games. The comebacks are insane. The storylines are thick and juicy. And speaking of storylines, a lot of people out there, we already know what you want. Parasite against WestR in the finals, but Get Busy, they want to throw a wrench in those plans.
I mean, essentially, if for some reason we do get that rematch in the grand finals, it would technically be a best of 3 between these grudge matches, because you had the winners finals, you'll have a chance for a bracket reset, so whoever could take 2 of the 3 meetings will not just win this tournament, but at the end of the day, they will win that small little vengeance and grudge match we've kind of been building up over the last week since everything kind of unfolded. But simply put, you got to get the grand finals first there, Belly. We've got Piccadilly Search coming up, and I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know what to expect if we're not going to get any sniper gameplay. I figured Pentagram will pull it up, but I've got absolutely no idea who's going to try to pull this one out potentially for the scope of this side of It Is What It Is.
Well, hopefully we see some sniper rifles come into play and make a change in these games. But Chef, right now, prediction, who's winning this? Who's going to the finals?
I'm going with the more experienced team here. I'm getting to Get Busy the grand finals with the reverse sweep. Simply put, this is a map where if you're not fully prepared and you don't have this map perfected as a full 5-man squad, it's terribly difficult to navigate. It requires a lot of synergy, a lot of coordination. It's a difficult map, not just for the reason that the cars are all also just giant explosives, but there are so many long angles that could just be found if you hold them. And this was going to be Get Busy pushing right through the middle of the map. Goonjar, again with the SMG in play, is going to find one trailing outside. Another one he knows is close on top of the tent. He should see him, and he does. There's the gunfight win. And behind this play, he will find just the third, and the bomb was being planted. An electric first offense for Get Busy.
Is that team communicating with each other? Now, I'm actually starting to question what their mentality is like right now. They've taken a big blow. We're going to see a reverse sweep. But seriously, when Goonjar got that first kill on that player that was rotating, why wasn't that called out? And if it was called out, why was the second guy that Goonjar killed just extremely unaware of where he was? He just went prone and looked the other way.
I think simply put, it was just a lack of full information. Is this just a solo player hitting through the middle? Are they going to hit me at B? We don't necessarily know because of the smokes that were used. They thought that it was going to be potentially an A hit because of that pressure through the middle. Pentagram against sniping will find first blood, but he does get challenged back. And how about this? Stamino says, Goonjar, you want to meet me in the middle of the map? Let's go for it as he brings his SMG to play through the buses. But it won't be enough to convincingly win this round out yet, as we're left with a 3v2 in favor of It Is What It Is.
Yep, Goonjar currently 3-1, but he's going to be dead. So leaving it up to Pro Feezy. It's going to be up to him to clutch to 1v3. See some great plays so far, but a little bit of gunfire coming through. Unable to connect and kill Charles, but the teamwork is there. He falls. Tied game. Whew.
Oh boy.
Whew. A lot of fast kills, man. A lot of early kills as well. You don't know which way this round is going to turn out. I love it.
And the other thing is just, again, we don't typically see this fast pace of action carry through an entire search and destroy on Piccadilly. but I hesitate to say that because we saw that happen at Arclight Peak. So
yeah.
There's such a wild card being thrown out between both of these squads. Pentagram, you see him, he's got the HDR in hand, wants to make a play from the top side of the scaffold. He does not see anybody cross, but might have an opportunity. Now he's seen information that, yes, there are players in the middle near the buses. That's where he'll take his scope and hopefully find a free angle.
Yeah, Pentagram also a bit vulnerable here, but tossing out a frag nade and able to connect. Fire is going to get the kill on Willet. Great job by him. 2-2 so far, but on board with Exotic. He's been a playmaker of sorts. A bit quiet at times, but when he makes noise, he's the loudest one in the room. Pentagram, sniper rifle in hand. He sees one in sight. Zyro is going to get dropped.
And Pentagram's in a really good spot here. He can watch an entire cross coming through that library system if it even needs to. Profizi, he'll just take down 2 on top of the bomb site itself, just down to Stamina to make a play, and he's caught literally in the crossroads as he gets gunned down from a multitude of angles. And with that, get busy, continue the offensive spree that we've had so far. 2-1 the score.
That's all we see. These people love offense, man. Every time they're on offense, they want to win nonstop. But Gunjar whipping out that AR, what he does best, and he just lays it on their head. Great job by him. And Gunjar is having an extremely impressive map so far. It's the hottest start that he's had all day.
Yeah, I mean, considering that Gunjar is the guy that they're trusting to mostly run the main AR, he's been doing a lot of work with the SMG, like you mentioned. Pentagram and Fire are their dedicated flexes as either the second AR or the third AR, depending on the map. But so far, it's been mostly SMGs that have run the day here for Get Busy. Profizi will showcase that, yep, I can also pull out an AR if needed, and he finds Parasite for the first blood. But Gunjar gets traded, but not before. It is what it is. Finds success to get the bomb down at A. And now it just comes down to Get Busy. How do you break through this post-plant setup? It can be very tricky. It definitely helps when you find a first blood like that in Profizi. He is finessing these tents as he's got an angle at long range, nearly wins the gunfight. But fortunately, the help was there for it is what it is.
Profizi was in such a fortunate situation, but the awareness just wasn't there. And he's not to blame. He didn't know. But caught up in the crossfire. It is what it is. They're able to lay down the heat, tie things up, and they still have a fighting chance. Reminder, if you're just tuning in, the series right now tied 2-2. You win this, and you move on to the finals. Willet connecting on that last kill right there. He's been a phenomenal part of this team.
Yeah, it really has been. Again, a guy that played for Vanity Alliance back in World Champs. A lot of that team has broken up and found themselves in different pieces of this Path to Pro Challenger scene, but Willet has been one of those mainstay players that really has turned his Black Ops 4 career into a lot of Modern Warfare success. That is such the case here in this map number 5. Get Busy says, you guys want to play over by A? All right, let's play over by A. They take the bomb over this way as Profizi is that dedicated bomb carrier, but he does get dropped by Stamina. The trade is there, but again, him dropping the bomb provides an extra obstacle that Get Busy have to deal with.
Yeah, there was a big mismatch in numbers, but 5 and 3, they stayed put. Gunjar and Pentagram just waiting to play for picks right now, and it looks like they're trying to gather some intel as well. Waiting for someone to make that first move. And once that pick happens, I expect both teams to really start to swarm the opposition. But Pentagram aiming down his scope, unable to see anybody just yet. The positioning isn't the best in the world, but with some utility play, you're seeing if he gets a hit marker, and why is he doing that? They have no idea where the other team is.
Again, you just don't have a lot of utility to get back over to this bomb site. Fire will eventually just man up and go grab it. Fortunately, was not shot at really whatsoever, and now you've got 25 seconds. You potentially could rotate this back over to B, but again, there's just such a lack of information, so now the late nades are coming out for it is what it is. Fire's been tagged up extremely heavily. Pentagram will find one pick, but Parasite taking down Fire on the bomb. Time is the biggest issue now, as Parasite just needs to stay alive and do what he can to see if he can stop this bomb from being planted. He's going to change up the angle. He'll find one for free. Exotic has to stick this. It's going to be down to a 1v2. Parasite finds the exit, but the bomb gets planted.
Gunjar and Parasite, 2 OGs, 2 ARs, facing off. 33 seconds left to go. Gunjar, that finger trigger is pretty heavy right now. He wants this kill. Can Parasite do it? Nice rotation coming in from Gunjar. Parasite highly unaware, and Gunjar, he wants that up close and personal fight. But flanking Haggy, if he was able to peek, he probably could have gotten a kill. This is it. No way Parasite doesn't hear that, though. Yeah, he looks directly his way. He knows where he is. 9 seconds left to go, and yeah, the time is running out. Gunjar falls, and Parasite and crew. Okay, he was able to get that last kill, but the time was not in his hands.
Yeah, that's a really smart play from Gunjar. You're just throwing shoulders, hoping you can get some information, and then you just throw some shots into the bus thinking, yeah, I'm going to challenge you. No, I'm not going to challenge you. Just going to make sure you don't go and get that bomb defused, and that's a really good finesse of the clock there for Gunjar. But what an effort from Parasite in a 1v3. If he just gets that second kill a touch faster, maybe that bomb doesn't get planted, and then he wins the round for his squad. But that happened in a different universe. As here in this one, it's a 3-2 score for Get Busy going into round number 6.
Yeah. So, on board with Charles. See a heavy push going in towards
Nice
A, and
nades.
Get Busy. They're playing back, but Stamino gets the double kill. Amazing utility play coming in from him. Rotation coming through. Of course, Charles here. That bull is whizzing by his head, and Stamino finds himself in a 1v1. Pentagram gets the worst of that occasion, and it's looking good for it is what it is.
And again, it's just good double nade spam like you called out right on the backside of those A tents. That's the only play that Get Busy had if they wanted to early contest the A side bomb site. And now it's down to Profizi and Gunjar to work their way out of this 2v4. But for Profizi, you just got to get out of this area of this ticket booth. Gunjar going to try to take the second challenge in the same spot. But it is what it is. Just too many numbers to play with. And with that, we'll go 3-3.
Yeah, these two teams are going at it neck to neck, toe to toe. I mean, no one's still able to pull off and extend the lead by 2 rounds. It's still, you know, you win 1 round, we'll let you win 1 round. Consistently switching sides and taking advantage of that offensive side. Still waiting for one team to crack the code, win on defense, go big. That might just change the way this entire map is played. One team might play with a little bit more desperation than the other, but all it takes is that 1 round.
Pentagram puts away the sniper rifle, back to an AR here for this attack for Get Busy. Interaction over the buses. Gunjar able to find first blood onto Stamino. Smoke will allow him to maybe move even further. Oh my goodness, then Charles just get 2-bulleted. And with that, Exotic continues to put the pressure on, and now big numbers. Exotic not done yet. Good luck, have fun, Zyral.
What is happening?
Well, okay.
What is happening?
This is... In other worlds, I usually call this the we're just better strat. We're just going to run at you and just outgun you. But simply put, it's the timing at which all these gunfights are happening. You can kind of see it. It is what it is. They're looking left. Oh, no, it's to the right. Never mind, it's to the left. They're not able to move anywhere. And because they're staying so stationary, these SMGs that Get Busy are just going to work.
Yeah, man, you love to see it, but here we go. Get Busy winning the last round. Can they crack the code, man? That's all I want to see. I want to see a team have a huge defensive stop. But on board with Stamino, quite even in the stats department, 6 for 6. We're running through the smoke cloud. He's looking to cross enemy lines, and to his left and in front of him, there's going to be 2 people. But whiffing on that, he's able to get the kill on Gunjar. But working his way towards Pentagram, the aim was off, and Pentagram was on point. Able to clear that kill.
And simply put, because it is lose their members trying to get to the B arches, that play from Stamina was only going to exist for 1 kill. Everybody from Get Busy was rotating so quickly. There was going to be a pitch set up in the library. There was really no chance for Stamina to come away with, you think, more than 1 kill unless he makes an incredible play. Nice shots from Pentagram to keep the numbers in favor of Get Busy. And now Charles and Parasite, at least they've got the bomb in hand to work with, but this is going to be a very disguised setup for Get Busy, as it is what it is, has to find a way to crack the code on this 2v4 situation with only 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, 35 seconds left to go. What do? Parasite trying to rotate around. But he got shot at. Definitely caught out. But heading towards fire. Yeah, oh my gosh. Okay, Parasite could have a huge play right here. But instead of flanking fire, he pulls up right in front of him, loses a gunfight. Parasite falls, fire gets that last kill, and now Get Busy. Map and series point, you win this, you go to the finals. This could be it.
I mean, this is just such a story. Top 16, 2 weeks in a row. Now all of a sudden, potential for grand finals on the backhand of 1 more search and destroy round. Oh boy. The things that I would say if that happens, but we'll not get there too soon. A lot left to potentially be played here, as it is what it is. We need to find 3 rounds in a row. And again, this has just been so strange to see no sniper rifle play really whatsoever. Parasite making the play over towards A, set nade over towards the B site, will explode a car. And with that, Profizi will be gifted the first blood onto Charles. From the side, Exotic, good shots in, keeps his life somehow. Gunjar going on the pursuit through the subway will come out on the back side of number 7 is Zyral. And with this, there's going to be a possible team shot coming through, and Gunjar nearly loses the battle, and with all this interesting interaction, we'll eventually get a trade, and now numbers for it is what it is in a 3v2.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's their time to come back. Gunfight won by Parasite, and it is what it is. All they need is 1 more kill. Profizi, 6-4. making sure he gets the objective down right now, but that retake is going to be hard to defend against. Look at those red arrows. They're starting to move on in. You still got one guy far in the back. So, Stamina, 8-7. He can get the last kill. With the baiting sledge, putting in some shots. Profizi's pretty much trapped, and that's going to be a Stamina. It's going to clear up that last kill.
And it kind of feels like watching that defense for it is what it is, noticing that Get Busy's trying to play aggressive, it kind of feels like, all right, take your first angle that you want, and if you don't see or convincingly win a gunfight, back away. Let this Get Busy team get in our faces if they want to. We can correct our positioning once we realize where they are. But if you don't see your initial gunfight that you want, back up. Just play more passively. Let's try to read the room a bit better and see if we can't find a way to respond to this Get Busy team. And simply put, if a couple of kills don't turn up in favor, well, Get Busy doesn't have the same ability to break through the back end of that setup from the side of it is what it is.
And at the end of the day, if it is what it is, loses this is all going to go back to that domination that we choked. They were up by almost 50 points in the first half. But on board with Charles, 3-7, not the hottest game for him so far. Get Busy still, map and series point. Stamino's going to get the nice kill right there on Profizi. He's going to fall shortly after that, thanks to Gunjar. But a minute, 8 seconds left. Still pretty even on both sides. Can Get Busy do it?
Oh, big shots from Zyril. I was about to say, a 4v4 in this map looks very different from the defensive standpoint than a 5v5 does. It's just such a wide map that you have to cover so many angles. And now that it's a 4v3, it is what it is. It's going to group up, hit a smoke, and then execute to B. And while they do that, Charles will watch the flank. And he might be gifted a free kill here onto number 4. That's Fire. The shots don't fully come through, though. Zyril will find one trade. Will it also tagged up heavily? And Zyril actually falls to Fire on the flank. There's potential for this 2v3 to still come through as the bomb is yet to be planted.
Yeah, but now that 2v3 turned into a 2v2. Exotic and Fire, can they put the game to bed? It's going to be up to Willett and Charles if they have a say. Objective in hand towards B. Yeah, they're looking for this one player right now. They're challenging him. And the wall bang comes through. Exotic just felt it. He knew it. Pistol comes out. Charles gets to win. Now, 1v1. 10 seconds. This is it.
Takes a little over 5 to plant. And he's not going to have the time to do it. Now you got to look for the kill. Maybe. Is he on it? No, he's not. Fire! He makes himself known! A last-second kill! And oh my goodness! He just didn't trust the clock! Charles baits out the plan essentially by sitting through, and those are just immaculate shots over the top of the concrete barrier. Round 11 for Grand Finals come into play.
Imagine if he just waited 2 more seconds, Shift. 2 more seconds, Shift! That could have been it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the last round of the series. Winner moves on to the finals. Loser, I mean, you're at home already, but you still go home. And on board with Charles, 5-7. Stat lines start to pick up, and Nade's going out. Stamina almost dies right there. Half health.
He almost
gonna make the
caught
first
that
play.
one in stride. It looked like it almost connected with them in mid-run, but oh boy, an even 5v5 unfolding. Stamina not getting the same pressure through the buses here, Veli, and that's going to provide an opportunity for Get Busy to again hold strong from the backside of the library through the middle of the map. You got to find an opening pick here if it is what it is. They're going to try to make a play over to B. They're going to use whatever utility they have, but again, there's a lot of lack of information here over the middle of the map.
Yeah. It's a lot of choking so far in this game, and right now it's getting a little bit more intense. Stamina able to get a kill before he falls eventually to Raven. All the players, all the arrows are looking towards one area. They're going towards the top side of the map. Pentagram, Profizi, going big, Exotic, helping him out. Now, 1v4, Get Busy, 1 kill away from the finals. What can Charles do? One kill. Woo! Get Busy finally cleans it up, and they move on to face off against WestR 2.0. That was an exciting series.
Bring out the broomsticks. It was a reverse sweep as well for Get Busy after, again, the most dramatic domination comeback I've ever seen in Modern Warfare. Down almost 50 points with 2 minutes to play. They get 60+ seconds of full capture on the Gunrunner to secure the map. Then you saw the incredible play through the Hackney Yard to salvage an almost throwaway game as it was the It Is What It Is team looking to make the comeback happen. And then again, around 11, 3 incredible maps from Get Busy, but I don't want to build them up too much here, Veli, because the opponent they're about to play up against is more than ready, and I'm sure they're chomping at the bit trying to get this matchup underway.
Now, unfortunately, we're not going to see Parasite against this old team. It is what it is. They did a great job, especially for a team that recently made a huge team change. But still, get busy. They deserve it. They are in the finals. Seeing their battle against UIU, edging that out, clutching up against it is what it is. Not a lot of teams do that. To go through the fire and flames like that means one thing. This team is special, and I don't think WestR is going to have an easy time in the championship game.
Oh, no, not at all. I don't think there's anything you could look at to merit that conversation having a solid and sound argument, because simply put, yeah, this WestR team, they've been good in the last few weeks, but they're also dealing with a new addition of Jintroid coming into the mix. Again, he's the one filling in where Parasite was essentially, okay, he was kicked off the team. But simply put, he's got a lot of experience playing with Awakening, who was the other more recent addition. So for Zap, Glow Frosty, Spoof, can you hold on to the traditional OG WestR squad with these two newcomers coming into the mix? Or will it be the more tried and true tested squad of Get Busy? They have not found this kind of success yet, though, in the North American bracket. It would be incredible to go from 2 top 16 finishes back-to-back to a potential championship the week after.
Yes, now, Chef, I honestly don't know what to expect, but I'm going to let you know now. I've become a big fan of Get Busy and their comeback so far. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've been having a blast so far today, because coming up next, we have the NA Finals, WestR 2.0 facing off against Get Busy. We'll see you soon. ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people out there in the YouTube world, welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Cup #2. I'm your boy Billy, and I'm joined today with my man Ship. We've seen some crazy comebacks, crazy games. We've seen an APAC and EU champion. Shout out to Renegades and Team War. But right now, Ship, what do we have in front of us?
Oh, we've got a new champion to crown in North America. I guess thank you, Singularity, for leaving for some of these guys, because now everyone can start to fight back for that crown once again. And I would say aptly so, this WestR squad, who's been in prime position to get to the grand finals a multitude of times before, they're coming out of the winner's bracket with a chance to take everything here. But how about the newcomers to this Stage 2 tournament scene? You got Get Busy. Top 16 finishes in the last 2 weeks. For them to make a long losers bracket run when they lost in winners round 1. Now they're here in the grand finals for their first opportunity for a championship here in the Modern Warfare year.
Yes, and here goes the bracket rundown for everybody out there. We had amazing teams here. IIWII, Get Busy, Carnage, Triumph. But unfortunately, not everybody made it to the finals. We have the best of the best, WestR 2.0 and Get Busy. We're going to jump into that actually extremely soon. But for those of you that are at home, you think, hey, I'm better than these guys. I can shoot way better than them. You know, my team is amazing. Sign up for these tournaments. Shift, what do they have to do to compete?
Oh, it's really easy. All you got to do is go to callofdutyleague.com/challengers to get all the information, not only where to sign up, but also on what events are potentially coming forward. As well, let's be candid, Valley, there is no shortage of events coming forward for these Path to Pro aspiring players, as every single weekend from here until the end of July has an event. Most specifically, next weekend is the CDL Florida Home Series event. And that's going to be another opportunity for these Path to Pro teams to square up all across the world. Again, right there, bottom third, callofduty.com/challengers will give you the information so you can get the boys or girls together and sign up to participate next weekend.
And like I said before, clear your calendars, and it doesn't matter if you think that you're not the best of the best, because at the end of the day, Shift, we do this for fun, man. We want to compete. It's in our blood. It's in our DNA. So taking a look at the season right here, you see that Call of Duty Challengers, we're here for the remainder of, all the way throughout July. So make sure you compete, make sure you sign up, and it's been tons of fun so far. Challengers Cup #1, we saw some amazing games. I want to be honest, and I'm not biased at all when I say this. The games that we had today blows the last stream out of the water. We've seen reverse sweeps, we've seen crazy comebacks. That domination game that we saw with Get Busy, and it is what it is. You can't make this stuff up. So if you're not watching, you're missing out. If you're watching, I love you. You guys tune into the right show.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we've got two of us, which hopefully you guys have appreciated seeing us kind of give the commentary back and forth. But here's the deal. At the end of the day, I know we were all kind of secretly hoping that Parasite would get a chance to rebattle up against this former team. A little bit of a rivalry there. But I could not actually be more excited for these Get Busy guys. Again, the simple fact of the matter of 4 out of the 5 of them have been playing together since essentially the beginning of the year. They've been working it out. They've been grinding it out. They're one of the few teams out there that will essentially not look at a lower placement and say, we have to make drastic team changes. Nah, they iron out the problems. They get the wrinkles flattened and smoothed, and with that, they've found a lot of progress. And again, a special story's being written here as, again, they're making an extremely long losers bracket run, and more importantly, they're showing that resiliency absolutely does pay off.
And at the end of the day, all of these teams are doing one thing. They're showing the world, they're showing the pros, they're showing you that they are the best of the best, and that they want to make it to CDL. In order to do that, you have to show out right here, right now. This is where stars are made, this is where they're born, and this is where they're created. And moving forward, I mean, we saw a lot of great things from Get Busy. We saw great individual play. Me personally, I'm in love with Fire and Pentagram. They've shown up. Yeah, they're not dropping 50 bombs like Semper, you know, the rest of them, but they're still just so damn good at what they do, man. They're fun to watch.
Last I had a chance to go back and take a look at the Game Battles Pro points, Fire's only got 2,700 points. That's going to grow a little bit over the last couple of weeks as I didn't get a chance to fully update, but that just kind of goes to show that this guy is essentially brand new to competing at this level of Call of Duty. He didn't get a chance to play through any of the local events at Minnesota, Atlanta, or LA. Dallas Home Series was the first time he had a chance to play, and a top 16 finish there to immediately get picked up with all these veterans surrounding him. He's absolutely making waves.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Game 1 of the finals. Exotic getting the entry kill. You're gonna have Get Busy versus WestR, and here we go.
Again, if Get Busy will be on the preferred side to start things off, giving them a little bit of an advantage as they try to set themselves up for the eventual second hard point. But for WestR, again, you're looking at Awakening, Jintroid kind of being that go-to duo to really open up some space as the flex players. Glowfrosty as the main AR is just going to watch over the top of them as he tries to work from the wood side of the map. He's found himself 1 kill thus far, but Get Busy, this is a nice spread north to south. They're having a lot of coverage through all these OE hits that you anticipate being used for WestR trying to flip the spawns. And with a pretty even kill trade going back and forth, no progress will be made for WestR towards the second side of the hardpoint map.
And this is something that we saw from subliners against FaZe. Yeah, it wasn't on this map. It's the same philosophy. Push him out, gain map control, gain dominance when it comes to spawns. So that way, by the time P2 comes, you don't have to worry about people swarming the hill. You're already getting kills on cutoffs. That's exactly what they're doing. It's WestR. They're currently up 12-5.
But look how passive Get Busy is here on their setup for P2. They're playing really far back. It's going to allow an opportunity for WestR to get really close to this hard point and potentially, if a couple of gunfights are won, immediately contest. Here comes the hit. They're going to move things from south to the north, trying to get to the side door by the water tower, but Exotic and Fire will combine for a lion's share of the kills, and with that, Get Busy will hold strong for the initial push.
Yeah, Spoof playing ring around Rose, able to drop one, working on the second. Yeah, Spoof able to get the double kill, and this is a guy that you said really stood out to you so far this event, and the kill feed is all red. WestR tearing things up. Jintroid on his point of view, the latest pickup for this roster. Look at an easy double kill as he moves in towards the warehouse.
That's a clean break. And yeah, you mentioned it. Spoof was my guy to watch because simply put, he almost dropped 50 on the first hard point that we saw versus It Is What It Is on this map. 250-190 was the score then. Could he potentially find similar semblances of success here?
Yeah.
He's only 6-5 to start, but again, a clean break will lead to a WestR lead of 43-27.
Look at all these bodies on the top left side of the minimap. No way! Fire almost wins that. And by the way, Zapnius picked up 4 kills in a row, and one of them was definitely a team kill. And these players, they're killing everybody. They're killing teammates, the opposition is actually crazy right now with tons of explosions coming through. Gonjar with the SMG working his way towards the minecarts.
This is a 50-50 battle for this hill time. Yeah, you've got Get Busy on the hill right now, but WestR's right here to contest this. A couple trades going back and forth will actually lead to Get Busy more convincingly setting themselves up at the mine entrance. And now off the respawn, WestR, you not only need to break this 28 seconds, but you also be mindful over the middle of the map as you rotate to P4. You're going to see Awakening is going to take the central responsibility to do just that, as he will zone out and make sure that Get Busy are spawning north in the right side of the mini-map. Spoof for 3 kills. That'll be enough for them to fully break in for the scrap time. And again, number 9 is Awakening. He's already set up to try to keep Get Busy from getting initial time here on P4. That is a transfer of spray if I've ever seen it, as he finds 2. Profizi will be the 3rd. Heck of a play from Awakening.
Awakening, the player that coming into this event, I thought he was the best on WestR. Well, this is team effort, but Awakening is just way too good. I was able to get 6 kills in a row. His stat line is 14-3. Just shows that WestR, they have a lot of heavy gunners on their roster, and it's more than just Awakening. You're gonna have to keep an eye out for players like Glowfrosty and also Zap.
It's a good, solid retake, though, for Get Busy, as again, they work their way right through the bathrooms area. 30 seconds to fight for. WestR does not really want to concede these last 30 seconds, but at the same point, you have to be mindful of the rotation for P5, which can be one of those big 60-second money hills. So Awakening, he's going to be essentially responsible individually for making sure that this rotation doesn't come through the middle of the map. But now that there's numbers, here comes the final push for scrap time for WestR. A couple of kills turn up in their favor, and with that, they'll win the lion's share of the last 15 seconds, and they've still succeeded in holding off the push for the P5 flip.
And fortunately enough for WestR, Glowfrosty was able to secure the spawns. You see the 3 arrows on the left side of the screen. P5 is going to be under their control, but the swarm of blue bodies from Get Busy, they're ready to push in. Jintroid throwing out some utility, able to pick up 1. Working on the second, the teamfire is going to be there. Glowfrosty gets a double kill. He falls, Jintroid gets a kill, and wow, WestR is here to win.
Again, for WestR, they're just mostly going to hold on this wood side of the map. Watch the rotations come through the coal side, bring reinforcements if they so need to, and here come a couple of kills for Get Busy. They're going to try to break this last 30 seconds up, and with a couple of kills turning in their favor in the entrance part of this hill, it's going to be numbers for Get Busy, but Jintroid slipped right through 2 of them!
God.
Oh boy, Jintroid, he's got a 3rd one to deal with, though, is not going to win that gunfight. It's just down to Zapnius to try to hold off this last bit of time, and with him winning his first gunfight, a couple more Get Busy members will have to come back to deal with him, but the first rotation will conclude with WestR in the lead, about 120 to right around 80.
You take the scrap time out of there. Western absolutely dominated that hill. The whole time it was contested. They're winning gunfights after gunfights, and that just shows how strong the up-close and personal players on the SMGs are that good. Profizi starting to wake up, picking up 2, make that 3 in a row as he extends his lead to 16 and 16. Comes to the stat line. He's going to get shut down, but Gunjar back on AR. He's back to putting in work.
Here we go now. Again, not just mindful of what's happening on the center platform, but you take a look at number 4 and the rest of Get Busy on the P2 side of the map. Exotic.
What?
Okay, bless RNG for the hip fire there as he passes through the U connector. But again, more importantly, sure, WestR, you get a little bit bodied in the middle of the map, but you win the gunfights through Cole. So not only are they able to recontest the hill for some significant time, but you've also won the rotation to get it set up for the next hill. And that could lead to a very healthy lead for WestR pending they hold the P2, which is about to open up in the next 6 seconds.
Even though the point line is extremely close, it looks like Get Busy again out-fragged, outplayed, outscored. There just seems to be nothing that they have a hold of yet. Left side of the screen was all red names. They're fragging out, and it doesn't seem like Get Busy can break these hills and win these gunfights. And Profizi on the flank right here, he could have a big play, but taking his time and rotating the long way. He wants to make sure that he's able to secure at least 1 or 2 kills before he steps in. He walks in.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to get the first on Gen Troy, but the second is not there.
And again, Zap has to play a huge role here. He's the only one really available on the hill. He eventually gets taken down, so an initial break coming through for Get Busy, but the job is not done yet. They still have to deal with the respawns coming out from WestR, from the cargo containers. Exotic is having himself a great map, 21 and 20, 4 kills, as he's mostly been the guy rotating around and winning rotational gunfights and nearly does the job inside the hill. But again, his work was essentially piggybacked by the rest of his squad, and that will secure the full break and the scrap time for the side of Get Busy. WestR's lead has been chewed into significantly as we head to P3.
And once again, heading to P3, what does WestR have? They have the spawns, the map control, and the downloads. The scrap time is going to mean anything as of yet. 124 to 149, but that lead is going to continuously extend as long as WestR, they're still on point when it comes to their early rotations and just their awareness of map control and making sure that their spawns are on point. But Fire breaking the combo, getting 1 kill. Pentagram is going to fall, and it seems like WestR, they still have the better guns in this equation.
Yeah, and WestR deals with that pinch setup, so now they can just focus on the front. Nades will do the job for a couple of kills and a lot of damage. Awakening Glow Frosty combining in the kill feed for the better part of 5 kills. Awakening will eventually fall, but the numbers advantage still tilts in favor of WestR as they've already secured 30 seconds worth of time here in the mine entrance. One more potential good hit for Get Busy, but it's coming in staggered fashion. One by one they come, one by one they fall, and all of a sudden the scrap 15 should surely go the way of WestR as they will surpass the 200-point mark.
Well, Frosty is exactly what you want as an AR player, able to hold his own, able to lock down these lanes. Well, man is doing nice. 19 and 18 right now, but above him, Awakening, one of the hottest player in the lobby, currently dropping a 30 bomb, 30 and 16. But on board with Zap, he's looking to make a play. He's been a sneaky one so far, great with the flanks, able to disrupt all types of strategy and setups. But in this 1v1, that's going to be 1 going into the hill, working on the second, able to win that as well. Zap is on point.
And again, remember back when we were talking about Get Busy in the losers semis, and we were saying Get Busy's just not responding to the pinches and time off of respawn. There's an example of it right there. Zap just walks through bathrooms, comes up behind. Nobody from Get Busy's even looking at him, and he finds 2 kills to get some early contest time, if not full time, on the hills. He wins another gunfight. Now 4 straight will eventually be taken down, but it comes at a pretty steep cost here for Get Busy as they sacrifice time that they couldn't afford to give away. Plus, they're late to the rotation here for P5.
This hill could be extremely big for Get Busy if they get on board with number 5, but it doesn't look likely. They seem to always be behind when it comes to these rotations. Now, once again, WestR, nothing but red bodies around that next hill, and P5 is going to be all theirs. But 210 to 156, it's not looking like Get Busy they're doing anything to counter what WestR's doing. They're just trailing from behind, and it doesn't seem to change.
At the moment, I'm more interested in the game inside of the game. Awakening and Spoof are going kill for kill with one another. 33 and 21 is Awakening, 31 and 22 is Spoof. As this game is getting close to being closed out, unless Get Busy can find a way to push their way by sheer force and will into this 5th hardpoint. Awakening,
stop
let
it!
that happen. He's got more in front.
What?
There's number 5, almost getting a 6th. But again, he single-handedly locks down the hill, and WestR just 10 seconds away from closing out map number 1.
Awakening pulled out the belt, and he's just spanking to Get Busy at the moment. 4 points left to go in WestR. They're looking like they're going to win this map, and there you have it. The first map of the Grand Finals, WestR They're going to win 250 to 156.
What a closing spree from Awakening. Again, showing, when they were able to have a solid series in one of the first online tournaments under the banner of Team 6th Gear. He was one of the big guys in the first 50K to really come through and secure that number 2 position for them. And after that, everyone's eyes were on Big Wake. He had a good season last year, but this was his first real moment of really popping off. And again, you see it here in the grand finals of the 50K number 2 as he's able to get himself, 38 total kills by the end? An insane value. Insane value.
Well, it's one thing if you have one player popping off in your team, you can game plan to try to stop him. But when you have 2 players up close and personal that's able to get 30 bombs like it's nothing, winning every gunfight, what can you do? You can't just stop them as well. You have Glow Frosty making sure he gets the spawns. That AR play put in a lot of work, and it really freed things up for the SMG players. So listen, even though those submachine gun guys get all the pretty stats, you're gonna have to give your hats off to the AR guys. They do all the dirty work, really.
A couple of weeks ago, I remember watching Frosty specifically play on Ramaza with an AR, and I was mind-blown with how many engagements he was able to come out on top of simply on, again, where he positions himself. Your point is absolutely valid and 100% is worth mentioning. It just comes down to the simple fact for this WestR squad coming through. This has been a weird year for a lot of them, as Will and Awakening have stuck together throughout the entirety of it. They were a top 48 finisher at Minnesota. That was not at all what they expected, considering that they were playing with Glow Frosty back then, and the fastball up with Reaper, who actually joined Willowed and Awakening at World Champs last year. So it took a little bit for them to figure out who exactly they wanted to play with and who exactly they needed to play with to be successful. And well, I'll be candid, after that showcase on the Gunrunner Hardpoint, it looks like they've convincingly found the 5 that they want.
I'm gonna be honest though, I'm not sold on WestR just yet. You know why? Get Busy showed us time and time again that, okay, we can lose this hardpoint, we can lose the first 2 maps, but at the end of the day, we're gonna walk away with the dub, we're gonna hold the trophy, and we're looking for that $10,000. So, heading into Search and Destroy, WestR, they're looking really good, but Get Busy, they're looking to make a comeback. But ladies and gentlemen, stick tight, because we're jumping into map 2 after this break. Welcome back to some more Call of Duty action here at the Challengers Cup number 2. On the mic is going to be Ebony and Ivory. I'm Velly. I'm going to be here with my main man, Shifted. The first map was, it wasn't really that close, but the second map, from anything that we've learned from watching and casting all of these games today, what do you think is going to happen?
Search and Destroy, like we've mentioned throughout the broadcast here with North America, has been the more significant strength for Get Busy throughout this tournament thus far. There have been a couple of strange moments here or there, but we're getting the information that we're going to Piccadilly. Now, the more interesting thing about this was not only was it around 11 last time through versus Parasite Squad of It Is What It Is, but this WestR team got a chance to watch that unfold. So my biggest question going into this initially is, will WestR have some sort of a response to the pressure that Get Busy has already showcased they'd like to put on, especially from the offensive side, working those SMGs as much as possibly through the middle of the map. That was where they found a lot of the success early, and it really was what gave a headache to That Is What It Is team early on in this Piccadilly we saw in map number 5 last time through.
I think it's all going to come down to playing your strengths. So we all know that Get Busy, they're really good at S&D. They're not that good when it comes to respawn game types, but they're okay when it comes to Dom. WestR, they can run away with this and Shift, and I mean this with all my heart. If they can win this Piccadilly Search and Destroy, I believe that they can just run through Get Busy. So I feel like realistically, whoever wins this map wins the entire series. So Get Busy, if this is what you really want, that $10,000 prize, you guys are gonna have to go big right here.
Yeah, I don't see a world where this Get Busy squad's going to be able to set up a reverse sweep versus the likes of WestR. So I 100% concur and agree with you on the call here. You have to win this Search and Destroy if you want to have a chance, I feel like, if you're Get Busy. So will they find some success here off the same backhand principle of running with SMGs? Well, Pentagram will again go to the sniper rifle early, but we saw him rotate off of it pretty quickly, and somehow he survives as he got tagged up pretty heavily through the scaffold. I thought for sure he was a goner.
Oh my gosh, Goonjar on the flank once again. This has been Goonjar's paradise. The way that he rotates around the middle part of this map. Oh, looking for the 2K and Zap. Oh, almost got the double kill. But Zap gets a double kill of his own, and Goonjar gets shut down in the middle of a big play.
Not only does that even things up, it actually tilts the favor in the WestR's corner. Have a 3v2, but have to deal with the bomb planted and fire. Well, now he's in a 1v3 situation, and he's been sniffed out in the arcade. He's got that silence to play with, but he's got absolutely no idea that Awakening's to his right. Well, maybe now he does because he's getting shot up from behind a touch, but it doesn't make a difference because Zaptius will take the 1v1 and come away with the first round with 3 kills.
WestR, that's how you do it. Start the game off right, get that dub, and let them know you're not going to be a pushover here to say, I'm not Parasite. We're not going to choke a lead, okay? We're going to win our S&Ds, and we're going to be the champion. That's the type of attitude you need, and these guys, they have it, man. They have that chip on their shoulder. They want to prove to everybody that they're the real deal here in NA, and I'm going to be honest. To have a team come over from Europe and knock you out, beat you badly like that in the finals, that's not acceptable. These guys, they're hungry for that first place finish.
I mean, as soon as WestR got the information that Singularity was going to be moving back to Europe, I imagine they were sitting and saying, hey, this is now ours to taking, and this is going to look strange for most, but if you've been following along with Glowfrosty, he loves to pull out a sniper rifle with an ACOG scope for a couple of reasons. Number one, it doesn't show the same kind of scope, glint, and flashlight effect that the other scopes do, but more importantly, he can respond to players up close and personal just by essentially flipping on them a little bit easier. Bomb will be planted here for WestR, but that said, they've already lost 2 members of the post-plant setup will have to be a 3v4.
All right, and on board with your boy Frosty, sniper in hand. Looking to make that play. If Fire steps out in the wrong spot, it's going to be trouble, but to his left and in front of him, Glow Frosty is going to have some up close and personal problems. But shot from behind, Exotic did a phenomenal job getting that kill.
But the gunfight breaking out over the top of the site. Zaptius will take it. Now he's on 6-0, 3 straight in this round. He would have needed to find a 4th, though. And I mean, if you would have told Zaptius at the beginning of the game, hey, first 2 rounds, we needed to find 8 kills, I'm sure his reaction would have been, okay, I'll try. And he nearly almost does it, but 1-1 we go into the 3rd round.
Yeah, 7-1 start so far. We're only 2 rounds in. We've seen this the last few series. One player always steps up big, but still, I want to be on board with Goonjar. I really think that he just controls this map. He knows it like the back of his hand. His situational and map awareness has pretty much been second to none, and this is going to go down to the wire. If this doesn't go to the last possible round, I'm going to be upset. But here we are, round number 3.
And, you know, I just got a little bit of a reprise. I was searching through Twitter for a second and saw Fire post He had no idea where that gunfight was when he peeked a little bit over aggressively into Charles, but he's learned his lesson. He's not going to do that again. So you talk about just immediate adaptations. That's experience coming into play for the young gun of fire. So we'll see if he can keep rolling through this Piccadilly search, as Exotic has already made his way over to the closed off subway alley. And with that's going to be a lot of pressure here over towards B. He's seen Glow Frosty, who again is sniping, but likely with that ACOG scope. So his range will be a touch limited. And with that, Exotic might just be able to find a cheeky angle if he decides he wants to push through and try to find this kill.
Do it. Exotic moving in slowly. He wants this kill so bad. He wants it right in front of him. Glow Frosty's going to be in his sights, but going prone. He's not going to see him just now. But Exotic with his patience. Moving in. Glow Frosty is good as dead. All Exotic has to do is jump up and get the kill. Gunshots all around him. He sees the barrel of the gun. But he's going to make the play yet. 35 seconds left to go, and Exotic, he hunted down that kill for so long and was unable to finish.
And again, it's one of those things, if you don't have the kill in front of you, you don't think you're going to win the fight, just back away, because now all of a sudden, he gets traded really easily. Pentagram stuck to a 1v2. He sees Glow Frosty at range, and oh my goodness, what shots are those from Hamza, as he's able to take the long-range gunfight from the buses, and an easy defuse allowed to go into Awakening's pocket, as he was also able to find 3 kills in the round.
Yeah, WestR won on defense shift. This is something we haven't seen earlier on in the series, in every series that we've watched. WestR currently going up 2-1, and now they're going to be on attack. It's going to be big. Yeah, I feel for Exotic, though. He made the right plays, but his passiveness was the reason why he ultimately died. I mean, when you're in a position like that, you're going to have to make a play. Don't second guess yourself. Jump up, get the kill, keep moving, keep them on their toes. They could have clutched that out.
And again, with such a precarious position that Exotic was in, again, if you don't get that kill immediately, you're not going to live for very long, you feel like, because someone's going to find you eventually. I mean, that's just such a strange spot to be kind of held up in. But regardless, we'll go to WestR's second attempt on their offense. They're looking to streak over towards B. Fire watching over the middle very well could pinch this up depending on how this is read, as he's looking over towards A, at least initially. But with First Blood going into Jintroid and Pentagram finding a follow-up, it's a 5v3 situation for WestR where everything has come to a sudden stop.
Yeah, Awakening and Jintroid, they're going to be in a graveyard, but Pentagram looking to find one, and he's going to get it. Awakening and Spoof are going to drop, and now it's going to be Zap all by himself in 1v5. If he clutches this, I'm going to throw my headset out the window, and yep, there you have it. Get busy. They're going to do exactly what had to be done, and it's going to be a tie series right now. So you win on defense and lose on attack. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I think the biggest storyline for me here is the fact that Get Busy is still finding a lot of success while still playing aggressively on their offense, and they're getting away with a couple of aggressive positions on their defensive setups as well. And that's going to be one of those things that if you don't find a response to and you keep letting Get Busy take the map away from you, you're going to have a really tough time battling up, especially when you don't have numbers in your favor. It just makes the situation extra hard. So as we go into round number 5, you got 2 players on WestR who have not found a kill yet, and that's what I'm looking at first and foremost as far as what needs to change. You got to get Jintroid and Spoof at least a trade, if not potentially an opening kill. And well, Jintroid gets gunned down as Goonjar was that one bullet tagged by Glow Frosty. The pistol will find the trade, but still, it's the fact of the matter that Get Busy is getting away with all this aggression again.
Yeah, and Exotic, same place again. This is almost like deja vu. Awakening is going to be in front of him, and yeah, they know exactly where he is now, and trapped in the corner. They're going to shut him down. Exotic has to make a play. He has to get a kill. But his teammates help him out. Pentagram with the nice support coming in from afar. Exotic is going to take down Awakening.
Now the bomb will finally make its progress towards being planted here at B, but watch out for number 7 as Spoof is going to be trailing behind this entire play through the shops area. Oh, Exotic needed one more bullet. He's going to red dot chase, and he could find himself in a really terrible position. Fire cleans up the work on Spoof. Exotic for another, but it's Glow Frosty on the back side of the library. The bomb was never planted, so there's 30 seconds for him to try to kill as Fire will try to get this bomb planted here.
Glow Frosty, you got it in you, pal. 1v2, let's try to make magic happen. AR coming into play, and Fire almost goes down. Glow Frosty was able to finish it. 2 is left. He's able to get the 1v1 kill against Exotic. Now, 30 seconds left to go. He can do it.
Oh, this Semtex is going to flush him out. All you got to do is check the right end. The tag comes through. Glow Frosty for the 1v2. Beautifully played, but I'm not going to lie. Question marks were surrounding my head on that angle that Exotic was holding, as I don't really understand why you just wouldn't hold inside the library and wait for a 2v1 challenge. And yep, not today, says Glow Frosty. Shake your head and take the round 3-2.
So my question is, when you turn the corner, what was Exotic waiting for to shoot?
No idea.
Because he peeked once, got back, and then peeked again. And it seemed like Exotic was just, frozen. He had the deer in the headlights look on his face. Missed opportunity once again, and I'm not sure what's happening, but still great clutch and great win coming in from my man Glow.
Yeah, I think at a certain point, I'll give some credit to Exotic. I think he thinks that Glowfrost is just going to hard rush his teammate over towards the phone booths, but still, it's one of those hiding in plain sight strategies that just doesn't pay out. We've seen that happen a couple different times, not just in Search, but it also happened in the respawn when he was sitting prone underneath Boiler or Gunrunner. It's just one of those situations like, are you really in the best spot possible? Again, nitpicky to be sure, but regardless, it doesn't come out through their favor. So now 4v4 we go in the early stages of the 6th round as WestR will be on the offense. Looks like they want to approach over to A.
Yes, sir. 2 players currently down for WestR. Goonjar gonna be the only one dead for Get Busy. Still, City Man's game. 56 seconds left to go, and Zap dodging and weaving around these gunshots. He's gonna come out unscathed. Still wants to get this kill, throwing in the nade. It's gonna be a little bit of a waste of utility. Zap to connect at all, but fire can go down if he peeks once more, and there you have it. Zap with a great shot.
And just the adjustments from WestR, they're playing a little bit more passive. They're hard scoping on some angles. Spoof is actually going to pull out a more traditional sniper rifle here as he's got the long scope on the AX50. But now the bomb's going to be planted, and Spoof is actually feeling pretty threatened back here towards the shops area. Nobody's nearby, and Zaptius will kind of relieve some of that potential self-consciousness from his teammate as he finds one kill, but the bomb does not get planted down. Exotic finds a follow-up pick. Now it's just down to Spoof for a 1v2, and there's not a lot of time for him to play with.
Yeah, Pistol Out Spoof is just having fun, trying to John Wick it. He's going to get dropped immediately. 3-3 back and forth. No team looking like they're the better one yet. But Get Busy. This is their game type. They're going to have to win this. They cannot allow WestR to go up 2-0. Like you said before, this team is, I'm sorry, they're not IIWII. They're not these other teams that you played earlier on in the bracket. They're not going to allow that reverse sweep to happen.
Yeah, and again, I think simply put, for Get Busy, you're showing some of that strength come through in that previous round. You're down numbers, get the information that you got the bomb down at A. You just play passive. Don't get too over aggressive. Wait for WestR to come through and results in a win. But again, 0-12 in total between Jintroid and Spoof. The fact that this is a 3-3 game is an absolute miracle for WestR. So now Exotic, again, getting aggressive through this little subway system. He's right in front of the library. This has been his home so far. And Profizi, feeling safe with Exotic watching over him, will try to make a play to get the bomb down at B, but he's been caught up and now has to resort to holding his life and getting a trophy down.
I love the way Exotic plays this so much. He's always in a position to have the biggest play possible. Now, if he's able to get that first kill and continue on, that's going to be dangerous. So Get Busy, they're learning. And Pentagram, getting kills, running straight through Spoof. Still, 40 seconds left to go, and they're going to have 1 player down for Get Busy and 2 for WestR. The plant's going down, and Profizi, he has to get out there.
3v3, Profizi getting tagged up heavily through the bomb site, but he's going to live for just a little bit longer. Maybe the silver lining is you take a couple extra seconds off the clock before the retake can come through, but now it's numbers for WestR and the flank from Glowfrosty. It's just down to fire. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and an easy retake for WestR as they'll get the defuse and go up 4-3.
WestR's looking good, man. Looking like the champs right now. You love to see it. Awakening 7-4. But this is interesting because Jintroid and Spoof, they're 0-14 combined, Chef. They've yet to find a kill. And they're winning 4-3. It's been 7 rounds.
I'm lost to find the reason why. I mean, at a certain point, just sit next to a teammate and try to get some team shots in. Maybe they're getting a handful of assists, but simply put, we don't get that stat line. And seeing that jarring stat of 0-14 between 2 players, I've never seen that occur, let alone the fact that they're doing it in winning fashion currently. And that's the more incredible thing, is Zaptius is putting on his tryhard pants and carrying this team. Jintroid, a lot of opening shots for damage, but not a full kill. But the smoke will allow him to get to the top of the shoe store. And with that, this is going to make for a relatively safe A plant.
Yeah, Jintroid, I'm going to say he's in a pretty good position so far. All players left alive. Plant went down, 40 seconds left on the timer. Profizi trying to make plays, and Goonjar's going to shut down Spoof. Jintroid is going to join him. 1 player down for each team still. Enough time for big plays to happen. It's Exotic is currently going to fall.
Jintroid comes up big here as he's found a couple of kills in the top of the shoe stop. And that, again, just means that for his teammates, they could just play passive, make sure no one's getting a long flank. You can watch over the top of the bomb from the shoe store. Zap will now make his way over towards the blue side of the bus. Goonjar in a 1v3 situation. He will eventually fall, and WestR will go to map point.
It was just so funny seeing Gunjar on top of that bus for so long. I was wondering when somebody was going to see him, but Gunjar still nonetheless, great attempt, great effort, great gameplay so far. Unfortunately, he was just outnumbered, wasn't able to win that fight. But match point, WestR, 1 round away from running away with the 2-0 lead in the finals.
Double agency for the win. I don't know if that sentence has been said ever. At least Jintroid is able to get out of the agency with a couple of kills, but Spoof isn't able to share that luxury, so he's going to try to find a way to get his first kill here in what could potentially be the last round from his defensive standpoint. Gunjar, again, a little atypical that he's running an SMG, but he wants to try to cut through the middle of the map. Glow Frosty and Zap for the first 2 kills, a 5-on-3. Exotic, shots good, but not great as Zaptius turns it into a double, and now the hopes and dreams of Get Busy taking the Piccadilly Surge has essentially gone out the window.
Pentagram and Profiz, it's going to be all up to them. They have to be perfect. 2v4. Awakening's been taken out of the way, but the hot hand and Zap, he's going to be alive still along with Glow Frosty. Spoof, still looking for a kill. 0-8 so far.
That's unbelievable. I've never seen it.
We call, I'm going to name him Owen right now. He's 0-8. He needs to get a kill before this map ends. If he doesn't, still phenomenal effort by WestR nonetheless. Great team play. Profizi's looking to make a move, and it looks like he's going to get the plant down right now. Just under 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, WestR's just playing for a retake here. They know they have the numbers. They're going to let the bomb get planted and then just set themselves up for a double hit from either side of this. And you can see it. They've completely entrapped Get Busy right inside the library. There's going to have to be a couple of special individual moments. Pentagram will find Spoof. 0-9, by the way. Profizi now looking for maybe a 1v1 as he's got Glow Frosty outside.
Oh!
He takes it. Very doable now. 2v2. You've got Zaptius just outside the window. Pentagram will find another.
No way.
It's just down to Zap. A 1v2 turned the other way, and he still has to defuse the bomb, playing from the A site specifically, or the B site, pardon me. He'll find the first kill, but he's tagged up heavily. He's got a stick of defuse, and Profizi will punish a 2v4, turning things around for Get Busy.
Not like this. If you guys have been watching this whole time, Get Busy, these are the comeback kids. They love thriving under pressure. They're in their environment right now. Down by a score of 2. They can win 2 rounds straight, snag this S&D, and rock with that momentum in a domination against WestR. But WestR, all they have to do is win this one last round. It's going to be up to them to see if they can do it. But on board with Jintroid, 2-9 right now. Not the prettiest stat line, but it's all about how you finish, not how you start. Can he get this big kill to help his team out? Fire's going to drop immediately, though.
Hey!
Yeah. He got the kill, man.
Life's tough out here for Spoof, but between him and Jintroid, 3-18 in total. And still, WestR potentially could close out this map with the W. It's an insane stat line to consider, but 60 seconds to play. WestR still deciding and debating which angle they want to take for the approach, as now they'll start making their way over to B, but it looks like Get Busy has mostly read this. Profiz is on a very quick flank through the backside of the scaffold. He's going to track down Glow Frosty, you feel. Actually, Glow Frosty seems to know that Profiz is on the backside. There's the kill. Here's the trade, though, so now there's still an opportunity for WestR to full flood to B with numbers.
Yeah, Profiz was able to get a big win, at least killing one person at 1v2 on the flame. But still, 30 seconds left to go, and Spoof is looking for yet another kill. That breadstick is looking good right now compared to that 0, but he can still be the biggest player of this game in a defining win. Zap is going to get the best of Exotic Awakening with the flank, and WestR, they're going to win. You're search and destroy, 6-4.
And it only took almost a 20 bomb from Zap to do it. I mean... He single-handedly dragged that WestR team through Piccadilly, a map that we just saw Get Busy take the round 11 versus a Parasite squad of it is what it is. And well, they couldn't find the same sort of success here, as this one would only go to round 10, but simply put, for Spoof and Jintroid, you're thankful to have that map behind you and still be up 2 maps to 0.
So, have you ever seen a search and destroy win like that with that margin, with 2 players combining for about 3 kills? They were like 3-20, Schiff.
Not this level of gameplay.
How do you carry that load on you? And Zap went off, man. Zap definitely showing out for the fans, showing out for the viewers out there, letting everybody know, listen, yeah, my team might struggle at times, but your boys shoot straight. Did exactly that. They're going to be up 2-0 in WestR. That $10,000 sounds so nice right now, Shep, and we have one more map, if they win it, for them to be your champions.
All it will take is a domination. And you mentioned Zaptius. He's a guy that I will be honest, as soon as we started to hear roster franchises being introduced, I was mind blown that neither Zap or Royalty were even a sub on one of the CDL rosters. He's been a special player throughout the Challengers series thus far, and definitely his stock just rose a lot with the near 20 bomb that he just dropped on Piccadilly.
So ladies and gentlemen, this could be the last map we could have for the entire day. We saw what happened in APAC. We saw what happened in EU. But here in NA, Get Busy, trailing 0-2 against WestR 2.0. Let's see what's going to happen on map 3 after this break. I am so excited. Welcome back to the stream. I'm your boy Philly. I'm going to be here with my man Alan, aka Shift. What we've seen so far has been incredible. WestR, they have a 2-0 lead above Get Busy, and Get Busy tried to make a comeback in SD. It didn't work out for them, and looks like their last hope and last chance is to win this domination.
And that's not a good stat line to be heard of. I mean, again, you look back to the winners finals, it was a 3-0 for WestR versus It Is What It Is. Again, that's Parasite's new squad. But you look back to the run that WestR has put up so far, a 3-1 versus Flip Flops. Interesting team name. 3-0 or 3-1 rather for Carnage Gaming as well in the semis, and now potentially 2 back-to-back 3-0s. That would be a convincing way to wrap up this Challengers Cup number 2, to say yes, we are still good, and more importantly, we're the best team in North America.
You're absolutely right, but heading into this last map, man, I mean, you can't help but to feel for Get Busy right now. Yeah, these guys are going to be upset that they got just second place in a big wad of money, thousands of dollars, but to them, they believe they're champions, and rightfully so, they should feel that way. Against IIWII, they showed us, hey, we're an evolutionary team. You know, we get better as we go along the way. We see what you're doing, and we counteract that. But WestR on the other end, These guys, they fly at you like crazy. Awakening, Glow Frosty, the clutch potential that every single one of these guys have, they're superstars. And you see it right here, second place, $7,500. And $10,000 right now in this economy shift looks beautiful.
It absolutely is. It definitely goes a long way considering that, well, for most of these players, let's be honest, their job is playing Call of Duty right now as they're all aspiring to get to the next level, especially with the 10 players we currently have in this lobby, which I'm sure if you were to tell Fire that, hey, bud, you're making some moves to potentially get to the next level in his first year of potentially being eligible to play in official Call of Duty events, that's going to sound pretty sweet, but an 0-3 does not, so things are going to have to change here. It's the Hackney Yard for the Domination, and again, 2 maps up as WestR looking to sweep things up in a 3-0 fashion.
I am having deja vu back to this map exactly where Get Busy mounted that comeback against Parasite's team, aka it is what it is. The comeback, triple cap, and ultimately win it all to make their way here to the grand finals, and we are on board with Fire. Utility is in play, and let's go.
The A side of the map for Get Busy, which is the preferred side, as you can very quickly get from A to B. A flag will be secured. Exotic work in the middle of the map. He'll find one, he'll find 2, and just like that, the B flag will be secured for Get Busy as WestR are unfortunately spawning closer towards the office, which will make for a very long journey to get back into the mix.
Yeah, when it comes to raw skill, Exotic seems to amaze me every single time. His awareness is always on point, and the man just doesn't lose gunfights. Able to pick up 4 in a row, and he's going to have more behind him. Unfortunately, what he was put down was a gun to his back.
This is where you want to see Get Busy start to continue to rotate through the middle of the map when they've got a numbers advantage. Get up to the top side of L. Keep this WestR team away from the warehouse as much as you possibly can. Fire holding the corner. Nice little snap on there to take down Zap before things to get too hot in the warehouse. And now with this, WestR will be short on numbers. Oh my goodness, Exotic just spawns behind number 8 of Awakening over towards the office. He's going to be a little bit panicked, thinking that there's a hit coming through the OE, and then he'll realize very quickly, no, there's nobody here. It's just a little bit of randomness coming through, and now as he returns to the fray, he'll find a couple of kills. Fire nearly for a double up as he goes 5-1 for his first life.
Yeah, Fire was looking at 6 in a row until they got shut down right there, and it's pretty impressive that Get Busy, they were able to dominate that whole warehouse, especially considering the fact that WestR, they were surrounding it. They sent in more numbers, they were everywhere, but they were unable to win those gunfights, and you can't blame them. When you have Exotic, Fire, and the rest of the boys going off, there's nothing you can do to stop it.
And try to reload your MP5.
Please.
He's trying to cut across the map with the pistol. That's not usually going to go well. Glow Frosty tries for a second challenge. He gets cut down, and WestR are having a terrible time trying to get out of the C flag area. They haven't really found much success in the warehouse. They haven't made much progress over the middle of the map, and Get Busy is putting them in a little bit of a chokehold here early, as we're already down to 3 minutes and a half, and it's a 42-22 lead for Get Busy.
And Awakening, he came to play, picking up 2 kills, but finally dropping things to Gunjar, the AR player over there, the veteran. He's been doing extremely well so far this series, but the score currently 46-24, 2 held to 1 lead for Get Busy. Still, WestR, they can come back. They just have to get their bearings in order and work together as a team. And in this 1v1, Spoof wins that. That's going to be a huge win.
Spawn flip, as it comes through, Get Busy. They're spawning right in front of C, but they don't want to get rid of the B warehouse. They still have numbers here, so they're going to send most of the initial spawns right over to the middle of the map. But again, for WestR, you're happy getting the A-sided flip. Now you set yourself up to try to contest this B warehouse from the favored side. Do what you can to get a couple of favorable trades, get some numbers, and then cut back into this B flag so you can start digging into this lead. Here come a couple of kills, but again, there's not enough members here unless Spoof is able to find essentially 3 individual kills for him to really make much influence on this B flag. He needs some help. There's the first kill he would need. The second one is Pentagram down low. He's aware of it. He also has Fire up top. He's able to take down one of the 2 that were aforementioned, and with that, now the respawns come through, and WestR not only neutralized, but they also flip the B flag.
And Spoof is impressing me. Look at this awareness right now. His map awareness is insane, and he pushes through the smoke to try to get another kill before Profizi shuts him down. But Detroit, 12-8, the newcomer on this team, is doing exactly everything he has to do, and the score isn't out of reach just yet with 1 minute and 33 seconds left to go. But Zap, the hottest player in the map, last S&D, currently 4-8. It's not what I expected.
No, not at all. He's having a little bit of a tough time getting things going, and well, life becomes more difficult when you're stuck in a smoke with 2 players. Although Spoof says, all right, let's go to the nightfall. Oh my goodness, almost finds the second, but does pick up the MP5 to find the kill a little bit more securely. And while all of this has occurred, Glow Frosty made his way streaking across the middle of the map to get a neutral at C. So now Spoof has to come outside the warehouse and try to deal with the A flag, but he's realizing that, no, I don't have enough support here. I don't have the teammates potentially to fight up against this, but Jintrick's saying, yeah, you do. Move on forward, my friend. Let's see if we can keep this triple cap in play. But WestR, they'll be happy to know that there's still 60 seconds to play, and they've reduced this deficit just to 13 points.
Yeah, this comeback is coming back all of a sudden thanks to Spoof, man. Yeah, stat line isn't the prettiest, 11-9. It looks like he should have about 20 kills now. The pressure that he was applying towards B Hill was priceless, but Gentroid now picking things up. So Spoof starting to get some help from the 15 and 11 player right beside him.
Again, these have been the 2 big players. Jintroid, again, the new one to the team here. A lot of experience playing with Awakening and Glow Frosty in the past. And again, that's going to make things feel very comfortable for him as he continues to streak through this domination here late in the first half. Nice shots from Profeezes. He's able to take down before he's able to really fully commit to the warehouse, though. It's going to be Fire and Exotic who work their way over, and that's going to be enough for a B flag flip. But again, not a bad half at all for WestR here, considering they had a really tough time getting things going initially. To only be down by 14, 15 points, not really that bad at all.
I'm not mad. Get busy, got busy, and now they're currently up 90-74, but this isn't a lead that you should be too proud about. We all know that you can easily come back from this. We saw great plays coming in from Domination from Get Busy, so maybe this could be their new S&D to make a comeback and gain momentum. But WestR, I feel like we still haven't seen the best of them yet in this Domination.
You know, it's one of those things that I know a lot of the audience that follows Call of Duty, they might not be a big fan of Domination, or they have a hard time kind of following along with how exactly you read things. It's a lot of individual small gunfights that lead to massive moments on the map. That's really what I look forward to, is to see how maybe a 1v1 influences the entire minimap. Is now WestR will spawn on the favored side, which will lead to not only them getting the A flag, but they've got numbers here at B for a very early and quick AB capture. But take a look at the middle of your map. Number 1 is Exotic. He's sitting in the middle of these cargo containers with the potential to maybe flip over towards A or pinch things up. But again, you've got Awakening who's watching from the far side of the map to shut that rotation down. And with that, WestR continue to have numbers and control the B warehouse.
Yeah, well, either Awakening or Spoof, they were guaranteed to get that kill middle of the map. And now look at the flank, 6 and 9, working their way through the back. Number 4, Fire. He's not going to stand a chance going into B, trying with all of his might, but he's going to get shut down immediately. Great job by Spoof. Glow Frosty and Zap, they're going to join the party. 3 straight kills for this team, and they're starting to mount this comeback. They have a 2-1 lead.
Spoof has to be careful not to overextend close to C, because there's pressure on the A flag right now from Get Busy. He really needs to turn around and make sure he helps. Well, I guess dying is another way to making sure you turn around. And with that, a couple of kills turn up in backside of the A flag, and now WestR will recontrol the spawns convincingly, but they have lost some influence in this B warehouse. So if there were an opportunity for Get Busy to flip this B flag, you feel like it should be now, but you have to get the kills, as here comes the recontest. Jintroid and Spoof, they're finding a number of kills in the mix, and while all this is going on, Awakening, who's not essentially playing the sexiest role ever, he's been on 4 straight just watching over the top of this. He'll find a 5th before he falls, and with that, WestR will recontrol convincingly the B warehouse.
In about 2 more seconds, WestR, they will get the lead for the first time in this domination that I'm aware of right now. Exotic is on fire, getting 2 of his own. Headshot on Glow Frosty was absolutely disgusting. But 13 and 12, this has been Exotic's home. Let's see if he can really hold this down for Get Busy. They need to recap that flag, but he's going to get shot from the right, and Spoof is disgusting.
These are the kind of plays that he makes, Veli. He just goes off and does his own thing, and everybody on WestR will just read him and say, all right, well, if he's going to go do this, I guess we have to do that. And, well, these rogue missions have paid out. He's on 6 straight. All of that came from the pinch. There's number 7. He's going to have an opportunity for more if he just keeps holding the middle of the map or over towards this yellow building. But he's a little self-conscious. Again, very aware that the overextension through office is open, so he tosses a nade. Now he'll come back to where he likes to live. 8 straight, 24 and 15, and there could be a 9th. I was about to say he's got an opportunity, but stunned up and eventually taken down. But WestR going into the 4th quarter of this dom are enjoying a 14-point lead.
Jintroid jumping up and down. Exotic heard him, he peeked out and got bodied immediately. Jintroid doing a fantastic job for his new team, but man, you're gonna have to give hats off to Spoof. Once Spoof went on that huge spree, saw the points start to separate drastically. With only about 2 minutes left to go though, still, Get Busy. Who's gonna step up? You look at the stats for WestR and you're like, okay, Spoof, Jintroid, they're the business. That's why they're winning. You look at Get Busy. no one really stands out. Goonjar 13-19. You got Fire 17-9. It's not pretty.
You technically, mathematically could still bring this back if you get busy and you hold 2 flags for the rest. But look at WestR is doing. They're realizing that the score is in their favor, so they're continually sending somebody over to C on the long rotation. That's Zaptius right now who's going for a neutral play. But you can't lose track of what's going on at A if you're WestR. This is where things could get a touch dicey, and look at the response. They're very aware of it. They deal with it for a small time. And now that they spawn out towards C, looking minute 30 left, saying that we're fine holding on to just the C flag. Mathematically, it still gives us a win.
They can make a comeback. Minute 20 left to go. Flying towards A hill. They want dominance over B. And take a look at the middle of the map. Even though Profizi got shut down, Pentagram, he was working his way towards C or a flank behind B. Still, nonetheless, Fire is trying to go off 19-20 right now, looking to go positive. They want that C cap. They want that triple cap shift.
Yeah, they need it. Flat out, mathematically, this is what they need to do. And look at how WestR is playing this. They're playing very passive, just making sure nobody can get into the C flag for free. It's going to take a lot of commitment and resources for Get Busy to even influence the C flag. And while that occurs, we'll take a look at number 9. Spoof, again, going on a rogue mission. He's making a play over to A just to be a nuisance and say, you can take the C flag. I'll just go ahead and find an opening at A or B. And here comes the re-hit one more time. 30 seconds left. 2 flags will not be enough. You're going to need to get 3, and it needs to be right now.
Yeah, I think that was it. That was the push. It was Pentagram and I believe Profizi. They both pushed in towards C. Both died immediately. They were able to get that triple cap. The game would have been theirs. But Gentroid pistol out, still trying to go off. 15 seconds left to go. But WestR look like the future NA champions, up 164 to 157. But it's not over just yet. But shooting bodies, that lets us know it's definitely over. Zap and his boys WestR, they're going to be your NA champions. Congratulations, WestR wins 3-0.
That's just, again, good control of the situation for WestR. Yeah, the scoreline's going to be really tight, but WestR knew what their win condition was. Don't get triple capped. They saw what happened earlier. As you mentioned it was the Gunrunner Domination where it was a 60-point or so lead for the side of Parasite, and it is what it is. But Get Busy were able to turn that into a triple capture for an extended period of time, and they say, all right, Shift and Valley already got their workout on their domination calls. Let's give them an easier one. Let's just play the math, play for the win, and they do it in a controlled 3-0 form.
You know what? That's pretty much it for the day. Let's do a rundown of what happened and who walked away with all the money that's out there. Let's take a look at the standings right now, starting off with North America coming soon, but I'm gonna have to say shit before we transition over to that. Well, no, it's gonna be here. WestR, they're gonna be your champions, walking away with $10,000. Get Busy, $7,500 right behind them. 3rd place, it is what it is. And 4th, UIU.
I used to, a couple weeks ago, I was sitting on stream and talking with a handful of Challengers players as they were kind of, pinging my mind, and we were just talking, who do you think is the best team in North America? And a couple of weeks ago, I could have named one of maybe 12 teams that could potentially win it all. But as we're dealing with a couple of roster swap-ups, we're getting a couple new teams in the mix, and there's no more Singularity. This WestR team is currently, I think, the heavy favorite, not just obviously here in this week, but I think moving forward. You take a look at EU, though, this is where we mentioned Singularity. They leave North America after being here for about 5-6 weeks. Now they're back in Europe. The old rivalry of Team War and Singularity back into the mix once more, and not out of the mix by too much are both the Trade Hard Boys as well as the Plugs, which is most of that Royal Ravens Academy squad.
I'm gonna be quite honest. After Team Singularity came to NA and dominated, I expected him to win it all, but Team War definitely made a fan out of me. But last but not least, you got to give your hats off Renegades. They've been so dominant for so long, for years now in the APAC region. These boys from ANZ, they came to play, and they're going to walk away with 2,500.
Keep your eye on Japan. Littleland Vertex. Telling you, myself, Crane, #1 Littleland Vertex.
When it happens, I'm going to remember this moment. When it happens, I'm going to remember this moment. You called it, but Chef, we've had a hell of a fun time, man. It's been a long day. Any final thoughts?
I'm just so happy, and you got to give major shout-outs not only to Esports Engine for putting on the production, but also the support from Activision Blizzard for giving a platform for all of these amateur players to be showcased on a regular basis. That's something that, of course, the amateur scene has been clamoring for, and, well, I think, generally speaking, they got what they wanted. It's been a big prize pool. There's a lot of weekends of competition, and now with the chance to showcase them at the top level, could not be more excited to see these guys get a chance to showcase what they have.
Money and the opportunity, what more could you ask? Shout out to Esports Engine, Call of Duty Challengers for putting this out there. Look at the schedule, all up until July 25th. You have these tournaments, enter these cups, enter these open brackets. See if you can get as far as you believe you can, and you never know. At the end of the day, we do this for fun, we do it for competition, and also to put some money in your pocket. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be it. Shift and Belly, we're going to be signing out soon, but I would like to remind you guys to make sure you sign up for these events. Challengers Cup number 3 will take place right here at the bottom of the screen, May 16th and 17th. But you might be asking yourself, hey, how do we sign up? And if you can't read, I'm going to help you out. CallOfDuty.com/challengers. You never know. You could be the best out there. You just haven't been discovered yet. But I've had such a good time. Chance and Shift, they've done an amazing job. Remember, make sure you sign up for these events. I'm going to give a huge shout out to Renegades, Team War, and also WestR for putting on a phenomenal performance. Get busy. You guys were amazing. I cannot wait to see the competition continuously rise week to week. And hopefully we see new champions next time here on the Challengers Cup.